Naruto was sitting in the empty room with his teammates, Sakura Haruno and Sasuke Uchiha, after Team 7 had been revealed a few hours earlier. But instead of sitting with his teammates, the young blonde sat with his head resting on the desk across the room. Oh no. In addition to Sasuke and one of his adorable fangirls, we also have a Jonin sensei who simply cannot be bothered to be punctual. What prevented me from being paired with someone else? I would be happy to take Kiba's place. Hee. Despite Hinata's somewhat unsettling crush on me, Shino and Hinata-chan are both incredibly kind. She's kind and all, but she would definitely view me differently if she knew my secret. The pink banshee on his team started ranting once more before Naruto had a chance to consider the matter further. He put his hands over his ears in an attempt to block out her voice, but he was unlucky enough to hear everything she said because her voice was too loud to block out in this way. When Sasuke said, 2 hours. I can't believe we've been stuck waiting for this guy. Where the hell is he? Naruto closed his eyes once more and sighed in relief. Sakura, be quiet. As annoying as it is, shouting about it isn't going to help anything. He'll get here when he gets here. Soon after, Sakura sat down next to her beloved, Sasuke-kun, once more and mostly calmed down. She was just humming to herself joyfully now. Sasuke, thank you. How in the world could a girl like her pass the tests? She is an embarrassment to Kunoichi. Whatever, tisk. When Naruto heard footsteps coming toward him, he raised an eyebrow and shrugged his shoulders. The young blonde opened his left eye and saw Sakura and Sasuke standing above him. Oh, wonderful. What? He inquired grumpily. Sasuke nodded with a simple, HN. To join in the conversation, and Sakura said, why haven't you said anything yet? You're never this quiet. Sure, you've never really talked with either of us, but this is just strange, especially for somebody like you. Naruto responded by yawning loudly and closing his eye once more. Being stuck with a fangirl that doesn't understand anything about being a true ninja and the most egotistical jackass in the class is bad enough as is. Nobody said anything about having to talk to the two of you as well. Whoever came up with the idea that the three of us would make a good team is a real moron. The door opened and their Jonin sensei entered before Sakura and Sasuke could respond. He was a man with silver, spiked hair, a mask covering the lower half of his face, a Hittite forehead protector covering one eye, and an all-around lazy appearance. At the same moment that they all turned to face him, he turned to his team. After exchanging glances with the Genin team and the Jonin sensei, Kakashi smirked beneath his mask and gestured toward the three of them. Kakashi laughed quietly to himself and disappeared in a Konoha Shunshin no Jutsu leaf body flicker technique. So this is my team, huh? My first impression of you is, I'm not that impressed. But you've got an opportunity to change that impression. Come, meet me on the roof and we'll get to know each other a bit better. I'll give you 5 minutes. Don't be late. Being insulted in this manner infuriated Sasuke. The Uchiha stormed off to the roof, determined to show this idiot of a Jonin why he was the rookie of the year. Sakura turned to face Naruto and glared at him while raising her fist as she watched him leave. She swung her fist at Naruto's head, saying, "This is your fault, Naruto." But abruptly stopped when he just vanished. Where'd he go? The pink-haired girl looked around the room, but she couldn't find him. After complaining to herself for a moment longer, Sakura gave up and went after her beloved, Sasuke-kun. Up on the roof, when Naruto abruptly emerged in a Shunshin of his own, Kakashi looked up from his book. When he reached a particularly juicy section of the story, the Jonin shrugged his shoulders, turned back to his book, and began to laugh twistedly. Oh ho ho, this is good. Oh man, I didn't even realize there was a position such as that. Naruto turned to face his new sensei after hearing these remarks, and his eyes narrowed in anger. What a fucking pervert, the same as a lot of other guys. Why am I forced to have this jerk for a Jonin sensei? Gigi, do you hate me or what? Naruto's eyes glowed as he reached into his kunai pouch and grabbed a rather sharp kunai as soon as his thoughts were complete. Would it really bother anyone if I severed my new sensei's testicles? Until he's by himself, he ought to have the grace to at least put such smut away. In front of kids, read it. Oh no. The door to the roof opened, allowing Sakura and Sasuke to emerge into the sunlight as Naruto crept closer and closer to Kakashi, his sensei seemingly unaware of what was about to happen to him. With a furious twitch, Naruto swiftly removed his kunai and sat down. He turned to glare at her teammates and huffed angrily. Oh no, so near. Sakura and Sasuke sat near Naruto and gave him interested looks. How on earth was Naruto Baka able to ascend here before us? There's no logic to that. Sakura gazed at him, thinking. Sasuke, meanwhile, had a different thought. Was our sensei going to be stabbed by the Dobi? I can't be certain, but I swear I saw something. With a sigh, Kakashi put his book away and then grinned at his genin team while patting his trousers. Sakura decided to speak up before he could even choose one of them to do so. Good. Now that we're all here, let's begin. Go ahead and introduce yourselves. I'd like to get to know my team a bit better. Sensei, is there anything in particular you would like to know? Perhaps you can introduce yourself first so we know what you'd like to hear from us. Observing a bird circling in the sky above, Naruto sighed softly and squinted. How in the hell is it important? Simply raise your voice and say something. Anything ought to work. Kakashi turned to Sakura after shrugging and putting his book away. The Jonin sensei took a deep breath and exhaled slowly before nodding and grinning under his mask once more. Fine, I'll start us off. My name is Kakashi Hatake, your new Jonin sensei. I like a variety of things, and I dislike many things. My hobbies are none of your business and my dreams don't really matter, now do they? Naruto shook his head and laughed quietly to himself as Sakura and Sasuke deadpanned. Sakura and Sasuke nodded in agreement before turning back to their Jonin sensei. And all we learned from that is your name. Ah well. Kakashi's eye nodded and grinned before indicating Sakura. Okay, now you go Pinky. Tell us about yourself. Likes, dislikes, whatever. Despite her internal rage at the moniker, Sakura managed to remain composed and speak up. Sakura glanced at Sasuke, blushing and squealing like the fangirl she is, then quickly raised her hands and giggled joyfully. My name is Sakura Haruno. I like various kinds of sweets and, she said. She turned back to Kakashi, nodded, and resumed her conversation. She nodded proudly, then gave Naruto a snarky look before huffing and moving on. I dislike all those other girls that keep trying to get in my way and I especially hate Naruto. She said. Let's see, my hobbies are games, reading, and, she looked at Sasuke once more, then turned to face him with a joyful giggle. She looked at her crush again, blushed, closed her eyes, and smiled even more before nodding her head and losing herself in her imagination. Finally, my dream is, she said. All of this caused Sasuke to shiver as he scooted away from his fangirl with the pink hair. Naruto and Kakashi shook their heads and let their perspiration fall. Why did you curse me so harshly, Kami-sama? I'm already hated by the people in this village, so why would you put me with a crazy fangirl who despises me without any justification? She is absolutely insane. Naruto yawned and looked off in the direction of the Hokage Tower, thinking that he didn't want to be around Sasuke and Sakura at the moment. Kakashi gestured to Sasuke while shaking his head. You next, broody. At this, Sakura appeared to be about to lose it on her new sensei, and Sasuke's left eyebrow twitched so much that it appeared as though he was going to have a seizure. Before either of them could respond, though, Naruto started laughing uncontrollably and started to wipe the tears from his eyes. Ah, you got that one right, Kakashi-sensei. That's all Sasuke ever does is brood and sulk. Oh, and on top of that, he acts like he's the most important thing and or person in the entire world. I am the mighty Uchiha. Nobody is better than me. All should bow before the mighty Uchiha. Blah blah blah. Ah, why did I never think of that nickname before now? I've thought of Emo King, Captain Arrogance, Tem, and so many others, but broody just never came to me. Thanks, sensei. Kakashi shrugged his shoulders and blinked a couple of times. You're welcome. At least somebody liked it. These two look as if they're about to blow up. Naruto looked over at his teammates' irate expressions and shrugged. Who cares? These two have always treated me like crap. Whoever came up with this particular team was a true moron. Sasuke and I have never gotten along, and Sakura's always beating me with her fists and yelling at me, saying crap about being inferior to her precious Sasuke-kun, and bullshit like that. Look in their eyes, sensei, and tell me they don't think that he's better than you. You're going to have way too much trouble trying to teach these two, I can guarantee it. The silver-haired Jonin scowled as he closely examined the two in question, shifting his gaze from Naruto to them. He shook his head and sighed after a while. While I agree with you, I think we should move on. Broody, stop glaring at your teammate and speak up. We don't have all damn day for you to fawn over your male fantasy lover. As they looked from Sasuke to Naruto and back to their sensei, all three of his genin students were horrified. Despite being extremely flushed from attempting to contain his rage, Sasuke eventually composed himself. After taking several deep breaths, he made the decision to finally speak. "All right," he said, glaring first at Sakura and then at Naruto. "My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I like few things and dislike many things." In an attempt to irritate his conceited teammate, Naruto pulled his left lower eyelid down and stuck his tongue out at Sasuke. Sasuke dismissed this, folded his hands under his chin, and glared back at Kakashi. "My hobbies are training and keeping to myself, away from idiots like these two. Besides that, I guess I enjoy taking walks. Finally, I don't really have any dreams. What I do have is an ambition or a goal, if you will. Dreams are for those foolish idiots who will never truly attain their life's desires. What I aim for is something that I will make happen. There is somebody that I aim to kill. After that, I will restore my clan. That is all." It appeared as though Sakura was still attempting to determine her feelings. Her expression showed a range of emotions, from the typical fangirl joy to the shock that her beloved Sasuke-kun truly couldn't tolerate her at all. In contrast, Naruto merely sneered and turned his back on the boy, who was now known as Broody. "He's so damn cool, according to this fucking idiot. I promised that I would drop 10 bottles of that special itching powder down your ass if you were the one who came up with this team, Gigi." At last, Kakashi was just letting out a deep sigh and shaking his head. "Goody, oh goody, I currently have a boy with a stick up his ass and a fangirl who most likely has no skills at all. What comes next?" Kakashi lowered his head, then lifted his hand once more to indicate Naruto. Naruto looked back at his team and shook his head briefly when he heard the words, "So far, I can tell this team is going to need a lot of work. You're next, Blondie. Tell us about yourself. You're clueless, Kakashi-sensei. In fact, I feel sorry for you at the moment." The young man with the blonde hair closed his eyes and nodded softly, shrugging his shoulders. Fine. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I like a lot of things, I guess. Ramen, the idea of actually making friends with somebody, yeah, I don't really have any friends. Only people that actually seem to care about me at all are old man Tuki and his daughter Ayame, and Gigi, you guys know him as Hokage-sama. Oh, wait, Iruka-sensei seems to care too. That's 4 people at least." Naruto shrugged and lowered his head. Sasuke was merely glaring at him as usual, and Sakura just glared at him, as if she didn't genuinely care about her new teammate. Naruto sighed deeply and scowled as he turned to face the Hokage Tower. "I like other things too, but it really doesn't matter. I hate the time it takes for ramen to cook. I also hate Sasuke and all his precious fangirls. I don't even have to do anything and they all treat me like crap. How is that even fair? I dislike other stuff too, but whatever. Hobbies are next, right? The blonde closed his eyes once more and lowered his head. "I guess you could say my hobbies include taking care of my plants, training, and, well, I can't really tell you any of my other hobbies." Kakashi decided to cut him off at this point. Naruto looked back up at his sensei before shaking his head and turning to face the floor once more. "Why can't you tell us what your other hobbies are, Naruto?" he asked. His teammates and sensei were staring at him with interest at this point, unsure of what he truly meant when he said, "I just can't." Not without permission. Nevertheless, Kakashi chose to ignore it and waved for Naruto to carry on with his introduction, shrugging his shoulders. Naruto shook his head, grinned subtly, and sighed. Naruto shook his head, glancing briefly into Kakashi's eye before turning to face his teammates. "My dreams. Well, one of them that pretty much everybody knows is that I'd like to become Hokage someday. Gigi inspired me so much, and it's something that's driven me to get as far as I have already." The blonde sighed and looked away once more as she noticed that they were narrowing their eyes at him. "I have another dream, but it's pointless." At this, Kakashi scowled once more and extended his hand to give his new pupil a shoulder pat. Sakura also decided to speak up, saying, "Come on. Tell us what your other dream is. It can't be too bad, right?" Kakashi shook his head and muttered to himself about careless fangirls, saying, "Yeah, come on Naruto Baka, just tell us what your other dream is and finish up already." Ignoring his teammates, Naruto scowled as he turned to face his sensei. With a sorrowful smile, the blonde genin cast his gaze downward. Sasuke sneered at this, and Sakura chose to express what they were both thinking. "My other dream, I just want to be able to be my true self already. I'm tired of having to pretend to be something I'm just not." "What? Did you finally realize that you aren't cut out to be a ninja Naruto? Good. You can leave anytime you want and leave the real ninja work to Sasuke-kun and I. You couldn't amount to anything anyways. Naruto moaned, averted his gaze once more, and clenched his teeth. Kakashi nodded and frowned, saying, "Are we done yet, Kakashi-sensei? I'm sick of being stuck with these assholes." Looking around at all three of his genin students, Kakashi's eye grinned and nodded his head, saying, "Introductions are over. Since you're so eager to get away from your new teammates Naruto, I'll get on with it. You three are to meet me at training ground number 3 tomorrow at 9 a.m. There, you will take your test." Before Kakashi could say anything more, Sakura got up and started to shout. With a sigh, Naruto and Kakashi said, "What? But we've already finished all our damn tests. Why do we have to take another one?" Sasuke appeared genuinely interested in what Kakashi had to say. The Jonin sensei shrugged his shoulders, grinned, and rubbed the back of his head. "It's quite simple, Sakura. This will be a test to see if you are truly ready to become genin. Before you interrupt me again, listen." Sakura immediately stopped talking when Kakashi gave her a glare. Under his glare, the girl with the pink hair sat down once more and perspired anxiously. "Good. Now, as I was saying before you tried to interrupt me. The academy tests were simply designed to determine who actually had the potential to become true genin. Many of the graduates of your class will fail these next tests. These are designed to weed out those who just can't cut it. Those who fail these tests will be sent back to the academy and will not become genin. If you think you can cut it and become my genin team, meet me at training ground number 3 at 9 o'clock in the morning." The Jonin turned at this and got ready to go. But before he walked away, Kakashi looked back at his group. The three recent graduates were left on the roof to hopefully discuss tomorrow's plans when the Jonin sensei disappeared in another Konoha Shunshin, grinning beneath his mask. "Oh, and one final piece of advice. Don't eat breakfast. I can guarantee you that you'll just lose it tomorrow. Prepare yourselves accordingly." Naruto shook his head and let out a deep sigh. Sakura and Sasuke gave him stern looks and stood up when he said, "And that's just great. We're definitely going to fail tomorrow's little test." Sasuke rushed up to him, seized Naruto by the jacket collar, and threw him into the air. "What the hell are you trying to say, Dobi? I'm a Uchiha, I can't fail." Glaring down at Sasuke, the blonde shook his head and laughed at this. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto abruptly slipped out of Sasuke's grasp and materialized behind him. "Oh yeah, try telling that to our Jonin sensei. Being the last of the great Uchiha clan won't mean squat tomorrow during the test. I guarantee it." Naruto grabbed his teammate's shoulder and gave him a firm squeeze, causing the boy to collapse and scream. "We're supposed to be a team now, but we can't fucking stand each other. Unless we can actually work together, we're screwed. Considering how late he was today, I'll assume he'll be late tomorrow. Eat breakfast." Before turning back to the boy he was holding in his vice-like grip, Naruto's eyes screamed at his other teammate to dare to try to argue with him. "As I said, eat breakfast and arrive early. Take the rest of today to think about the test and what we know so far. Think about what Iruka-sensei said before he announced our teams. Think about our new Jonin sensei. Think about what the point of this test could be. I'll arrive on time at 9 a.m. at the designated meeting place for our team. I'll be waiting there for you too. If you actually decide to put aside your freaking problems with me, we might actually be able to pull off a win by some fucking miracle. Otherwise, I hope the two of you are prepared for another year or two in the academy because you're too damn stuck up and stupid to think about anything other than you, Sasuke." Naruto turned and walked past Sakura, letting go of the Uchiha. Naruto said, "Get over your fangirl tendencies or you'll just bring us both down, Sakura. That's the only warning I'll give you." Before either of his teammates could even turn to face him, he disappeared off the roof after performing the hand seal required for his own Shunshin no Jutsu body flicker technique. Sakura yelled at Naruto as soon as he left, then hurried to Sasuke to see how he was doing. Sasuke slapped the pink-haired girl's hand away and got up, rubbing his right shoulder rapidly and growling angrily. "Sasuke-kun, are you okay? I'll kill that baka," he said. He left Sakura alone on the academy roof and walked away, saying, "Just leave me alone. Go home and prepare yourself for tomorrow. I don't care if you eat breakfast or not, just don't slow me down tomorrow." That Dobi doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. Sakura, who was left alone, balled her fists and scowled in the direction where Naruto had vanished. After saying, "You baka. You just have to ruin everything, don't you?" Sakura also hurried away. From a few rooftops away, Kakashi shook his head as soon as she left. This is disappointing, to be sure. They wouldn't listen to Naruto even after he attempted to offer them some advice, in his own, unique, way. If things continue this way, I doubt they will even make it through tomorrow. I suppose my only option is to wait and see. Kakashi shrugged his shoulders and vanished once more. Office of the Hokage. Naruto and Hiruzen. At the moment, Naruto was sitting in his office, in the chair across from Hiruzen. They were located on opposite sides of his desk and were closely observing one another. The blonde finally started talking after growing tired of the silence they had been sharing ever since Naruto arrived and the privacy seals were installed. "Gigi, please can I drop the disguise? I'm tired of being stuck like this. It's uncomfortable. I just want to be myself. I'm tired of the weird looks I get when I go shopping with Yugao Onisan for clothes and other tea things. I just want to be myself, Gigi. Please." After letting the smoke cloud the air between him and Naruto for a moment, the Sandaime Hokage sighed and took a few more puffs from his pipe before shaking his head. At this, Naruto sighed and lowered his head. "I'm sorry, Naruki, but I can't permit it just yet. Maybe later. But right now, you're not ready." "I'm sorry." Naruto nodded his head, sighed deeply, and grinned subtly. "I understand, Gigi. Thank you. I think I'm going to go prepare myself for tomorrow's test. I'll eat at Chuki's place, then head home. I dunno. I don't see much of a point. Sasuke and Sakura are hopeless. They won't work with me at all, and I don't see Sasuke working with Sakura at all. We're practically guaranteed to fail tomorrow." With a sigh, Naruto got up from the chair and made a bow to the Hokage. "Thanks for your time, Gigi. I'll get out of your hair now." The Hokage got up from his chair and walked over to the young kid with the blonde hair before Naruto could get away. Hiruzen Sarutobi embraced him, shook his head, and laughed quietly. "Don't give up so easily, Naruki. I trust that things will somehow work out and this team will be able to move forward. You'll figure something out, I'm sure of it. They may not like it, but your teammates will have to see the truth behind what you said. As for your secret, perhaps someday soon you'll be able to reveal your true gender, okay? I can't make any promises, but if things play out the right way, you may just be able to show people your true self soon. For now, stick to the identity given to you and continue on as you have been. Don't go acting too reckless now, alright, Naruki?" Hiruzen smiled and gave the young boy a pat on the head when he nodded. The Hokage smiled and pushed Naruto out the door after he nodded once more. "Good, now go on. I want you to come pay me a visit tomorrow and tell me how everything went." "Got it." Then Naruto and Hiruzen said, "Go on. Enjoy the rest of your day and get plenty of rest. I'm counting on you to pass Kakashi's test tomorrow. Don't let me down, Naruki." Naruto then left the room after saying goodbye to Hiruzen. Yes, young Naruto was actually Naruki, a young woman. Only a few people knew who she really was. In actuality, only the Sandaime Hokage and the violet-haired Anbu Yugao Azuki were fully aware of Naruki's true gender and name. Naruki's secret was kept a secret from everyone else, and with good reason. In summary, Naruki kept her secret very well for her own safety. After all, you never know what those vile civilians and bastard shinobi would do if they discovered her true gender. Naturally, Yugao and Hiruzen could both imagine a guess. However, enough of that. Shall we continue the story? The bell test time at training ground number 3 on the following day. During their alone time, Naruki had attempted to have a calm conversation with her teammates to try to resolve the conflict and devise a strategy for the test, but regrettably, it was unsuccessful. As obstinate as mules, her teammates were. At least one of them was, anyway. Sasuke flatly refused to listen because he thought he was the shiniest coin in the bag or something. Sakura, the number 1 Sasuke-kun fangirl, had clearly decided to follow in his footsteps. Consequently, Naruki's remarks remained unheard. After a while, the girl, who was still dressed as a boy using an unidentified method, let out a deep sigh and scooted away from them. The blonde started going through her tools and looked around, deciding that even though she probably couldn't do it, she should at least try to make sure they passed. Sasuke looked at her curiously as she did this, trying to understand what his teammate was doing. "Naruto, do you have your back to us now? Most likely intending to play a practical joke on our sensei. Bravo, Dobi, we will definitely be sent back to the academy because of you." Sakura sighed as she glanced between her other teammate and her crush. He consistently gives the baka more attention than he does me. Why? Naruto looked back and shook his head in dismay as Sakura approached. Coming to shout at me once more. Screw it. Naruto shrugged, got to his feet, gathered his belongings, and vanished from his position to start setting up the traps he had devised that would aid them in their test. Sakura punched one of the nearby stumps and stomped her foot on the ground as soon as he left. That stupid baka. Naruto had not set his traps and gone back to his teammates' sides for a while. He sat down again and looked up as Kakashi appeared a few seconds later. Naruto sighed and hastily covered his ears to block out as much of Sakura's screams as possible. You're late again, Kakashi-sensei. Why couldn't you be on time for once? Naruto baka was pissing us off. Kakashi cast a questioning glance at Naruto, who was merely staring back at him. He leapt off the stump, shrugged his shoulders, and fumbled in his bag. After a little more searching, the silver-haired Jonin took out a small alarm clock, set it up on the middle stump, and wound it up to the appropriate time. Okay, whatever. I'm here now, you're all here, let's get on with it. I'm giving you 3 until noon to complete your test. And before you decide to try and interrupt me, Sakura, stop, think, and listen. I'm getting to the point, so be calm. The Jonin produced 2 silver bells from his pouch and held them in front of his team members' faces. This is your test. Kakashi sighed and gazed at each of the 3 bells, one at a time, while tying the other 2 to his belt at his side. 2 bells, 3 of you. Your goal is to obtain both bells. The one that is left without goes without their lunch for the day and gets sent back to the academy. To top that off, I'll tie the loser to one of these posts. Fun, isn't it? With a smile on his face, Kakashi quickly jumped back when Sasuke punched him and attempted to seize the bells. The Jonin-sensei smirked as he raised a hand and pointed a finger at him. Smirking beneath his mask, Kakashi observed as Sasuke's cheek started to bleed from a cut the Jonin caused with a kunai now tightly gripped in his right hand. I didn't say start yet, little boy. Calm yourself, sit tight, and wait until I've told you that you can begin. Besides, try looking a bit closer next time and you might not end up with such a wound. Naruto moaned and shook his head. A fool. When you act before the test has even begun, that's what you get. Sakura was glaring at her sensei for hurting her Sasuke-kun, and Sasuke was already furious. With a quiet sigh, Kakashi wiped the blood off his blade and slipped it away again. With a smirk on his face, Kakashi watched as his 3 genin students vanished from the clearing. Now, as I was saying before you so rudely interrupted me, Sasuke, if you want to get even one of these bells, you're going to need to come after me with the intent to kill. Use whatever you can think of to get yourself a bell. Now you may begin. Excellent. It appears that they are aware of the fundamentals of observation and stealth techniques. Who will attack first, I wonder? After waiting and watching for roughly 5 minutes, Naruto emerged into the clearing a moment later, grinning. When Sakura and Sasuke saw him walking out into the clearing so casually, like the fool they believed him to be, they instantly palmed their faces. How on earth does that doby believe he is doing this? Kakashi just smirked to himself as he watched his first opponent. I see. So, you're the first one that chooses to challenge me. Mind if I ask why you're acting so confident now, little Naruto-kun? From what I've observed thus far, you seem like the only intelligent one of the group. This really doesn't seem like you. Naruto just grinned and shrugged his shoulders. You know, despite everything I've tried, the 2 of them just won't listen to me. It didn't take too long to understand the point of your little test, Kakashi-sensei. Gigi told me before about how he trained his team in the past, so you couldn't really trick me with this. But if I say anything, Sakura and Sasuke won't listen to me. They never have before, so why would they now? With a frown on his face, Naruto raised his head. The best I can do is try to take the bells now and see what happens from here. Kakashi nodded his head and scowled. Naruto lifted his head and smiled at this. Before we begin, answer me this, Naruto-kun. What will you do if you actually manage to take the bells from me? He asked. I'll hand him over to Sakura and the Tem. Why should I keep them when the point of this test is teamwork? Maybe if they actually bother to accept the bells, they'll get the message. But, I'm not going to get my hopes up. Sasuke would refuse a bell for sure, and Sakura, tch. I don't know, but yeah, I won't keep the bells, Kakashi-sensei, if that's what you're really asking. Kakashi's eye grinned and nodded his head in satisfaction with the response. All right, Naruto-kun, show me what you can do. Don't hold back. Kakashi scowled as Naruto grinned once more, attempting to predict the young genin's next move. Naruto gazed at his sensei, shook his head, and placed his hands on his hips while he sighed softly. You should really be careful what you wish for, Kakashi-sensei. I've only had the chance to observe a few of your habits and tendencies, and I may not truly know what kind of person you are, but I've seen just enough to come up with a decent plan of action to take. I hope you're ready for this. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique. Suddenly, 24 shadow clones appeared in the clearing, forming a circle around the sensei as Kakashi and the others watched. The spiky-haired man whistled and nodded his head in gratitude. Naruto sighed and shook his head, saying, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, That's a B-rank technique. Very good, Naruto-kun, but something like this won't be enough to defeat me. I'm not done yet, Kakashi-sensei. Just watch. What you're about to see next qualifies as an A-rank technique, Datbeo. The Jonin-sensei observed Naruto going through 4 hand seals with interest. Kakashi watched in curiosity as Naruto revealed the name of his original technique. Harem no Jutsu, Harem Technique. Suddenly, every Naruto that was visible in the field changed into a female, adult, nude version of himself that was only faintly hazy with smoke. The technique took hold, and Kakashi lost this battle, as his perverted side caused his visible eye to bulge and he looked around for some way out. As the Narukos surrounded Kakashi from all sides, they all grinned. As I mentioned, Kakashi-sensei, I've been watching you. You read the same kind of smut as Gigi. This technique has been used to deal with perverts in the past, and it'll work on you too. Don't bother fighting it. Ebisu Baka fell for it too, you know. Even Gigi has fallen for my Oroku no Jutsu, sexy technique. By this point, each of the clones was rubbing up against the Jonin-sensei of Team 7, who was eventually compelled to use the Kawarimi no Jutsu, body replacement technique, to replace himself with a log in order to avoid the powerful technique. With a pout, every Naruto in the clearing abruptly vanished from the scene. The final one looked around and grinned. After making the cryptic remark, Okaka-sensei, you fell right into my trap. Enjoy. The last Naruto abruptly vanished, leaving the field bare once more. Kakashi was abruptly forced to dodge a number of traps, and his eyes widened. The Jonin-sensei had to avoid all of the traps that were set up throughout training ground number 3's surrounding forest, including flying kunai traps, log traps, and explosive tags. But Kakashi was hardly aware of it when the real Naruto sprang up from beneath him and grabbed for the bells. In order to seize at least one of the bells for himself before the Dobi actually succeeded in obtaining one, Sasuke abruptly rushed him from the front at that moment. He snarled and delivered another blow directly at Kakashi's face. After catching that, the silver-haired Jonin was forced to let go of the boy after feeling a sharp blow to his side. With a heavy sigh, Kakashi jumped backwards and faced all 3 of his students. Sasuke snarled and shook his head, saying, Damn. I certainly wasn't expecting this. Are you 3 actually going to cooperate with each other now? Sakura and Naruto sighed at this, having just met and decided to try to help get the bells together while Kakashi was being attacked by the Harem no Jutsu in the clearing. Hell no, I refuse to let the Dobi get ahead of me, they exclaimed. Nevertheless, the 2 of them silently agreed to support their obstinate teammate even though Sasuke was still refusing to cooperate. Naruto made 13 shadow clones and dispatched them to encircle Kakashi again. But this time, rather than concentrating on the Harem no Jutsu once more, he was actually getting ready to employ a few different strategies against their sensei, and Sakura was doing her best to assist Sasuke. Naruto and his clones unleashed their techniques after both of his teammates were knocked back. Earth Release. Earth Shaking Palm. While Sasuke and Sakura were struggling to keep their feet, half of his clones slammed their hands to the ground, causing a powerful earthquake that was strong enough to shake the trees around them. Kakashi was not knocked off his feet, but he was tossed around a little. Naruto and the other clones smiled and decided to use their techniques at that precise moment as he was about to counter. Yuha Sho, Beast Tearing Palm. Futon. Daitapa, Wind Release. Great Breakthrough. Kakashi was forced to jump away by the combined techniques, but the first technique also cut the strings holding his bells to his belt. Meanwhile, the second technique blew the bells directly into Sakura's and Sasuke's hands. Naruto smirked as he sent his shadow clones flying and used his fingers to make the V sign for victory to his sensei. Looks like we win, sensei. Nice try though. With a sigh, Kakashi landed between them and looked at his belt. Damn. Despite the fact that Sasuke wasn't cooperating with you, you still managed to get the bells and did exactly as you said you would, you gave the bells to them. Great job. I have to admit that I highly underestimated you three. However, a short time later, returning to the clearing, Naruto moaned and just hung his head in a pout. Sasuke narrowed his eyes at Naruto and turned away to resume his peaceful lunch eating. It would make much more sense for Sasuke to be tied to the damn post. He refused to work with us, so in a sense he failed the test, not Sakura and me. He said. The young man with the blonde hair shook his head and sighed deeply. This just isn't fair. Sakura sighed deeply and scowled as she heard her teammate's stomach rumbling and saw his predicament. I should probably do something. Even though Kaka-sensei himself stated that we passed the test, he still bound Naruto to the post and intended to send him back to the academy. We got the bells in the first place because of Naruto, as much as I detest it. He doesn't deserve this either. Sakura frowned and glanced at her other teammate to see if he had any plans. The pink-haired girl scowled and got to her feet when it seemed he was not even going to thank her. She approached Naruto and gave him a gentle smile before grabbing some food from her bento box and offering it to him. Come on, Naruto, you really helped us out back there. We may not get along well, but you don't deserve this. The least I can do is this. Now open up and say, ah. The pink-haired girl laughed to herself as she watched her teammate break his silence. Moments later, she watched as he chewed and swallowed the food she had plucked onto his tongue. Well, how is it, Naruto? She smiled brightly when the young man with the blonde hair smiled and nodded his head a few seconds later. Sakura fed her blonde teammate for a while. Good, I'm glad you like it. I made it myself. Now come on and let's get you fed. After a little while, Sasuke sighed deeply and turned to face Sakura and Naruto. Naruto. Sakura. Sorry, I was being far too stubborn. You were right before Naruto when you said we were meant to do this as a team. So, if you want my lunch too, you can have it. I couldn't have gotten the bells by myself. And I wouldn't have just given them away the way you did. You two are right, you're not the one that deserves to be stuck there. They all jumped and screamed as Sasuke stood up, but Kakashi reappeared in front of them with a frightful expression on his face. What did I tell you? This was punishment for failing to get a bell. How dare you go against my words? Sasuke shook his head and grinned at this. Enough of that, Kakashi-sensei. Took me a while to realize it, but we're a team now. The whole team dynamics thing is going to take some getting used to, but who cares? When one teammate is in trouble, it's our duty to help him or her. So go ahead, do your worst. I don't care. Sakura simultaneously smiled and nodded. She looked into Naruto's eyes, gave him a gentle smile, and sighed. That's right, without Naruto, we would have failed that first part for sure. We weren't acting as a team, and we would have never gotten the bells without Naruto's quick thinking. And his selflessness. We may not get along all that well, but Naruto's right when he says we're meant to work as a team. We're a really bad team right now, but we'll get better. Just give us a chance, Kakashi-sensei. I promise you that we won't let you down. Naruto glanced at his teammates before turning to face his sensei and shrugging. They're right, we may not like each other, but we're a team now. I'm not about to abandon my team. Even if it means I have to go back to the academy, it's better than letting them down. So, do your worst, Kaka-sensei. I'm ready for it. The silver-haired Jonin gave them a startled smile. He smirked at Naruto as he hurried to eat his own packed lunch after reaching out and patting each of them on the head in turn. Great, you all pass. Congratulations, he said. I'm glad you're starting to understand how things work, all three of you. I won't bother going into specifics, but I, myself, had to go through this same thing back in the day when I was first starting out with my fellow genin. It was a tough experience, and it took me far too long to understand the lesson being taught, but it stuck with me all my life. The copy ninja laughed quietly to himself and smiled down at his three genin. There's one important thing I would like to convey to all three of you. I hope that you will understand its meaning, as I find it to be a rather important lesson. It's something a very precious person once said to me before he died. In the ninja world, those who break the rules are trash, that's true, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. Do you understand? After a while, each of his three genin paused to consider what their sensei had just said before gradually starting to nod. Kakashi then grinned once more and gave them another head pat. Good. Now, take the rest of the day off to do whatever you want. Spend time together, talk, discuss today's events, or just go on and do your own things separate from one another. Tomorrow we'll take on our first mission and begin your training. Make sure to arrive at the same time. Don't be late. Before Sakura could yell at him to refute his statement, Kakashi had already left in another Konoha Shunshin. She turned to her teammates and shrugged, letting out a sigh. Sasuke merely replied, "HN," and left with his bag over one shoulder and his lunch in his hands. Is there anything you two would like to do together after we've finished our lunches? In contrast, Naruto turned with noodles dangling from his mouth and smiled as he gulped them all down, completely disgusting the girl with the pink hair. Sakura hurried off to get as far away from her repulsive teammate as she could, saying, "Forget I asked. See you tomorrow, Naruto." Naruto shrugged and resumed eating his lunch, relishing each morsel. There was no doubt that, if things kept going the way they were, this team would be pretty interesting. Naruki sighed deeply, still protected by the same nearly impenetrable genjutsu that had concealed her true gender throughout her life. Team 7 had been completing a lot of D-rank missions for the last 3 days. Even though these simple tasks were exactly that, simple tasks that people were simply too damn lazy to perform themselves, that wasn't what the Jinchuriki were currently worried about. No, the issue was not only that Team 7's teamwork was genuinely awful, after all, none of them could get along, and their Jonin-sensei did nothing to help. But also that Kakashi didn't seem particularly interested in training them. Rather, Kakashi insisted that they continue to work on these D-rank missions in order to improve their teamwork. And more than that, Kakashi never did anything to help them in real life. The man preached about the importance of effective teamwork, but he showed no interest in taking part in the exercises. The silver-haired Jonin was also on the team, and how could he expect his genin to make even one move in the right direction if he couldn't even bring himself to try? Team 7 was painting a fence at the moment. Of all things, a fence. That was so embarrassing for Ninja. Naruki smiled slightly as she shook her head at the irony of being stuck doing such meaningless things even after becoming a genin. The female Jinchuriki looked to her right and saw Sakura arguing with one of Naruki's shadow clones for approaching her beloved Sasuke-kun too closely. Naruki shook her head at that and turned to look to her left, where she saw Kakashi reading from the same orange book he usually read while standing atop the fence. How has he not finished the book already, considering how frequently I see him reading that? Naruki smirked to herself and shook her head almost instantly after having her thoughts. He can't stop reading it, not because he hasn't finished. He undoubtedly can't stop having these kinds of fantasies. Naruki shrugged and summoned a few more shadow clones, and Team 7 quickly completed their mission. Naruki grinned as she looked up at her sensei as the group started walking toward their next mission, 4D rank missions for the day. Kakashi frowned behind his mask as he looked down at his genin student, feeling a chill go down his spine. "Yes, Naruto. What is it?" With a quiet chuckle, Naruki reached into her pouch and took out the next book in the series. She noticed she had the Jonin's attention and waved it around for a moment. Naruki swiftly snatched it back and shook his head when he reached out to take it. Naruki's smirk expanded as he saw Kakashi's wide-open eye. "Nope, not that easy, Kakashi-sensei. You see, I had a little talk with Gigi about your lack of interest in the team." Naruki waved the book around once more to ensure her Jonin-sensei understood that this was the incentive. "So, we agreed on a little plan to make sure you took training as seriously. First, there's incentive." They went on to pick up the Inuzuka hounds for their walk after arriving at their next stop, and Naruki kept going. The more Naruto spoke, the worse Kakashi started to feel. Of course, that was only the first step. Knowing it wouldn't quite be enough, but it would definitely be a good start, we found ourselves agreeing on something else. The face of the Jonin-sensei actually turned pale and blanched. "You're going to train as Kakashi-sensei. Do a good job and you get to keep the book. Continue to do a good job, and I'll even tell you a little well-kept secret about Gigi-sama. I assure you that it's one you'll like. Maybe you could even bond over this secret, discuss something you both cherish dearly." Naruki chuckled to herself as she approached the dog she was walking and gave it a gentle head pat, which caused its tail to wag joyfully and start licking at her hand. Taking a picture of the aforementioned Jonin from one of her inner pockets, Naruki waved it around for Kakashi to see. "Refusal to train us will earn you a day with a certain spandex-wearing Jonin for each day you refuse to train us." Naruki laughed evilly as he turned a corner and waited for his inevitable acceptance of the deal. "Gigi told me about your relationship with this man. In fact, he's the one that came up with this wonderful idea. But the best part is you're going to be forced into wearing the exact same thing as said Jonin. Kakashi let out a deep breath and wiped his face. Naruto, damn you, even though you're sensei's child, I still detest you. The silver-haired Jonin eyed the young boy for a moment before he sighed in defeat and nodded his head as he fell into stride next to Naruto. Kakashi reached for the book and flinched as Naruto slipped it back into his pouch and tightened the seal. Fine, fine, you and your teammates will get your training. There's more, isn't there? Naruki nodded and chuckled ominously for a moment before turning back to face Kakashi. When she saw the fear on her sensei's face, Naruto laughed even harder before continuing on with the Inuzuka Hound. Fail to take this training seriously, fail to prepare us for the harder missions we'll inevitably be facing in the future, and Gigi-sama said he'll take away your books and burn them, Kaka-sensei. He has no idea that Gigi would never set fire to those books. He values them as much, if not more, than Kakashi-sensei does. It would be sacrilegious of him to allow those books to suffer any damage. Sasuke cocked an eyebrow behind them, watching Naruto move farther ahead of his group. Fascinating. In fact, the Dobi was successful in persuading Kakashi to train us. In that case, I guess I owe credit where credit is due. Well done, Dobi. The Uchiha smirked as he passed Kakashi, raising an eyebrow once more at his sensei's appalled expression. Shaking his head, Sasuke went on, wondering how much their sensei had been impacted by Naruto's works. This has the potential to be incredibly fascinating. After a week, Kakashi had started training them as promised. Exercises involving teamwork, real teamwork, mind you, were clearly needed. Kakashi Hatake concentrated on helping them improve their chakra control in addition to those primary goals. At first, he was taken aback to discover that Naruto had already mastered the tree climbing exercise, but he attributed that to the Hokage probably playing a role. Thus, Kakashi had Naruto practice water walking while Sasuke and Sakura worked on the tree climbing exercise. Although it was difficult, Naruto was beginning to improve during that exercise. Sakura's physical condition and low chakra reserves were among the things that bothered the sensei. The young kunoichi was obviously very good at controlling their chakras, but that was to be expected. Another issue that bothered the Jonin was Sakura's poor reaction to being made to train against her will. In actuality, she frequently complained about getting even a single bit of dirt on her face and didn't seem to take it seriously. The girl with the pink hair was focused on making sure she looked her best for Sasuke-kun. Surprisingly, Naruto had been the one to fix this issue. Kakashi had seen the blonde genin pull Sakura aside and talk to her one day during the last week. The silver-haired Jonin initially thought the girl would start yelling at Naruto, as she frequently did, and try to beat his face with her fists. But that didn't occur. Rather, Sakura was responding to whatever Naruto was saying with a nod of her head and an excited expression on her face. All I did was tell her that if she truly wanted to gain Sasuke's interest, she'd have to take training seriously. I made up something about how Sasuke liked true kunoichi and would start paying more attention to her if she became more serious about this. Other than that, a few sweet words here and there and she ate it up easily. Who'd have thought, right? Naruto said, shrugging when asked later what the blonde Jinchuriki had said to encourage Sakura to start training as hard as she had. Since then, Sakura Haruno had shown Kakashi a great deal of improvement. She was eager to work with Kakashi to increase her chakra capacity in any way she could, in addition to absorbing everything he said and enjoying the training exercises he specifically assigned her. Later, Kakashi expressed gratitude to Naruto and even offered to buy the youngster his favorite ramen. Naturally, Naruto had already come to terms with this, obviously thrilled to be served what he called the best food in the world. Sasuke, however, remained as haughty as ever. He would gladly train with Kakashi and was learning the chakra control exercises and whatever jutsu they taught him, but he still didn't work well with his teammates. Sasuke was really a pain in the ass to teach, regardless of what he tried. Even though Sakura was still occasionally a bitch to Naruto, their working relationship had improved significantly. Kakashi even occasionally took part in teamwork exercises with his team to test their ability to execute strategies, follow instructions, and think quickly. Needless to say, no matter what they tried, Sasuke kind of ruined it all. Kakashi had even questioned out loud why he had ever made the decision to pass the Uchiha. Sasuke snarled angrily at his sensei, while Naruto, of course, laughed at this. To the Uchiha's chagrin, Kakashi had responded by giving him a lengthy lecture on teamwork and even slapping him in the back of the head. But the past is behind us now. Team 7 was currently engaged in a mission. This mission in particular made Kakashi moan as he and his team were stationed at various locations, encircling their target. Kakashi's tone of voice, as he spoke softly into his headset, was obviously one of resentment, not just toward this mission, but toward their damn target. I still can't believe this mission even exists, let alone as AD rank. If anything, this particular target practically demands it be labeled as at least AC rank. I'd even bump it up to an A rank if it was up to me. From their current position, his team was nearly face-planting into the ground. Now Sakura's voice raised its voice. Come on Kakashi-sensei, this mission isn't that bad. The Pinkett moaned softly as she heard Naruto laughing to himself. What's so funny Naruto baka? From his seat watching their target, Naruto grinned to himself. As the teammates continued to joke around, Sasuke decided it was almost time to attack. That's funny. When we went on this mission 4 days ago, you complained and started ranting about wanting to kill our target. You even said, and I quote, "That damn cat marred my beautiful face. I'll kill that little pest the next time I see it." Remember? Indeed, it was the mission that almost all ninjas, from Genin to Jonin and even beyond, dreaded. This was the mission to recover Tora. Tora was a miserable little cat, and a rather annoying one. This mission appeared frequently for an unidentified reason to the Genin of Team 7. Tora frequently ran away from her owners, who they eventually discovered to be the Fire Daimyo and his spouse. They hadn't met either of them yet, of course, but if the cat kept running away so often, the team had to wonder what kind of hell they were putting that poor cat through. Sasuke dashed out into the clearing, diving at the cat, only to have it leap, kick him in the face, and dash past him, tearing the team away from their teasing. As strange as it sounds, the cat did kick him. Sakura used this opportunity to pick Tora up in her arms and Shunshin body flicker in front of her. But just like the last time they embarked on this specific mission, the cat's eyes glowed dangerously. Tora stretched the claws on its front paws and started scratching Sakura's face before the Pinkett could respond, forcing her to let go. Naruto sighed as he leapt down in front of Tora and took the cat in his arms. He started to scratch the adorable cat under the chin with one finger. The blonde genin held it closer to him as it purred in his arms, and a gentle smile spread across his features. The genin shrugged his shoulders and started stroking Tora's soft coat of fur, which caused the deadly beast, as some chose to refer to her, to purr even more. You can't be so rough with her. Tora really isn't bad, she's just frightened. It's obvious she doesn't want to go back to her owners, but my question is, why? Naruto stepped back and cautiously glanced between his 3 teammates as they started to glare at him. What's wrong? Too worn out from this mission to express what was on their minds, the other members of Team 7 shook their heads and sighed. Sakura was nearly unrecognizable except for her hair color due to the scratches on her face, while Sasuke's face bore the imprint of one of Tora's paws. However, Kakashi was perplexed as to why Tora, which appeared to despise most people, had developed such a fondness for Naruto. Naruto shrugged and trailed behind his group, ready to submit this mission and begin training. Office of the Hokage. Strangely enough, a rather stout woman was there talking to the Hokage as soon as they entered. To the fury of the cat, the woman turned to face them and hurried over, snatching Tora out of Naruto's grasp. In a hug that was far too tight for the poor cat, it was crushed against her almost instantly. Naruto briefly looked at the Hokage before turning back to face the woman when it erupted in a shrill cry of agony and started to resist the woman's hold. Naruto nodded, then reached over to release Tora from the woman's hold and re-embraced the cat. "Ma'am, I assume you're Tora's owner, Madam Shijimi?" he asked. Observing her expression and the frowns he was receiving from the other people in the room, the blonde sighed and shook his head, saying, "I think I see the reason now why your cat continues to run away from you. Hey, I'm not going to just sugarcoat it just because this is the Fire Daimyo's wife." Naruto turned back to face the woman and gave the cat in his arms a nod. When Naruto saw the frown on the woman's face, he stepped back and shook his head, holding the cat against him in a protective manner. "Madam Shijimi, you need to be gentler with Tora. You appear to show your affection in a way that's actually harmful to Tora. That hug just now was the perfect example of what I mean. You're hurting your cat Shijimi Dono. Be gentler. Scratch her chin gently and pet her softly like I'm doing. Play with her when Tora wants to play. Cats are interesting, and a bit harder to understand than some other animals are." Take dogs for example. They are very open about their feelings and it doesn't take much to see what they want. It helps that they are able to so accurately express their feelings. Cats tend to be quite a bit different. They're calm, relaxed creatures usually. They're very loyal, and most domesticated cats are very friendly and sweet so long as you show them the love they desire. Pay attention to them in a kind and gentle manner, don't hurt them, and cats will be some of the best friends you could ever have. Nodding, Naruto returned Tora to Madame Shijimi. Whether or not cats can understand what we say, you should still talk to her on an equal level as you would a fellow human being. Show Tora the respect she deserves and she'll come to appreciate you soon enough. I guarantee it, Madame Shijimi. If you heed my advice, I have a strong feeling Tora won't run away so much anymore, if at all. Don't be alarmed if your cat doesn't immediately come to you when you call, they tend to like to roam a bit. They don't normally go far though, so long as their owner is good to them. Most of the time, they'll return home when they feel like it. Naruto turned and bowed to the Sandaime Hokage, grinning softly at the fire daimyo's wife. As the daimyo's wife left the office without saying a word, Naruto waved goodbye to the cat and turned to face Madame Shijimi and Tora. Gigi, mission success. Hopefully this particular mission won't pop up quite as often in the future. She seemed to be thinking deeply about what the blonde genin had said to her. As soon as he saw Team 7 turn to face him, the Sandaime started laughing to himself. I'm not sure how to feel about this. As relieved as people may be if this works, there's also the fact that this mission often brought in a good sum of money. Ah well, good job Team 7, if you're up for it, I have a few more D-rank missions available. Sasuke moved forward and cut the Hokage off before he could even finish speaking. Enough with these stupid, meaningless tasks, old man. As the last Uchiha, I deserve better than this. Give me something more worthy of my skills. The Sandaime squinted at the young man as the others in the room moaned. He looked at Kakashi and then at the other genin of Team 7, choosing to ignore the outburst. How do you two feel about this? Do you feel ready for a harder mission? It was Sakura who spoke first. Hi Hokage-sama, we've been training hard and I think we're ready for a tougher mission. If it doesn't trouble you, please allow us something better. With a sigh, Naruto turned to his Gigi after briefly glancing at Kakashi. The Sandaime nodded his head knowingly, obviously understanding what Naruto was trying to say. Gigi, I'll admit that I have mixed feelings about this. While I hate to agree with the Tem, I do think we're ready for at least AC rank. It's true we've been training hard, but our teamwork is still a little sloppy at times. Naruto's eyes moved in Sasuke's direction without turn. However, remaining in the village and doing these D-rank missions isn't helping. AC rank mission would probably benefit us in the end. The Sandaime then scowled as he turned to face Kakashi. And how do you feel about this, Kakashi? Do you believe your team to be ready for AC rank mission? Kakashi let out a sigh, rubbed his temple in exasperation, and then slowly nodded his head. Naruto makes a point. The teamwork exercises and D-rank missions can only do so much. Actual combat would benefit them in the end. It would also earn them some valuable experience. Even if all we end up facing is bandits or no opposition at all, I believe it would still be for the best. So yes, Team 7 is ready, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen let out a deep sigh, picked up a scroll from his desk, and threw it to Kakashi. Very well, you have your C-rank mission, Sasuke. The elderly man nodded his head, looking at his secretary standing there in the door to his office. Please show Tazuna-san in. Sasuke was grinning rather smugly at getting his way, but Naruto and Kakashi took a step back and simply nodded his head to indicate the scroll. How does it look, Kakashi-sensei? Anything too dangerous? With a quick chuckle coming out of his mouth, Kakashi shook his head and smiled. Ma Naruto-kun, are you perhaps feeling a little nervous? Naruto gave his sensei a sly smile before shaking his head. No, I'm just concerned. As I said, our teamwork still needs improvement. While it's true a mission could help improve that particular aspect of our team, there's still the element of Sasuke being involved. If we're simply escorting somebody and all we can expect is some disorganized group of bandits, that would probably be for the best. If it's enemy or rogue ninja, no matter what rank they may be, there may be problems. You know Sasuke will want to prove himself. With a sigh, Kakashi gave his young genin a pat on the head and nodded his head. Kakashi and Naruto both smiled as they watched Tazuna being led into the office. You have a point, Naruto-kun. A very, very good point. Let us hope that there won't be any unexpected surprises on this mission then. At what she saw, Naruto's face instantly contorted in disgust. Tazuna was an elderly man dressed simply. Despite his best efforts to smooth it out and make himself look presentable, the clothes remained in poor condition and he wore a straw hat. The man stank of alcohol, which was the worst thing. The fact that he was holding a large jug full of what he could only assume was more of the alcoholic beverage he was consuming didn't help either. Naruto sighed and chose to hold back from expressing his disgust at the elderly man. He chose to hear what the man had to say instead. The elderly man looked around the room before focusing on the group he thought would be watching over him on this mission. He raised an eyebrow briefly before focusing on the Sandaime Hokage. Tazuna pointed to Kakashi and then scoffed and narrowed his eyes as he looked again at the Hokage. Are you serious? A group of kids are supposed to be guarding me. They look pretty weak to me. The only one that looks capable is their sensei there. You sure this is the best you can give me? Sasuke appeared poised to respond to a blatantly ignorant man calling him weak, but Naruto moved forward and outwitted him. I beg your pardon, sir, but you don't seem to understand the situation here. Why do you insist on trying to antagonize the team that's meant to protect you? Establishing a good rapport with those protecting you would serve you far better in the long run. Tazuna scoffed once more as she glanced down at Naruto. A kid is trying to lecture me on how to do business now. Why don't you step back, kid, and let the adults speak? You don't have any place here. Naruto just shook his head and sighed, then looked to the Hokage for some assistance. The Sandaime grinned and nodded in response to Naruto's silent cry for help. Tazuna-san, you paid for a C-rank mission. The details you gave us said that the worst that could be expected would be bandits. Team 7 should more than suffice for such a mission. I can guarantee your safety. After scowling at that, Tazuna turned back to face the children. Tazuna laughed to himself and turned to leave the office, waving over his shoulder. All right, then, I'm a little rushed, so if at all possible, I'd like to set out tomorrow morning at the latest. Gives the kids time to pack their little toys. This caused Kakashi to sigh deeply before moving forward. All right, team, after training, you should head home, pack what you need for the mission, eat a healthy dinner, and then get as much rest as possible. We'll meet our client at the East Gate at 9 a.m. Be ready. Kakashi watched his team leave and then gave the Sandaime a knowing look. Hokage-sama, do you get the feeling Tazuna-san is hiding something from us as well? With a sorrowful sigh, the Sandaime Hokage nodded. Kakashi nodded and quickly vanished in a Konoha Shunshin leaf body flicker after saying, his behavior was highly suspicious. The look in his eyes belied his true thoughts on the matter. Something's off. The Sandaime moaned when they saw this and gave the order for someone to clear away the blasted leaves. You intentionally did that, Kakashi. Damn you, is one of your books being taken away as retaliation for me? Early the following day, Team 7 and Tazuna departed the village. That was the plan, anyway. They had departed an hour later than they would have otherwise, at 9 a.m., as if Kakashi had intentionally arrived late or overslept. Naruki just decided to ignore the elderly man, while Tazuna continued to portray the sour Gus. She even started to wonder if a grouch was simply an indication that someone was getting too old for their own good. In reality, Naruki was attempting to concentrate on a brand new chakra control technique she had read about as they strolled. In a scroll that her Gigi had given her for finishing her water walking exercises the week before, the blonde genin discovered information about it. At the moment, Naruki was attempting to maintain 5 leaves affixed to her body in various locations. 2 were on the backs of both hands, 2 were on her knees, and 1 was on her forehead. She was rapidly growing frustrated with this specific exercise, but for some reason she was unable to fully comprehend it. Frequently, Naruki would cause tiny cuts in the leaves, which would then fall to her feet ineffectively. As his genin student tried this exercise, Kakashi watched him intently and found himself grinning beneath his mask. Fascinating. Later, I'll have to discuss this with Hokage-sama. I would have anticipated an alternative elemental affinity based on some of the jutsu that Naruto has displayed during training. However, based on my observations, I would have to venture that Naruto's primary affinity is wind. A leaf was cut once more, but this time it split nearly perfectly in the middle. Naruto found himself cursing after the leaf on her forehead fell off, then he found another leaf and affixed it to his own forehead. If there was one thing to say about the knucklehead ninja, it was that once he made up his mind, he never seemed to give up. Shortly afterward, Naruki became preoccupied with something else. The blonde genin looked curiously at a puddle on the road, slipped the leaves into her pockets, and then looked up at the sky. He had already realized it, Naruki thought, looking back at her Jonin-sensei. Naruki smiled and nodded in response to his nod to her. But instead of simply passing by to allow whoever was living in this puddle to lash out at them after they were gone, Naruki noticed a sinister grin settling into her face. I'm going to do some playing. Naruki stepped forward to the puddle, knelt down, and started using her left index finger to poke at the water. After a moment, Naruki started collecting dirt and throwing it into the water to see if she could elicit a response from the shinobi concealed there. The water responded by occasionally roiling ever so slightly, but mostly it stayed motionless. Naruki leaned closer and whispered to the puddle while shaking her head. Might want to come out. You aren't fooling anyone here. Eventually, fed up with the obnoxious little genin, two nearly identical shinobi emerged from the puddle and tried to cut the pain in the ass, but Naruki was destroyed by the smoke. Maizu nodded to his brother and then heard a tap on his shoulder. Fuck, the little shit tricked us, Maizu, he said. This demon brother quickly spun around and was knocked back a few steps after taking a rather hard punch to the face. Maizu quickly recovered from the attack and tried to charge forward, but Sasuke Uchiha gave him a painful fire jutsu to the back instead. When Gozu saw his brother's situation, he hurried to help him, but the same blonde genin as before appeared in front of him. Gozu quickly discovered that he was unable to fully reach the genin despite lashing out with his gauntlet. Indeed, it seemed as though he was unable to extend his arm sufficiently to accomplish anything. He looked back and saw that many kunai and shuriken had been used to pin the chain that connected the gauntlets that both brothers wore to the ground. The demon brother snarled, yanked off the chain, and lunged toward the genin who had halted him, only to blink in shock as a plethora of shadow clones appeared all around him. What a waste! With a sly smile, Naruto swiftly performed the hand seal needed for the jutsu that his Jiji had taught him. Before long, every Naruto clone did the same, slamming their hands to the ground while yelling out their jutsu's name. Doden. Doryuso Earth Release, Earth Flow Spears. The former Kurigakure shinobi was rooted where he was, as tiny, concentrated points of earth shot up from the ground in all directions in an instant. The man cried out in agony as the earthen spears pierced his body, but to make matters worse, he didn't immediately faint. No. The man was still conscious, and he soon saw that the little spears of earth had not pierced anything vital. Gozu coughed a little and then snarled at the blonde genin, narrowing his eyes at the blonde in front of him. Hey, to think I'd be captured like this by a punk genin of all things. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. With a sigh, Naruki turned to see that Sasuke and his opponent had also completed mopping the floor. The blonde sighed at this, shook her head, and gave Gozu a sardonic glance. All of this will simply end up in the Tem's head. A missing nin's ego will only be inflated by defeating him alone. Naruki smirked and slapped Gozu in the head, dismissing her earth-based jutsu and shadow clones in the process. Naruki flicked the missing nin in the forehead to get his attention as he fell to the ground, panting from the agony that tore through his body. When the missing nin gave her nothing but a scathing glare, Naruki sighed and shook her head before presenting the same hand seal. Let me guess. You weren't just some random missing nin out for a stroll. My best guess is you were after our client, right? She asked. I can use that Doden Earth Release jutsu as often as it takes to make you talk. Who are you working for and what do you want with our target? Gozu moaned and turned to face his unconscious brother, who was now restrained by a rope that restricted chakra. The conscious demon brother turned to the group's Jonin-sensei and then back to Tazuna, complaining, Fine, I'll talk. Kami knows if we return to Zabuza-sama we'll be killed anyway. What have I really got to lose by telling you what I know? Yeah, we're after the damned bridge builder. We were hired to kill him, to keep the idiot from completing that damnable bridge. I don't know all the details, but we work for Zabuza-sama. If you really want to know more, talk to the bridge builder over there. He can tell you a hell of a lot more than I can. We just do what Zabuza tells us to. Kakashi moved forward and knelt down to be eye level with the injured Chunin-level shinobi before they could question Tazuna about the specifics and the reason he had lied to them. When the demon brother merely nodded his head in response to the question, Zabuza. Are you speaking of Zabuza Momochi, demon of the hidden mist? The silver-haired Jonin shook his head, got up, and approached Tazuna. He pushed the elderly man into a nearby tree and held him there with a kunai against his throat without saying a word. You've put my precious genin into a dangerous situation, Tazuna. I want answers and I want them now. What the hell is really going on here? Kakashi's menacing tone made Tazuna wince, and then she nodded very slowly and cautiously. As soon as the Jonin-sensei pulled his kunai away, the bridge builder started telling them the story of what had recently happened in the Land of Waves. Team 7 was initially dubious, at least until they learned about Wave Country's circumstances. At the news, Naruto snarled and shook his head, his face now sporting a savage frown. Tazuna completed telling the group his story a few moments later. It sounds like this Gato is a true monster. We must assist these impoverished people, regardless of how difficult this mission may be. After giving it some thought, Naruki stood up. Naruki didn't really care that Gozu had already fainted from the blood loss. He would undoubtedly be fine with a little medical care. The blonde genin turned to Sakura and gestured for her to approach so she could speak with the Pinkett. Sakura eyed Gozu with a worried expression on her face as she approached her blonde teammate. After observing her teammate shake his head with a dejected expression on his face, she concluded it would probably be best to get right to the point. Is he dead? Did you kill him, Naruto? She asked. So what did you need? Naruto gestured to Gozu after pointing to her pack. The whiskered genin gave Sakura a kind smile and a nod, shivering at the thought. You have some medical supplies, right? Can you please use what first aid skills you have to tend to this guy's wounds? I'd rather not have a death on my hands this early in my career. Please and thank you, Sakura. We can tie the two of them up for other Konoha ninja to retrieve later. Before glancing between her teammate and the masked shinobi who attempted to kill them, Sakura arched an eyebrow. What if they don't come? Wouldn't they just die anyways after some time? After shaking his head, Naruto gestured to their Jonin-sensei. Something like this has to be reported. It changes the mission drastically and there's a good chance we'll be called off the mission. Then, another team may be sent out or, worst case scenario, the mission is called off and Tazuna-san is left to fend for himself. But as for your question, don't worry. These two will be retrieved and taken to the T&I department, I think. After a moment of horror, Sakura recalled what Naruto had asked of her. She cocked her head to glance over her shoulder as she began dressing Gozu's wounds. She glanced at Naruto for a brief moment before turning to complete her task. That's horrible. Poor Tazuna-san. We can't just abandon him, can we? Surely there's something we can do. Naruto turned back to their sensei after giving them a shoulder shrug. When the Jonin nodded his head for Naruto to speak, the blonde gave a small smile and turned to face Tazuna. Kakashi-sensei, before you send your report to Jiji-sama, may I speak? She asked. Tazuna-san, I know how it may seem, and I know what may happen in regards to your lying to us, but I for one have no plans to abandon you or your country to suffer at the hands of Gato any longer. Even if it means I'm branded as a missing nin or cast out from the village or whatever else may happen, I plan to see this mission through to its completion. Gato's a tyrant and he needs to be stopped. If we don't do anything to help you now, there's a good chance you'll die before you get anywhere close to finishing that bridge. So, you have my support if nobody else's. Before Sasuke or Kakashi could respond, Sakura spoke up. She turned to Tazuna with a broad smile as she completed administering first aid to the demon brother and helped tie him up. I agree with Naruto. I'm going to help make sure that you succeed. Come on, Sasuke-kun, Kakashi-sensei, please say you'll help too. After shrugging his shoulders, Sasuke opened one eye and gazed at the bridge builder for a while. If this Zabuza is as tough as he sounds, it sounds like he'd be a good challenge for me to test my skills against. I'm in. Kakashi shook his head but scowled at that. When the three genin on his team nodded, the silver-haired Jonin sighed and combed through his silver hair. You're all in agreement then? He asked. Seeing the bright smiles on Sakura's and Naruto's faces, as well as the smug grin on Sasuke's, Kakashi sighed deeply before writing a report and sending it via Pakun, one of his summons. Okay, I'll send a report to Hokage-sama to inform him of the situation, and then we'll be off. Just be careful, this is now an A-rank mission and I won't have anyone dying on my watch. The Jonin laughed to himself as he walked alongside Tazuna and the other members of Team 7, saying, Come along then, we'd best hurry along before Hokage-sama tries to send a team to replace us. They wouldn't arrive at their destination for a while. Shortly after entering Wave Country through the waters. As they continued, Naruki had, predictably, returned to the chakra control exercise. She was still having some rather annoying problems, but she had made some progress. As they climbed into the boat, Tazuna had his friend prepare for them. The blonde genin put the leaves away once more, deciding to talk to Kakashi Hatake later to see if he could give her some advice on what she was doing wrong. The journey across the water had been extremely quiet and uneventful. The blonde Jinchuriki was completely unconcerned that no one was speaking. Rather, she just took a scroll out of her pack and started reading it. Although the fog was heavier than she had anticipated, it wasn't yet severe enough to stop her from reading. Naruki would typically train or read from scrolls like these when she was by herself. Apart from her Jiji, Yugao Oni-chan, and the Ichirakus, it wasn't as if she had any friends. It seemed like no one else genuinely cared enough about Naruki to bother hanging out with her. Naruki just read whenever she could. She would most frequently find herself reading up on various jutsus that piqued her interest or the history of the hidden villages. The Sandaime Hokage served as Naruki's main source for these juicy, information-rich scrolls because she had difficulty accessing the library and its archives. The Sandaime was usually available to help her with any questions she might have or with a particularly challenging jutsu. He had, in fact, essentially raised Naruki her whole life up to this point and done everything he could to get her ready for whatever lay ahead. As a result, she received all the jutsu, training, and other lessons necessary for her career as a shinobi, or more accurately, a kunoichi. Unfortunately, the fog grew thicker as they entered the land of waves and hiked along the trail to Tezuna's home. Naturally, this prevented her from reading her scroll any further, and the poor kunoichi had to put it back in her pack. When the group heard rustling in the bushes a short distance off the path, Naruki responded almost immediately by throwing the kunai in the direction of the sound. She also let the leaves fall at this point and failed to pick them up. Later on, she would continue to work on this specific exercise. After exploring the bushes for a short while, the blonde kunoichi returned a short while later, carrying a cute little rabbit. I guess I was just a little jumpy. Then again, one can never be too careful, right? Kakashi squinted his single visible eye and then looked around. His eye widened when he heard a faint whistling sound, like something flying through the air. Everyone, get down, now. Sakura dove on Tezuna to bring him down as well, and Kakashi reached over and brought Sasuke to the ground. The rather large blade flew overhead and lodged itself in a tree, but Naruto was able to dodge it just in time. Naruki was distractedly petting the rabbit's fur while gazing at the man atop the sword when the five stood up again. Well, I can't say I expected to run into you so soon. You're Zabuza, right? One of those demon brothers told us about you. What's up? After a minute of staring at the blonde Gaki, Zabuza raised an eyebrow and turned to face the other girls. Okay, I know I'm getting ready to kill all of you, but I just have to ask. Is there something wrong with the Gaki here? At that question, Kakashi shook his head and sighed, then smiled briefly. After Zabuza nodded, Kakashi approached the blonde genin and gave him a shoulder pat. That's a little difficult to answer, Zabuza. There are times when Naruto's just a little, off. And Naruto, you can let go of the rabbit now. That made Naruto sulk and pull the rabbit to his chest. But, it's just so cute. Can't I keep it, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto held the rabbit's cheeks against his own whiskered cheeks, cooed a little, and kept grinning broadly. Zabuza, on the other hand, noticed that he was looking at the Gaki with some concern on his face. The former Kiri swordsman nodded his head, grabbed his sword, and started to creep toward Tezuna. I'm just going to go out on a limb here and say your genin needs professional help and leave it at that. Sue, while you take him to get that help, I'll just kill the bridge builder and be on my way. Sound good, good. However, Kakashi quickly materialized in front of him and swung a kunai at his face, so he didn't get very far. Reaching up, Kakashi unveiled his Sharingan and readied himself for what would probably be a challenging battle. Despite the oddity that is my student, I can't just take him away like you suggest. Nor can I let you kill Tezuna-san. Now leave Zabuza, before I am forced to take your life. But then the strangest thing occurred. Naruto approached and started gently pulling at Zabuza's loose-fitting trousers. Hey, Zabuza, what's this cute little guy's name? Or have you yet to give it one? Do you have any more like this one? If so, can I keep them too? Everybody was staring at Naruto as if he were insane. A Kiri hunter nin, or at least someone dressed as one, actually fell from the tree he was hiding in and struck the ground with great force a short distance away. It was such a shock. The blonde genin simply kept nuzzling the rabbit's cheeks and grinning broadly throughout. Strangely enough, even the rabbit appeared to be worried about the strange individual who was currently clinging to him. In fact, Zabuza retreated a few paces before glancing down at the blonde Gaki. Gazing at Kakashi, Zabuza used his free hand to rub the back of his head and said, Gaki, you're starting to scare me. If you weren't an enemy, I'd take you myself to get some serious mental help. Seriously, is this kid on drugs or something? He's freaking me out. After slowly shaking his head from left to right, Kakashi shrugged and looked into Zabuza's eyes. Honestly, at this point, I don't have a clue. It worries me to say that this isn't quite the weirdest I've seen Naruto act. If anything, this is actually fairly mild compared to some of the things he's done before. I'm starting to think I should probably have Inoichi take a look and see what he can find. After scowling, Naruto carefully placed the rabbit in his backpack, keeping it slightly open to allow it to breathe and gaze outside. Naruto bowed his head courteously and smiled up at the swordsman before punching him in the crotch. Zabuza's eyes widened at the unexpected attack, and he blocked with his sword before leaping back. What the hell, Gaki? How could you aim for a man's privates like that when you're a guy yourself? Have some respect for your fellow man. With a sideways head tilt, Naruto just grinned broadly once more. But you were wide open. I figured it was worth a shot. If nothing else, it'd at least keep you down for a time until you could recover from it. The blonde shrugged his shoulders and approached Tazuna, where he and the other genin of Team 7 took up defensive positions. Naruto simply kept smiling brightly, obviously in a good mood after finding a precious bunny rabbit to care for, despite the strange looks he was receiving from his teammates. Team 7's silver-haired Jonin sensei merely shook his head and sighed. To be honest, he was unable to comprehend the blonde knucklehead's actions or comprehend the reasons behind them. Don't bother with that. Kakashi was unwilling to even attempt to comprehend Naruto Uzumaki's peculiarity. Kakashi turned back to Zabuza and prepared a kunai, dismissing the odd behavior. Zabuza, perhaps we should just focus on the fight for now. Zabuza gave Naruto a menacing glare after giving him a slow nod. I don't care how mentally damaged you are, you don't go for another man's junk, Gaki. After I'm done with your precious sensei and the bridge builder, I'll cut your fucking nads off to show you how it feels. At that, Naruto raised an eyebrow, then looked down and shrugged. Whatever the case, don't have any nads, Zabuza. I'll let you talk about anything you want. I'm content as long as I get to keep this adorable little bunny. Zabuza's forehead developed a tiny tick mark, and his eyebrow twitched dangerously. Kakashi, I'm going to kill that damn Gaki. I swear to Kami I will. How the hell did an insane little shit like that end up passing the academy? Didn't you people think to run some kind of scan or something to make sure the kid was mentally stable? After letting out a long, drawn-out sigh, Kakashi decided to flash through several hand seals. The Jonin wanted this to end so he could go to Tazuna's house and take care of this developing headache because he was sick of the teasing. Kaden. Gokaku no Jutsu, fire release, great fireball technique. He exclaimed as his hand reached the final seal and he raised it to his mouth. A huge ball of fire suddenly erupted in front of Kakashi and rushed in Zabuza's direction. To quickly counter the jutsu, the demon of the hidden mist employed a sweetened water release jutsu. Consequently, a dense fog swept over the region. Following a series of hand seals, Zabuza grinned and exclaimed, Kurigaku no Jutsu, hiding in mist technique. The mist became so dense that it was impossible to see more than a few inches in front of your face. Kakashi approached his group and cautioned them to be alert. The voice of his adversary reverberated around them as the silver-haired Jonin struggled to identify him in the dense fog. The brute of a man appeared to be discussing the different locations where one could hit a target to deliver a truly deadly blow nearly instantly. The Sharingan-wielding Jonin was about to move when Kakashi realized he had appeared directly behind Tazuna in the center of the Genin's formation, only to hear Zabuza's most agonizing cry of pain. Before he could see what had happened to the poor swordsman, Kakashi flared up his chakra and dispersed the Kurigaku no Jutsu, blinking in confusion. Kakashi had to turn away in sympathy for the man, shuddering in sheer horror at what one of his genin had done. Retracting his fist from where Zabuza's man parts had been, Naruto exclaimed joyfully, "Yay! I knew I could get ya if I just waited for the right moment." Nobody knew how the genin knew to hit that spot automatically when Zabuza showed up, but they did know that after hearing the cry he made, his privates were probably going to stop functioning properly for a while, if at all. Come on, stand up Zabuza. Let me hit him again. This is fun. At this, all four of the guys who were still standing, including Haku, shuddered and automatically moved away from the insane blonde-haired genin. Naruto turned to face everyone and grinned naively at this. What? They were wide open. They practically begged for me to punch them. With difficulty, Zabuza stood up and squinted at the blonde genin. The swordsman was about to cut the insane little bastard down for his craziness when he widened in excruciating pain at the groin. But Kakashi was there, blocking the Kubikiribocho with a single kunai before he could even swing his sword to try to cut the little bastard in two. Tears were streaming down the silver-haired man's cheeks as the former Kiri shinobi gazed into his eyes. "No, please, just get out of my way. Kakashi, I'm begging you as a fellow man whose nuts were just smashed. Let me cleave the little shit in two. That's all I ask of you. One small favor and then I'll retreat. That's honestly all I'm asking of you right now." Even though Kakashi felt compelled to grant Zabuza's request to kill his insane little genin, he refrained from doing so because he could see the anguish in the enemy shinobi's eyes. The two jonin abruptly threw their arms around each other as Kakashi started to comfort the poor former Kiri swordsman. "I apologize, Zabuza Momochi, but I cannot let you do that. Naruto is a member of Team 7, and as such I will protect him. No matter how cruel that was. Oh Kami." To be honest, the others were at a loss for what to think of what was happening to them. Tazuna finally spoke after a few minutes of observing the two grown men sobbing in each other's arms. He glanced down and saw the three genin shrug their shoulders, then turned back to face the two men who were embracing. Should I be concerned?" he asked. "To be honest, I have never been more perplexed in my life. What on earth is happening here?" A few more minutes later, Zabuza found himself bowing his head briefly to his adversary as Kakashi and Zabuza moved apart. Zabuza turned to face the small brat that had smashed his nuts and growled, "I need time to recuperate. We'll see each other again, Kakashi of the Sharingan. Until then." Zabuza swiftly vanished after saying, "As for you, I swear to Kami that I'll slaughter you next we meet, you little shit." Haku soon followed. Kakashi lowered his Hitai-8 over his Sharingan eye and turned to smile at his team after he was certain Zabuza had backed off. Well, that was certainly an interesting experience. Kakashi turned to face Naruto and was startled by the boy's insane smile. After the blonde gave him a nod and a straightforward, "Yes Kaka-sensei," in response to his question, Naruto. "Don't you ever do that again. Understand?" Kakashi grinned and asked Tazuna to lead the way to the bridge builder's home. Omake. V8 Bop vs. Gibbs's Smack. Naruto and Kakashi were in the midst of what Sasuke and Sakura could only assume was some sort of serious, significant discussion because of how heated their argument was after yet another demanding training day. They didn't want to get involved in it, but they couldn't hear everything that was being said. "Kakashi-sensei, I understand where you're coming from, but come on. The V8 Bop has some really useful properties as well. Yes, the Gibbs's Smack is incredibly useful at catching your target off guard and causing a bit of a headache, but just think about it for a moment." After letting out what seemed like his millionth sigh, Kakashi shook his head. He glanced at the other members of Team 7 and grinned under his mask, deciding that the best way to solve their problems would be to get hands-on. "Sasuke, come over here. You're needed for something." With a shoulder shrug, Sasuke approached the pair. Kakashi quickly swung Sasuke around so that his back was to him. Sasuke felt a forceful blow to the back of his head a moment later. The Uchiha spun around, glaring up at his sensei with anger in his eyes. "What the hell was that for?" Naruto grinned up at the Team 7 Jonin sensei and nodded his head in agreement. The blonde genin tapped Sasuke's shoulder and waited for his teammate to turn around. "Well, I'll admit it's pretty damn useful. Not only does it catch your opponent off guard, but it causes a decent amount of pain and enrages them as well." "Interesting. But..." Naruto lifted up his hand, palm down, and gave Sasuke a hard forehead bump before he could even speak. After blinking a few times, Sasuke rubbed his head and peered around in a state of mild daze. Naruto waved his hand at Sasuke after smiling at the outcome. "See Kaka-sensei, the V8 Bop is quite useful as well. Apply a little chakra to the palm of your hands at the moment you strike and you can truly disorient your opponent. Of course, it's also amusing to watch, so that's great as well." Kakashi gave a nod, indicating that he understood Naruto's arguments. Then, it appeared as though they both had the same thought at once. Kakashi nodded at his pupil, grinning beneath his mask. "Sasuke, turn around and face me." The Uchiha, still reeling from the impact of the V8 Bop and the well-known Gibbs's Smack so soon after, turned slowly to face his sensei. He was genuinely unprepared for what transpired next, though. It only took a few seconds to occur. A forceful blow to the back of Sasuke's head was felt. He was about to yell at Naruto to stop it, but he was repeatedly slapped across the forehead. The Uchiha moaned and clutched at his head, feeling very confused now. "Oh Kami, my head." As Naruto spoke, Kakashi grinned. It would seem that by combining the techniques in succession like that, the effect is increased tremendously. Hey, I wonder what would happen if we performed the techniques at the exact same time. At this point, Sasuke appeared incredibly frightened. Kakashi gave the Uchiha another Gibbs's smack before he could retreat, and Naruto gave him a V8 bop. Sasuke eventually had enough of this and passed out standing there, falling to the ground in a heap. Loud laughter erupted from the Jonin and Genin pair, who were obviously enjoying this much more than they ought to have. Kakashi wiped a tear from his open eye and gave his pupil a radiant smile. Nodding in agreement, the two left Sasuke in the training ground and went off to share some Ichiraku's ramen. Ah, that was pure gold. Combining them both is incredibly effective as well. We'll have to remember this for the future. Sakura hurried back to Sasuke on the training field and started examining him to make sure he was okay. She sighed in relief when she realized he appeared to be all right. Until Sasuke muttered something under his breath that she didn't anticipate hearing, anyway. Omelets and tomatoes, oh my. Needless to say, Sakura was unable to fully comprehend that statement. Then it was agreed that she would try to avoid the two when they were talking about such things. After all, it wouldn't be wise for her to go through what her beloved Sasuke-kun simply went through. Reaching Tazuna's house hadn't taken the group all that long. Naturally, Naruto still had that odd gleam in his eyes, which made the men extremely cautious of him. The blonde actually looked around at each of the men and laughed to himself as he continued to pet the rabbit he had essentially taken from the battle scene, if you can even call it that after what Naruki did. The others in the group automatically went to cover their crotches with both hands with every gentle giggle, every glance the blonde gave them, and every small movement Naruto made. They were welcomed to Tazuna's house right away by a rather attractive young woman who introduced herself as Tazuna's daughter, Tsunami. In fact, Naruto was the first to greet her, and with courtesy. The men in the room started to panic when Tsunami's son, Inari, came downstairs and started spewing his feces. Tazuna and Kakashi hurried over and covered Inari's mouth with their hands right away. Inari, shut the hell up. You don't know what that blonde kid's capable of. Before giving his own advice, Kakashi gave Tazuna a nod of agreement. If you want to keep your manhood intact, I have a few words of advice for you. Don't talk. If you don't have anything nice or helpful to say, do not talk when Naruto is around. Do you understand? When the two men took their hands off of Inari's mouth, the young child looked at Naruto and rushed past the old men, as he called them, and stood up in front of Naruto. Before he could finish his sentence, Inari looked down, became cross-eyed, and fell to the ground. You don't look like much. What the hell are they so scared of? He would occasionally twitch in an involuntary reaction, and foam seemed to be coming from his mouth. Fearing that Naruto would use his formidable crotch seeker against them next, Kakashi and Tazuna tightly gripped their privates and embraced each other in terror. Luckily for them, Naruto's weapon did not target them. The next to speak was Sasuke, and they both sensed that the poor young shinobi would not fare well. Damn it, Dobi, I thought Kakashi-sensei told you to stop that. Besides, this kid may be a brat, but that doesn't give you the right to, OGH. Before he could finish reprimanding his teammate, Sasuke collapsed, clutching his junk, and started rolling around on the floor in excruciating pain. Gazing down at his fist, Naruto drew it closer for a closer look. The blonde heard snickering behind him and turned his head slightly to look over his shoulder at the two men standing behind him. I didn't feel anything with that one. Sasuke, are you sure you're a guy? He asked. I wonder if I should test this on you too. I think it might be broken. At this point, Sasuke growled and gave the blonde a dagger-like glare. What? My privates are your brain. And for your information, yes, I am a boy. Naruto cocked his head slightly and gazed down at his teammate with the raven hair inquisitively for a while. Naruto shrugged his shoulders and resumed petting his new pet rabbit, grinning softly as she rubbed her cheek against its fur. Really? Then you must have a small package because my crotch seeker didn't react much. Then again, with how much you're writhing on the ground, I suppose you must be right. Sorry then, Sasuke. Sorry to you too, little boy. I guess I need to give my crotch seeker a break. While Tsunami and Sakura were looking at the two boys who were still on the ground with concern, Kakashi and Tazuna exhaled a sigh of relief. After being hit by Naruto's most recent weapon, Sasuke was unable to stand at all, and Inari was unconscious, with a tiny pool of foam forming beneath his head. Inari, are you okay, sweetie? Are you alive? Sakura approached and felt for a pulse. She smiled softly and nodded to the boy's mother when she found one. The Pinkett frowned before turning to Sasuke. He's okay, just in a bit of shock after what happened. I think you should probably take him to his room and put him to bed. Though you might want to clean him up first. As for you, Sasuke-kun, how do you feel? When Tsunami noticed that the boy was about to scream, she rushed over, picked Inari up in her arms, and left before Sasuke could, as was to be expected, begin yelling obscenities. She wouldn't allow her little boy to hear such things, even if he was unconscious at the moment. He was still far too young, after all. In order to let Sakura see and hear how furious he was, Sasuke grabbed her by the collar of her shirt and pulled her down while glaring hotly into her eyes. By now, Sasuke's eyes were wide and he was staring at Sakura with a crazy expression on his face. How do you think I feel, you stupid idiot? I think one of my fucking testicles retreated into my body somewhere. The other one. I think the other one might have actually popped. By Kami Sakura, it hurts. It hurts so much. I need to lie down. Maybe I just need to sleep this off. Yeah, sleep. Get Kakashi-sensei. I need someone to carry me to a bed. I can't move. Sakura gave a slow nod and gently placed Sasuke back on the ground. She got up from where she had knelt down, gave Naruto a quick glance, and then shook her head. Just close your eyes and rest, Sasuke. I'll talk to Kakashi-sensei. Naruto, I'm glad you apologized, but please refrain from doing something like that to anybody else. Okay. She exhaled a sigh of relief as she saw him nod slowly and shrug his shoulders before approaching Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, please take Sasuke-kun to a room. He needs rest and I don't think it would be a good idea for him to move on his own for another day or two. This experience, for lack of a better word, has deeply traumatized him, it seems. I don't have any real medical experience, but as you suggested I did study first aid. He's going to be hurting for at least a couple of days. With a sigh, the silver-haired Jonin nodded. He heard Tazuna speak before he could approach Sasuke. After what he just experienced, I wouldn't be surprised if he can't move for at least a week. Even if he does recover in a couple of days, he's going to be sore for a while longer. I pity the poor boy. I pity my grandson too, for that matter. Poor Inari. But at least this teaches him a valuable lesson. With a shrug, Tazuna entered the kitchen to get some water for himself. After giving a quiet laugh and shaking his head, Kakashi approached Sasuke and gently lifted the boy into his arms. The fact that Sasuke was crying was what truly caught him off guard. The Uchiha was crying, after all. The boy was carried up the stairs by the Jonin, who shook his head and scowled behind his mask. He said softly, "Shish. It'll be all right, Sasuke. Just close your eyes and sleep. Everything will be okay." He then asked Tsunami where they could sleep, and when she indicated a different room, he nodded. Sakura sat next to Naruto downstairs and spent some time silently gazing at the rabbit on his lap. The Pinkett looked up into Naruto's eyes and then put a hand on his shoulder after she had finally found the right words. Sakura sighed quietly and took a moment to gather herself before continuing, saying, "I don't know why you resorted to doing such a thing, Naruto, but I hope you really do stop it. You hurt your teammate and an innocent little kid. Zabuza, I can understand and I don't mind, but this is a bit much, Naruto. From what I've seen of you so far in training in our time in the academy, you didn't really seem the type to resort to things like this. So what's going on?" After blinking several times, Naruto turned to face Sakura and grinned. Naruto shrugged and turned back to his rabbit, continuing to gently pet it as it slept. "First, I'd like to say that there's no guarantee I won't do something like that to anybody else. I'll try not to, but it might happen. Right now, Sakura, I can't really tell you why I do it. But let me just tell you it stemmed from my hatred of perverts." "Okay." At that, Sakura scowled and got to her feet, frowning down at her teammate. "There has to be more to it than just a deep hatred of perverts. Why don't you tell me what's really going on? Sure, you act kind of insane at times, but it's a bit much for me to just take in and accept." Gazing up into Sakura's eyes, Naruto scowled. He shook his head at the name, seeing Sakura's curious eyes. "First of all, lower your voice, Sakura. Little Kushi is trying to sleep." When Sakura simply sighed at the name, he scowled and chose to ignore her clear disapproval of the choice of name. "What? He's soft like a cushion. I figured Kushi was a fitting name. Naruto shrugged his shoulders and returned Sakura's gaze. He shook his head when she asked again, "You don't know about the crap I've been through, do you, Sakura?" "I thought not." Naruto shook his head again and started to laugh quietly before scratching the area directly behind one of the rabbit's ears. "I'm hated by the villagers, Sakura. For something out of my control, that wasn't even my fault. Again, don't ask because I can't tell you." When Sakura nodded, he gave her a gentle smile and patted the spot beside him to encourage her to take a seat again. After receiving a smile from the pinkett sitting next to him, Naruto nodded and carried on. "Well, the hate isn't just limited to scornful looks and derisive words, Sakura. The villagers, even some of the shinobi, have actually physically attacked me before. Sometimes they've even gone so far as to try and kill me. You didn't know that, did you?" Sakura looked into Naruto's face, searching for any indication that he was making this up, her mouth hanging open. When Sakura saw him shake his head, she instantly embraced her teammate and put his head against her chest, asking, "You're not kidding me, are you, Naruto?" "I'm so sorry. I didn't know, Naruto. I didn't know that you had experienced something like that." Without even attempting to free himself from his teammate's embrace, Naruto closed his eyes and grinned. "It's fine, Sakura. I've come to terms with it, and I didn't feel it was worth mentioning." When she saw Naruto nod slowly, she smiled softly and started to pet his hair. "Of course it's worth mentioning. We're your teammates, Naruto. I want you to put some trust in us and believe that we'll be here for you." "Okay," she said. She closed her eyes, smiled softly, and giggled quietly. "Good. Your hair's pretty soft, by the way. You take really good care of yourself, don't you?" Naruto nodded and gave a quiet laugh. He finally freed himself and grinned at his teammate, saying, "I try to. Gigi and Oni-chan have insisted that I don't just let myself go and become a slob. But that's enough of that. You wanted to know about the crotch seeker and why I started using it. Don't get sidetracked by my hair." Sakura nodded and giggled at that, then laid her head on Naruto's shoulder and yawned softly into her hand. With a sly smile, Naruto embraced his friend and teammate. "Sakura, I'm sure you realized it by now. I adopted that particular weapon as a means to defend myself. Sure, it may be unorthodox and really cruel, but it worked to scare them away sometimes. Then again, sometimes the exact opposite happened and I was beaten worse than usual by the villagers. I could never land a blow like that on the shinobi of our village, but the villagers, well, they were another matter." Naruto smirked as he gently shrugged his shoulders, trying not to wake up his drowsy teammate too much. "Eventually I became pretty skilled with this new weapon and, well, it just works, I guess. As for enemy ninja, I figure that if this weapon comes in handy to keep my teammates safe, then I'll just use it. Know what I mean?" Sakura gave a slow nod and yawned quietly once more. "That makes sense. Personally, I think the others overreacted a bit much. Zabuza's an enemy and he snuck up on us. He could have killed Tazuna-san and your actions not only saved his life, but ours as well. I'm thankful to you, Naruto-kun." Naruto found himself smiling a little at the loving suffix. He didn't want her affection that way, and the blonde knew she didn't mean it that way. Nevertheless, it was good that Sakura was at last embracing him as a friend and was genuinely becoming more approachable. "Maybe you're a good friend after all, Sakura. After this, hopefully, we can become closer friends." Naruto nodded slowly and looked at Tsunami and Kakashi over his shoulder. Tsunami had obviously heard everything he had to say about his time in the village because she was staring at him with sadness. Naruto gave her a gentle smile and reassured her that he was all right. After giving his pupil a simple smile, Kakashi picked Sakura up and carried her to their room. He told Naruto that it would be wise for him to get some sleep soon as well before vanishing. With a slow nod, the blonde promised to join them shortly. When Tsunami brought him some tea and sat down next to him with her own teacup after Kakashi left, Naruto grinned. He sighed as he anticipated her question. At last, Naruto just gave her a smile and listened to her calmly. Is it true that your own village did such terrible things to you?" After giving a slow nod, Naruto turned to face the teacup he was holding. The blonde shinobi sighed, raised it to his lips, took a sip, and exhaled contentedly. He turned to her and grinned sweetly, nodding, "This is some good tea, Tsunami-san." "It's true, Tsunami-san, and before you ask why I stay there, I'll say it now. I stay because there are people precious to me there. If not for them, well, I don't know where I'd be or what I'd be doing right now." I'll admit it hasn't been the best life, but rather than just running away from a bad situation, I'd prefer to fight through it. I'd like to think that I'll come out a better person through it all. Does that make sense? With a slow nod, the loving mother gave Naruto a tight embrace. She grinned and shook her head when she noticed the boy's curious expression. I understand. You actually remind me a bit of Kaiza in that sense. I might tell you about him later. Just know that he was a wonderful person and I think he would have liked to have had the chance to meet you. For now, why don't you go ahead and get some sleep, Naruto-kun? After giving a slow nod and drinking the last of his tea, Naruto got up and left with the rabbit in his arms. The blonde was about to start up the stairs when he saw a picture of a man without his face on the wall. He nodded his head, frowned, and resolved that while he was staying with this family, he would find out as much as he could about this Kaiza. Naruto climbed the stairs, vanished into a room, put his new rabbit down, and made the decision to go to bed. Before he went to guard Tazuna at the bridge, Kakashi would give him and Sakura some new training exercises to practice if he made the correct guess. Morning of the following day. The following day, Naruki got up early. The young Kunoichi approached Sasuke and gave him a gentle head pat after finishing her morning stretches. Naruki grinned to herself and went to wash up before going downstairs to have breakfast. Sorry again, Tem. Not long afterward, Sakura, Kakashi, and Tazuna joined her. A tiny smirk played at the blonde's face as she looked toward the stairs. They probably wouldn't be able to walk yet after last night. After finishing her meal, Naruki walked over to Tsunami and bowed her head, giggling evilly to herself at the thought. Tsunami-san, I have a favor to ask of you. The woman nodded her head slowly before answering, grinning courteously down at the young ninja in front of her. Good morning again, Naruto. What can I do for you? With a radiant smile, Naruki took Tsunami's hands in her own. That rabbit I was petting last night. Can you please watch over little Kushi for me today? I can't exactly keep him with me when guarding your father or training. More than that though, you seem like a trustworthy person. So please. With a gentle smile, Tsunami nodded once more. Tsunami laughed a little uncomfortably at that and watched Naruto for a response. Of course, Naruto-kun. Whatever I can do to help. All I ask in return is that you don't completely destroy Inari's, testes. I would very much like grandchildren someday after all. Naruki nodded her head in agreement and gave a quiet laugh. The blonde looked down and away from the nice woman, rubbing the back of her head and laughing nervously. You have a deal. I'm sorry again about using my crotch seeker on him. I guess I just wasn't thinking. Oh, if only I could just tell someone the whole truth, I'd feel so much better. Having to hide all the time really pisses me off. Even though Naruki had just muttered something under her breath, Tsunami managed to pick it up and leaned closer. What do you mean by that, Naruto-kun? Is something troubling you? Naruki quickly waved her hands in a comforting manner as her eyes widened. No, I was just thinking out loud, that's all. Please don't mind it too much. Naruki stepped back and bowed her head once more, giggling uneasily. Thank you very much for agreeing to look after Kushi-chan for me, Tsunami-san. I truly appreciate it. Naruki rubbed the back of her head anxiously as she hurried out of the kitchen, glancing at Sakura and Kakashi. The blonde nodded rapidly as she hurried past them and out the front door, slamming it behind her. I'll just be waiting outside. Sorry, I just need a little time to think and I'll be good. Naruki took a deep breath and let it out slowly before collapsing to her knees on the grass and laughing uneasily. The blonde closed her eyes and sighed softly as she lay back on the soft grass. That was close. I didn't realize I was saying all of that out loud. Even though Tsunami seems like a good person, I can't just go ahead and tell her my biggest secret. I'm not sure if she could say nothing about it. Besides, that would only be a bad thing with my team here with me. With a furious sigh, Naruki turned over on her side and started digging at the dirt as she waited for Sakura and Kakashi to finish their meal and emerge. A little while later, in the woods close to Tazuna's home. Currently, the members of Team 7, naturally excluding Sasuke, were seated in a small clearing a short distance into the forest close to Tazuna's house. The two genin had just arrived, and they were now waiting for their sensei to inform them of the plan for the day and the amount of time they had before Zabuza chose to attack once more. At last, after what seemed like hours, Kakashi calmly nodded and looked into the genin's faces. The silver-haired Jonin grinned as it looked into Naruto's face and said, "All right, after giving it some thought, I need to know a few things. Naruto, I know you've received training from Hokage-sama. Can you please tell me what you've learned from him so far? Please don't keep any of your training a secret from me. If I'm to help further your training, I need to know it all. Naruto frowned at this and was on the verge of saying no, but he paused to consider his options. The young genin closed his eyes and spoke up after slowly nodding in agreement with Kakashi's point. As you've seen, Gigi has taught me a variety of Doden Earth-released jutsus. They were a little hard to pick up on, but after learning so many of them from Gigi, it's become easier for me to learn them. I've also learned some Suiden water release, Futon wind release, and Kaden fire release jutsus from him as well. As you already know, he had Yugao Oni-chan teach me tree walking and water walking. Along with those, the two of them recommended I try other chakra control exercises. That's actually why I started trying to keep leaves stuck to certain parts of my body with my chakra. But, Kakashi waved his hand dismissively and nodded. I understand, Naruto-kun. I understand. I'll try to help you with your problem in a bit. Right now I need you to move past that particular problem and tell me what else you've been taught. I'm actually pretty amazed that Hokage-sama and Yugao-san have taught you as much as they have. I didn't expect to hear quite this much. Naruto laughed softly and rubbed the back of his head. Aside from that, Yugao Oni-chan has taught me some kenjutsu, but I don't have my own sword, so that's kind of pointless right now. Then there's the monkey contract Gigi-sama had me sign. Kakashi looked at Naruto in disbelief as his eye grew wide. Hokage-sama had you sign the monkey contract. Why did he allow you to do such a thing, Naruto-kun? Naruto raised a finger and shrugged his shoulders. He looked up and started tapping his chin lightly. A few minutes later, he shrugged once more and smiled broadly as usual. Gigi just wanted to make sure I stayed safe. It seems he was worried about me. I even got to meet Enma-san. He's really cool. Did you know he can turn himself into a staff? I got to swing him around and even bonk Gigi on the head on accident. It was pretty funny. Kakashi could not speak. Sakura was also gaping, but not nearly as much as Kakashi. To be honest, she kind of expected her teammate to say something somewhat bizarre, even outrageous. Thus, even though she was shocked, the pink had managed to manage it a little better than her sensei. A tiny smile played at her lips as she leaned closer to Naruto and whispered to him. I think you broke our sensei, Naruto-kun. Sakura was smirked at by Naruto, and they both started laughing as Kakashi took a moment to gather his thoughts. The silver-haired Jonin nodded solemnly and ran a hand through his hair when he did. Can you at least show me some proof that you aren't just messing with your dear sensei? I'd like to see you perform a summoning, Naruto. So long as you don't mind, of course. The blonde stood up, shook his head, and sighed. As Naruto swiftly went through the hand seals needed for the jutsu, he slammed his right hand onto the ground and yelled, Kuchio's no jutsu summoning technique. It's okay, Kakashi-sensei, I don't mind too much. Gigi doesn't want me to do this unless I really need to, but I'm sure he'd understand. Besides, it is a little hard to believe, you know. Just before a cloud of smoke exploded in the vicinity, symbols were dispersed in a broad circle across the ground. When it cleared, there were two monkeys, or rather, a big ape that loomed over Team 7 and a small, dark gray monkey with dark red eyes. It was at least 10 to 11 feet tall, though not quite as large as the trees in the area. The ape sat down beside Naruto and scratched at the back of its head, while the monkey perched on Naruto's left shoulder and jabbed at its summoner's cheek. When they seemed to be about to speak, Naruto glanced at both of his summons. The two summons instantly understood as they surveyed their surroundings and silently agreed not to address Naruto by his real name. Curiosity prompted the little monkey to inquire, you called first, Naruto-kun. Are we needed? Grinning, the blonde genin took a snack out of his pocket. Before he spoke, he gave the little monkey a pat on the head. Naruto rubbed the back of his head anxiously, gave the ape a snack, and gave them both a gentle smile. I didn't have anything in particular that I needed you two for, but my Jonin-sensei wanted to meet you both. I kind of had to prove that I really did sign the contract to summon you guys. I have to admit, it's nice to see you again, Chikao, Katsuo. Have you both been well? The little monkey, Chikao, nodded and started to pat the blonde's head. The little monkey summon gave Naruto a light head bump and then turned to face his fellow summoner. About as well as can be when our summoner's been busy with small missions that he has no need of our help on. You haven't even called us recently to train or even to talk. Don't you realize we miss you? He said. Come on, Katsuo, say something. Katsuo let out a sigh and slowly nodded. The large, red and black ape sighed deeply once more before turning to smile at the young boy. Naruto-kun, it is good to see you again. As for you Chikao, you know as well as I do that Naruto-kun knows we keep an eye on him when we can. Don't act like we never see him anymore. It's good to see you've been well Naruto-kun. But more than that, I'm happy to see you're doing so well with your team. Have you encountered any problems with anything so far? Naruto shook his head slowly from left to right while chuckling softly. They nodded, and Naruto shrugged his shoulders before turning to face his teammates. That's right, you two couldn't exactly follow me all this way. Weren't you too busy with something earlier? He asked. Naruto tapped his chin thoughtfully, then nodded slowly and pointed to his fist. Well, Katsuo, we did encounter a few interesting things on this mission. It turns out our client lied to us about the details of the mission. Learned that Gato has essentially turned the land of waves into a terrible place to live and he's making the people's lives as miserable as can be. After dealing with a couple of Chunin-level missing nin called the Demon Brothers, we ran into Zabuza Momochi. I socked him with my crotch seeker here and he ran away. It was pretty funny too. Both monkeys started to perspire at this point, and when he turned to face his teammates, he saw that they nodded in agreement. When the two monkey summons shook their heads and sighed, they smiled at one another and started laughing. Chikao smiled at Naruto and gave him a gentle pat on the head. Good job M-boy. Who would have thought the demon of the hidden mist would allow you to nail him with the old crotch seeker, It laughed even harder as the monkey, obviously unable to control himself, fell backwards off Naruto's shoulder and started slapping the ground. Katsuo, however, was able to gather himself and contented himself with a straightforward smile. Explain just how you managed to get close enough to Zabuza for something like that to happen. I'm curious Naruto-kun. With a sly smile, Naruto started telling his personal monkey summons the story of how he used a single, strategically placed crotch seeker to defeat Zabuza. The monkey summons started laughing even more when the blonde described how Kakashi and Zabuza hugged each other and shed some manly tears for Zabuza's crushed testes. When it was all over, Kakashi appeared to be completely depressed and to have very little remaining in him. Katsuo sighed and approached Kakashi, giving him a gentle back slap. Even though Katsuo thought it was light, it was still sufficient to send Kakashi face first into the ground. Ah, lighten up Kakashi boy. It's nothing to be ashamed of. In fact, all men that know about it, human, summon, and otherwise, are right to fear the crotch seeker. The sheer power of that move is terrifying even to us summons. I don't even know how Naruto-kun managed to develop the kind of strength he did for that particular attack. Katsuo shook his head in amazement as he backed to Naruto and cracked a grin. Still, it's an impressive attack. Just wait until your Gigi hears about this one, Naruto-kun. In response, Naruto nodded and laughed. The blonde genin and monkey summons began laughing more vigorously once more until they noticed the horrified expressions on Sakura's and Kakashi's faces. To think Gigi once became an accidental victim of the crotch seeker. It's a good thing he didn't need any more kids, because after that, I don't think that would be possible anymore. Naruto shrugged his shoulders, looked between them, and blinked in surprise before posing the straightforward query, what? Before accusing his genin student, Kakashi continued to stare at the blonde in confusion for a brief moment. You used the crotch seeker on Hokage-sama. What were you thinking Naruto? At that, Naruto scowled and pushed Kakashi's finger away. Hey, it was an accident. I don't remember the exact details, but I was trying to improve the strength of my crotch seeker and, well, yeah. It just kinda happened. Gigi forgave me for it, even though he told me he could literally feel one of his balls pop upon impact. Looking back on it now, Gigi, our summons, and I just laugh about it. Even Yugao Oni-chan finds it funny. Astonished by what he had just heard, Kakashi glanced between Naruto and his summons. Sakura, meanwhile, was unsure of her thoughts. It appeared as though the poor girl's brain had just exploded. Given that the topic of conversation at the moment was an elderly man and his testicles, it wasn't shocking. Sakura was a young girl, so she didn't really need to hear it. Sakura's face turned bright red as it all finally clicked into place, and she closed her eyes, trying to force the terrible visions to fade. This only served to intensify the images, and as a result, her eyes snapped back open. Sakura appeared on the verge of tears from the terrifying visions, but Naruto embraced her and gave her a pat on the back. Naruto saw his teammate's eyes widen and knew he had hit the right note, so to speak, when he said, "Sakura, it's okay. Imagine burning Kakashi's books if that will help you. Maybe try to imagine going on a date with your precious Sasuke-kun. Yes, he's taking you to your favorite restaurant. In fact, Sasuke's even offering to pay for a grandiose meal. There you go. After the meal, he takes you out stargazing and then, do you know what he does?" Sakura shook her head and met her teammate's eyes. "And no, I know what I'd like him to do," she said softly, utterly absorbed in this small fantasy that Naruto had by this point created for her. Naruto raked his fingers through Sakura's pink hair with a sly smile. He leaned close to her and whispered the response in her ear. Naruto was laughing hysterically in his head at the idea of Sasuke doing any of the things he had just described, but the blonde wasn't going to say anything to his pink-haired teammate. "Sasuke leans in and kisses you so tenderly it takes you aback. It's not what you would have expected from him, but it takes your breath away. Feels good, doesn't it, Sakura-chan? Your crush has finally responded to your feelings and now he's yours." A naked Hiruzen Sarutobi running around with one crushed nut was a far worse situation than this, after all. Naruto looked at his two summons after he was certain Sakura was mentally sound. "Thank you for spending some time with me, Chikao, Natsuo. I really appreciate it, but if you don't mind, I actually have another favor to ask of you." After glancing briefly between Chikao and Naruto, Natsuo shrugged his wide shoulders and grinned broadly at his youthful summoner. "If there is anything we can do to be of assistance to you, Naruto-kun, then please, ask away. We're more than happy to help." Naruto found himself smiling when Chikao nodded in agreement. Naruto took a deep breath and let it out slowly before calming down and pointing at Kakashi. "Good, thanks you too. Now, let me explain what I want. Kakashi-sensei is going to try and train us a bit. Or at least, he's going to get us started. The plan was for him to get us started with some new exercises, help us where he could, and then go to guard Tazuna-san. I have a few shadow clones guarding Tazuna right now, and 3 of them guarding Tazuna's house where Tsunami-san and Inari are right now. Because shadow clones are so easily dispelled, however, I wanted to ask if you two could guard Tazuna instead. When Kakashi isn't needed here, perhaps you could watch over our training and offer us what advice you can give. Does this sound fair? I know you two watch me from the shadows as is, so it's not like it's too much to ask, is it?" The monkeys exchanged glances for a while before Chikao turned back to his summoner and nodded. The little monkey grinned and nodded again when he saw Naruto nod in agreement. "We'll do what we can, Naruto-kun. The bridge builder will be more than safe with the 2 of us guarding him, but you do remember that we'll need to return to our realm to rest from time to time, right? Summon us when you need us, Naruto. We'll leave when somebody takes over guarding the bridge builder. In the meantime, we'll rest and keep our energy up. Now, let us go, Natsuo. We should go and relieve Naruto-kun's shadow clones on the bridge." Team 7 observed as Chikao, a small monkey, scaled the ape summon's body and finally perched on one of Natsuo's shoulders. Natsuo and Chikao waved goodbye to the team and ran through the forest toward the bridge. The 3 members of Team 7 who were in the clearing at the time sighed and grinned at each other after a brief period of silence. With a curious expression now on his face, Kakashi said, "Well, that was certainly an interesting experience. I didn't even realize you could summon 2 of them at once. I figured you might end up summoning Enma of all people. That would have been a really interesting conversation, I'm sure. Wait, when you said you got to swing Enma around earlier, did you mean you could summon Enma as well? Or that Hokage-sama and Enma both agreed that you could, play with him that one time?" Naruto merely rubbed the back of his head and nodded slowly, as Sakura appeared to be interested in this as well. "Yeah, I can summon Monkey King, Enma just like Gigi. But I like to leave him alone. After all, he and Gigi are really good friends. Besides, I have my own personal summons. You just met them, Chikao and Natsuo. Aren't they great?" Kakashi simply grinned as a single drop of perspiration trickled down his cheek. The silver-haired Jonin laughed dryly, shook his head, and looked down as he briefly lost himself in his thoughts. "That's really great, Naruto-kun. That's really great. I just wish I had known about some of this a bit sooner. That's all." Kakashi thought for a moment, then looked up once more and nodded. When Kakashi received a simple shake of the head indicating that the answer was no, he grinned and asked, "Is there anything else I should know about Naruto-kun?" "Okay then, I'll get Sakura started on her own exercises, and then I'll try to offer you some advice on that chakra exercise you've been working on. Aside from that, I have a few other things I'd like you to try. After Naruto gave an enthusiastic nod, Kakashi pulled Sakura aside and started explaining what she would be working on until their next encounter with Zabuza. Naruto nodded at each of the 20 shadow clones he had conjured up in the interim. Go ahead and get to work on what I had you practicing before the mission. I'd like to get those jutsu mastered before we see Zabuza again. The shadow clones hurried away, but a few seconds later, Kakashi came back to him and took a seat across from him. What are you having your shadow clones do, Naruto-kun? The blonde just grinned and shrugged his shoulders. Observing the expression in his sensei's eyes, Naruto shook his head and said, oh, you know, just to go work on some training I was working on before we left Konoha. It's nothing too much, I just have them working on some jutsu. If you're curious, there's 1 Kaden jutsu and 2 Suiden jutsu. If I have them practice on them every day, they should have them done before we meet Zabuza again. The silver-haired Jonin just gave a nod, then wore a mask that concealed a smirk. Alright, enough of that though, are you hiding anything else from me, Naruto-kun? Or have you really told me everything? Naruto just shrugged his shoulders and flashed one of his sly smiles. The blonde chuckled to himself as he saw his sensei's shoulders sag and heard the sigh leave him. Maybe, maybe not, who's to say, right? He said, if you and the others truly need to know, I'll let you know later. It isn't required at this time, either for Tezuna's protection or for this specific moment. However, it might be helpful for missions in the future. After giving it some thought, the one-eyed Jonin just decided to nod his head and smile. Alright, Naruto-kun, I'll trust you to know what's best. If you have anything that would help make this mission a success, I just hope you'll use it when the time comes. At this, Naruto raised an eyebrow and gave a swift shake of his head. The blonde shinobi simply shrugged and smiled again. I don't think what I'm hiding is going to be real useful on this particular mission, Kakashi-sensei. Sorry. Hey, at least I admitted I was hiding something. It was obvious you could tell anyways though, so why bother hiding the fact that I'm hiding something else, right? The blonde smiled broadly, obviously amused, and waited for his sensei to respond. Kakashi chuckled in amusement at that, then shook his head. Ma, I understand your point, Naruto-kun. But enough of that. Before we begin, I need to know something first. How many shadow clones can you make with your Kage Bunshin no Jutsu? After shrugging his shoulders, Naruto lifted one finger and tapped his chin, briefly losing himself in thought. I've never tried to make that many before. I can make up to at least 100 shadow clones without too much worry. Gigi doesn't want me overstressing myself during training, and warned me against doing too many in battle and stuff like that. But it really doesn't bother me. With a second shrug, Naruto looked Kakashi gaze. Even creating 100 shadow clones doesn't bother me, so long as I only dispel them in groups of 10 or less at a time in at least a 2-minute interval. I could probably create even more. Why do you ask? Kakashi certainly didn't display any signs of shock. Rather, the Jonin sensei quietly considered the information for a few minutes while nodding calmly. 3 minutes or so later, the Jonin nodded his head again and smiled. Alright, Naruto-kun, I think I've got a good plan to help you out. First, I want you to take these 2 scrolls. Create 2 groups of 20 clones each. Give 1 scroll to one group, and the other scroll to the other 10. Before you ask, the scrolls contain a few simple jutsu I would like you to try and learn. 1 scroll contains a few low-level Raiden lightning release jutsu. I figured that if Hokage-sama wants you prepared for most anything that comes your way and you've already learned jutsu for every other basic element. I can only imagine how difficult all of that was for you in the beginning. Naruto nodded slowly and gave a small laugh. Gigi pushed me kind of hard, but I worked really hard to learn everything he taught me. Then again, since when am I the kind to give up just because something's a little hard? I'll never give up and I never go back on my promises. That is my Nindo after all. Kakashi Hatake nodded his head and gave a quiet laugh. After seeing Naruto nod and use the 2 scrolls to send off the designated number of clones, Kakashi waited until he had the Genin's attention once more before continuing. So it is, Naruto-kun, so it is. Now, the other scroll contains a few Kaden jutsu I think may be of use for you in the future. As for what we are going to do, I want to first help you finish that chakra exercise you set yourself to working on. At this, the Jonin scowled and narrowed his eyes a little as he glanced up and down at his pupil. Naruto, first I need to ask, have you had your chakra nature tested before? The blonde scowled and gave a disapproving shake of his head. No, but I've been wondering about that for a while. Gigi has let me read a lot of things before, and chakra natures is something I found myself curious about. I know that a lot of people only have one nature, but others have two, or even three. Keke Tota, I think that's what having three natures is called. Or something like that. I'm not entirely sure how that works, to tell you the truth. Kakashi nodded and found himself laughing at his student's expertise. Keke Tota are very rare, Naruto-kun. The only one we actually know of right now is the Sandaime Tsuchikage's Jinten dust release. I'm sure you've already figured out that there are various Keke Genkai that allow people to use other elements, such as the Yuki clan's Hyoten ice release, and then there's the Yoden lava release that is used by some people. There are many examples of nature manipulation, and many jutsu derived from the use of such natures. It's already impressive that you can use as many different natures as you can. You've already proven yourself quite capable though, so I've no doubt you can master Raiden techniques as well, Naruto-kun. Kakashi chose to go on with the reason behind his initial question after grinning at his pupil. The reason I asked is because I think your main nature might be futon. I noticed something whenever you were trying that chakra exercise. Whenever a leaf fell, I spotted numerous small cuts in the leaves. Some leaves only had one diagonal cut, others had several. The reason I suspect you may have a futon element is simple. Cutting leaves with wind-natured chakra is the first exercise when trying to master your futon element. To be more precise, you need to split a leaf in half. At this, Naruto nodded, realizing what Kakashi was trying to convey. The blonde frowned at this issue, crossed his arms over his chest, and sternly met his sensei's gaze. So you think I'm unconsciously transforming my chakra into wind-natured chakra while attempting this chakra exercise? That would make sense. If I'm unconsciously doing something like that without even realizing it at the exact same time I'm attempting this particular chakra exercise, it's not surprising then if the leaves keep getting shredded like that. What do you suggest I do then, Kakashi-sensei? With a smile, Kakashi's hand extended to pat his young genin's head. Don't sound so worried, Naruto-kun. We're going to try a couple things. I want you to create another group of 10 clones and have them get to work on trying to split leaves in half perfectly down the middle. Meanwhile, while the clones do that, I want you in a group of 4 clones to focus on another chakra exercise I'll give you. It should increase your chakra control to a similar extent as to the exercise you've been attempting, but I doubt you'll unconsciously do something to mess it up. Laughing at the expression on his genin's face when he said that, Kakashi just grinned and assisted his begin to work. They only had so much time to train before Zabuza came back to try to kill Tazuna again. After 4 days, it is now nighttime. It had been a startlingly short 4 days. Time really did seem to go by quickly between training and protecting Tazuna. By the second training day, Sasuke and Inari were both fully recovered. For a while, Inari had been cautious around Naruto, obviously terrified to approach the blonde again. In contrast, Sasuke threw himself into training right away in order to ensure that he wouldn't try to murder his teammate, as he put it. As the ever-helpful sensei that he is, Kakashi assigned Sasuke particular training tasks to complete. On that same day, Naruki's clones had figured out the jutsu she had been studying since the previous week. But for the moment, the other jutsus, the Raiden jutsu, had simply slipped her mind. Other than that, she had improved on the new chakra control exercise and the Kaden jutsu. However, splitting leaves was a separate problem. Although the blonde's clones had undoubtedly improved, they continued to joke around and use futon jutsu on each other for amusement for no apparent reason. The little jerks apparently thought there was no reason to bother with these exercises if they could already use futon jutsu. After her idiot clones dispelled her on the first day, Naruki became enraged and created more the following day. She then told them to start working, and when they decided to act foolishly and goof off again, she went up to them, kicked their asses in the most agonizing way she could think of, and created more after they were gone. The irate blonde glared at her new clones with a dark glare and cracked her knuckles when they appeared. She then pointed to the leaves in the clearing and said, "Get to work." Needless to say, the clones, terrified of their creator, started working, and none of them have chosen to goof off since. They had made some headway, but it was far from finished. However, Naruki was able to take the good news as it came. She had spent some time observing the training that Kakashi had chosen to give Sakura and Sasuke, and she had found that it differed greatly from her own. Naruki didn't stay long enough to watch, though, because he thought it would be best not to bother them or spy on them for too long. At the moment, Tazuna, Tsunami, Inari, and every member of Team 7 were seated at the dining table in their client's home. The well-prepared food they were all eating tasted like heaven to the worn-out genin. The three of them had been exhausted from training over the last 4 days, and Kakashi's shadow clones had prevented them from taking extended rests, even though some of them might have desired it. They never seemed to receive more than a half-hour break before being instructed to resume work. They were fortunate that Zabuza hadn't attacked yet, because if he had, they wouldn't have any more energy to fight him. They could clearly see that this could be due to 2 factors. The first is that, for whatever reason, he was waiting to strike. In this instance, he probably had a plan. Or perhaps he was still recuperating from what might have been the worst attack he had ever experienced, the second, more embarrassing possibility. However, Naruki believed that it was likely a combination of the two. It wasn't until the child spoke up that she realized Inari was staring at her, giggling to herself as she pictured Zabuza writhing in agony and gripping at his junk. Apparently, the brat hadn't learned his lesson. What the hell are you laughing at? Do you think the situation we're in is funny? He obviously didn't remember the last time he chose to confront Naruto and scream at him, because he actually carried on. We're suffering. People are dying here because of Gato. Then you people come here and just play around like idiots. You don't know anything about what we go through. I bet you don't even know what real suffering is with how great you have it back in your stupid village. At that moment, Inari froze, and everyone hurried away. They clearly didn't want to be caught in the midst of whatever attack Naruki was planning to launch on the brat. Though they weren't expecting much right now, Tsunami and Tazuna were silently hoping that Inari would be alright. After a while, Naruki finally gave Inari a death-promising little smile as he looked into her eyes. But she just got up and gave the boy a hard slap across the face after glaring down into his face. He was about to scream at her when he looked up, but she slapped him once more before grabbing him and making him turn to face her. With a heavy sigh, Naruki closed her eyes and recalled her conversation with the boy's mother. I don't know what it's like to suffer. Try that again. I don't give a shit that you lost somebody precious to you. Oh, don't give me that damn look. I know all about what happened with Kaiza. Your mother told me a couple of nights ago. Flashback. 2 evenings prior. Naruki joined Tsunami in the kitchen after everyone had gone to bed for the night and volunteered to assist her with the dishes. The blonde genin joined her after she consented and made the decision to inquire once more about the man Inari had lost. Tsunami-san, I think it's time you told me about this Kaiza. I've been keeping an eye on Inari, and it's obvious something happened. The kid has no hope at all. All he does is complain about our presence, tell us to leave, and says that we're all just going to die. He's such a pessimistic little brat. Sorry Tsunami-san, and it's starting to get on my nerves. So please, tell me about Kaiza and what happened. With a scrub brush and plate in hand, the woman stood frozen in place and fell silent for a considerable amount of time. She let out a very quiet sigh and slowly nodded her head when she eventually started moving again. Okay Naruto-kun, I'll tell you everything. Before she finally told the story of what transpired after Gato arrived, the woman spent a considerable amount of time telling the story of how Kaiza had saved her son, how they had bonded, how they had fallen in love and married, and so on. Naruki gritted her teeth in anger when she explained to him how Kaiza confronted Gato alone, without any of the other villagers even standing next to him, and what was done to him for his disobedience. Naruki turned to face Tsunami after giving her the final dish to wash when she was done. The expression on Tsunami's face prompted her to interrupt, saying, So what you're telling me is that the people of the Land of Waves are just a bunch of cowards who decided to abandon their hero, their friend, as soon as somebody came along that thought he could bully them into submission. That being said, Naruki cleaned up and left the kitchen, leaving Tsunami to consider what she had just said. Don't Tsunami-san. Just, don't. You shouldn't defend the people that left your husband to die. It's no wonder Inari is the way he is. If my father figure was killed because the people he trusted decided to just stand by and watch as he fought alone against somebody like that, never once trying to help him, I'd be in a pretty shitty mood too. End of flashback. Return to the present. Naruki glared back into Inari's eyes and decided it was time to open the little brat's eyes after shaking her head in frustration at what the people of the Land of Waves did. Did you know that you're spitting on Kaiza's heroic sacrifice, on him and his wishes with your actions, Inari? Kaiza fought against an enemy he couldn't have possibly handled by himself for a bunch of ungrateful pricks. The people of this land. They were people you and your family trusted and called friends. But when the time came down to it, what happened? They refused to stand by Kaiza and instead just stood there and watched as he was killed. Yeah, real great people you have here. The blonde narrowed her eyes and shook her head again, growling in annoyance, forcing the child to stop talking before he could finish his sentence. You gave up hope when he tried to give your people exactly that. Don't give up on this country. These people, despite how much I don't think they deserve your kindness, are on life itself. Inari. Believe that things can get better, that they will get better. With a heavy sigh, Naruki took a seat again and seated Inari beside her. The blonde turned her head slightly and met the boy's eyes. As for suffering, I can guarantee you that I know a hell of a lot more about it than you do. Do you want to know what I see when I look at you? I see a kid who has a pretty good life, despite having lost someone precious to him recently. You have a grandfather whose bravery is undeniable. He's fighting for this land and its people, but more importantly, he's fighting to make sure you have a good life. You have a kind and beautiful mother whom you're hurting by just behaving the way you are. She loves you dearly and just wants to see you happy. A simple smile goes a long way. Naruki glared down at Inari once more as he stepped in front of him from the couch. Naruki closed her eyes and sighed before pointing at her moody teammate. Now to explain true suffering to you. Look at Kakashi-sensei. I don't know his story or what happened, but I heard from my Gigi that he's had a pretty tragic past. He's lost people close to him and mourns for them all the time. The Tem over there, yeah, his entire clan was slaughtered by his older brother. Itachi killed everyone in the clan in a single night, leaving only Sasuke alive. Didn't know that, did you? The blue-eyed blonde clenched her fists in rage and turned her head away, complaining to herself. The blonde-haired genin turned away from Inari and the others and left the house to head into the woods. Then there's me. You don't know anything about what I've been through. I didn't have parents growing up. I don't have a clan. I don't have a house. Instead, I have a rundown apartment in a crappy part of the village. The villagers hate me for a really stupid reason. TCH. Clearly disappointed in her son, Tsunami walked back to the house and looked down at him. She wore a frown, sat down next to him, and shook her head pitifully. Inari, you really need to watch what you say sometimes. That boy has been through far worse than you or I have been. He's a kind-hearted person and deserves your respect and kindness. I want you to go to your room and think about what you've done, how you've been acting, and what you can do to fix things. Rising, the single mother turned to bow to the others on Team 7. As for you three, I apologize deeply for my son's words and actions. Please forgive him. At this point, Sakura moved forward and shook her head. Looking up at her sensei, the pink-haired girl scowled and turned back to face the door. You don't need to apologize for your son Tsunami-san. It's not your fault that he's been acting the way he has been. I'm more worried about Naruto-kun. Shouldn't one of us go after him, Kakashi-sensei? The silver-haired Jonin scowled briefly under his mask and shook his head. He turned to Sakura, gathering his thoughts, and grinned. Naruto will be fine. Just let him be for now, Sakura-chan. Let's finish eating and go to bed. Tomorrow will be a day of rest for the most part. You've all been training hard and I've a feeling Zabuza may strike soon. Even if it's not tomorrow, it's still best that you don't overexert yourselves in training and make yourselves unfit for battle when it's actually time. All we can hope is that Naruto comes back sometime during the night and gets some sleep as well. Nodding at that, the group continued to eat, all of them reflecting on various topics. The following morning, forest. The young woman, who looked to be around 15 or 16, was moving through the forest as though she were looking for something. She saw a young man wearing the Konoha Hitayate when she came upon a clearing with a circle of burned grass, broken trees, debris all over the ground from the damage done, and more. Before she gathered herself and started to approach the young boy, a faint smirk played at her lips. Indeed, it appears that she had located precisely what she was seeking. The woman froze in her tracks and had to quickly gather herself as the boy in front of her looked at her before he abruptly spoke. Trying to sneak up on me, huh? Not very smart of you, miss. Haku gave her a courteous smile and swiftly smoothed her kimono before extending her free hand. The other contained a basket filled with different herbs that she had apparently been gathering in the forest up to this point. Haku, my name is Haku. It's nice to meet you, mister. Rising from the grassy floor below him, the blonde shook his head and laughed. With that, the genin turned to Haku and shook his hand. Naruto Uzumaki. No need to call me mister or use any honorifics either, Haku-chan. Just call me Naruto. With a small giggle, Haku nodded her head and withdrew her hand. Although it was obvious that these were just training signs, the young woman wanted to learn more about the blonde's precise activities outside. Well, it's nice to meet you, Naruto. Are you okay? It looks as if there's been a battle here, she said. So, in order to get as much information as she could, she decided to play the innocent young woman role. At that, Naruto shook his head and grinned. He jabbed a thumb upwards towards his Hittite and said, "No, there was no battle here, Haku-chan. I've just been using this area to train. You see, I'm a genin from Konohagakure. See, I'm on a mission here with my team. We're protecting somebody pretty important right now from a pretty tough opponent." Haku nodded her head and grinned as she took in the information in a composed manner. Haku spread her free arm around and slowly spun in a circle to demonstrate the destruction she had described. "I see. Well, that certainly sounds like an important job indeed. Could you perhaps tell me what you were doing that caused such devastation? I can't imagine what you could have been doing to cause all of this." At that, Naruto's grin slightly expanded before he collected himself and shook his head. Knowing that Haku couldn't see his face at the moment, Naruto bowed apologetically to the young woman and smiled, saying, "Sorry Haku-chan, but I'm afraid I can't tell ya. You seem really nice and all, but what I'm working on is a secret. Gomenasai. This might be enjoyable." Haku gave a headshake. She was kneeling on the grass when she saw the blonde genin kneel down in front of her and give him a gentle smile. "There is no need to apologize, Naruto-kun, I was simply curious. Would you mind telling me why you train so hard? Why do you fight, Naruto-kun?" Although Naruto was a little surprised by those inquiries, he saw no harm in responding. He shrugged and grinned quietly as he glanced up at the small portion of sky visible through the treetops. He shrugged again, rubbed the back of his head, and looked back into Haku's eyes. "To be perfectly honest with you, I don't quite know entirely why I try so hard to get stronger. I suppose there are a few reasons. I've had a tough time back in my village. There are only a few people that are truly kind to me, and even fewer that know the real me." The blonde genin gave a long, drawn-out sigh at this, and then went on sorrowfully. "I want to get stronger for those people. But I also want to get strong enough to the point where I don't have to hide anymore. Does that make sense, Haku-chan?" After giving a slow nod, Haku reached over and took Naruto's hands in her own. "You seem like a good person, Naruto-kun. As far as I'm concerned, those are wonderful reasons to work towards becoming stronger. Rather than seeking power just to have it or having a corrupted goal such as revenge that can lead you down a continually darkening path, yours are noble and to be respected. If it means anything, I'm sure you'll continue to grow stronger and stronger." Naruto saw Haku stand up, smile, and stand up as well. Naturally, he was attempting to suppress the flush that had crept onto his face as a result of Haku's remarks. Naruto shook it off, gave a slow nod, and then bowed courteously. "Arigato, Haku-chan. Those words mean a lot to me, especially coming from such a beautiful girl as yourself." That made Haku laugh, and he waved his flattery away. As she started to leave, Haku turned over her shoulder and gave her a gentle smile. "You're flattering me, Naruto-kun. I'd love to stay and talk some more, but I need to get going. It was nice meeting you. And oh, by the way, I'm a boy, Naruto-kun." Haku heard Naruto start laughing to himself before she could move forward one more step. The young man turned around, looking curiously at the younger genin, not quite expecting that. "What's so funny, Naruto-kun? I'm telling you the truth." The blonde grinned and shook his head. Naruto looked into Haku's eyes and saw that the poor boy simply didn't get what he was saying. "No, it's not that, Haku-chan. I just find it kind of ironic is all." Naruto's face softened as he let out a small sigh and slowly unclasped something behind his neck. A necklace and the genjutsu concealing his true gender appeared when Naruto moved his hands away. With her long, golden hair flying in all directions behind her, Naruki shook her head and smiled at Haku. She currently wore her hair down to just past her butt, not in pigtails because she didn't feel the need for them. Haku thought this girl was gorgeous, and the whisker marks on her cheeks and her deep blue eyes only added to that beauty in a special way that he couldn't quite describe. The young kunoichi was 5 feet 3 inches and dressed differently than her illusion would have people believe. Instead of wearing an orange jumpsuit, Naruki wore a red t-shirt with a black jacket draped over that, and dark blue pants that hugged her legs snugly. "I see you like what you see." The young kunoichi smirked, stepped forward a few paces, and nodded slowly as she assessed the young woman's reaction to the revelation. "It seems you're a boy that is often mistaken for a very pretty girl due to your appearance. The young woman gave the slightly older boy in front of her an amused look as he was rendered speechless. I'm a young woman who must conceal her true gender behind an endless supply of genjutsu. As Haku ran one of her hands up and down his chest, Naruki decided to grin and tease him a little. The boy in the kimono stepped back in shock, only to find his back against a nearby tree. Naruki then sauntering closer with a cunning expression in her eyes, Haku's mind went into overdrive, trying to talk the girl out of whatever she was attempting to do. Why do you have to hide who you really are? What is your true name? By the way, Naruto. Alright, I suppose there's no harm in telling you Haku-chan. Naruki smirked again as she approached the boy, paused in front of him, and blew lightly on his ear before speaking, but only because you're such a sweetie. Naruki giggled and paused in her approach for a moment, tapping her chin in contemplation. You see, because of something beyond my control, I am despised in my village. Our Hokage, Gigi, wanted to protect me from the especially vile residents of Konohagakure. It's not that difficult to figure out, you see, but some would go beyond just attempting to murder me. Some would go further to really degrade the demon. By this point, Naruki had returned to stroking Haku's chest with her hand while sadly looking into his eyes. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about by now. You're talking about rape, Haku said, his mind racing as he tried to piece together what Naruto had told him, to the point where he couldn't even feel the hand on his chest. Somehow, I was enchanted by that look, unable to look away. Correct. Haku knew he was correct when he saw the expression in Naruki's eyes. But isn't there more to it? Men who see women as a lesser species rather than as equals would see you as weaker and easier to get to. Attacks on you would be much more severe if they were aware of your true gender. They wouldn't worry about reprisals. The demon comment, however, is what I find incomprehensible. Could you elaborate? The blonde nodded slowly and let out a soft sigh. But first, you asked my name earlier, right? Naruki is here. Naruki Uzumaki is my name. Naruki grinned at him and went on with her story, saying, I'll assume you know of the Kyuubi attack on Konoha, correct? It's not much different, but there you go. Good, that makes this easier to explain then, Naruki said softly as he saw Haku nod. I was born with the Kyuubi sealed inside of me. The locals believe me to be the demon. Even though the hatred is misguided, it is still hatred. Very few people treat me like a person and genuinely know the truth. However, even fewer individuals are aware of my true identity. I'm sorry you've had to experience such a thing, Haku said, putting his arms around the young woman in front of him and patting her back. He was thinking about what he had just heard, but more than that, the young man was thinking about his past now as well. No one should ever have to endure such terrible circumstances. He frowned pitifully and blushed when Naruki's lips unexpectedly touched his cheek. Naruki gave him a small smirk and gave him a nose flick. I told you you were a sweetie. Don't go around apologizing for things that are beyond your control or ability to alter. I don't regret any of it, anyway. My experiences have strengthened me as a person, and I have people who genuinely care about me. For me, that's sufficient. Haku-chan, enough about me. It's time to discover whether you are who you claim to be. Interrogation Lime time. Warning. Don't read if you don't like it. Haku's eyes widened just as he was about to inquire about Naruki's plans. And Naruki, what are you doing? Exclamation mark. When the girl merely smirked up at him, the young man started to panic. His kimono had fallen to the ground, obviously taken off during the conversation, and he tried to back up again, blushing fiercely, but he remembered that he was literally pinned against a tree. Everything had been exposed in front of the girl, and the boy was powerless to stop it, at least not while he was in such a panic. I didn't doubt you, but it certainly is good to see you were telling the truth, Naruki said, licking her lips before her grin grew even wider as she got a better look at the boy's body. Now, reaching down, the blonde genin gripped Haku's member in her hand firmly, brushing her thumb over the tip. It didn't take long for the boy to get hard from her touch. When this happened, the girl leaned in close and whispered in his ear, making sure her breath tickled him in the process. Haku, I want you to tell me what you and Zabuza are up to. Haku's eyes grew wide as he gazed at the girl in front of him, and he had to bite his lower lip to keep from groaning before he could even ask how she knew. How did I know? As a sensor Haku, I was able to identify you. That battle earlier, I sensed you close by. When you witnessed what transpired with Zabuza, your chakra unconsciously flared. When you tried to surprise me, your chakra flared up again. Even though I'm insane, I'm not stupid. IW won't sell out Zabuza-sama to you, Naruki-chan, Haku said, unable to control the natural reaction his body was giving her as Naruki started to stroke his member, causing the boy to wince as her grip tightened slightly. With a sly smile, Naruki started to nibble lightly at Haku's neck while rapidly pumping his member. Oh, but you will, she said. You will, even if you don't want to. Haku-kun, you have no choice as long as you are under my control. Haku felt his release approaching and moaned, closing his eyelids tightly, but it never materialized. He looked down and went wide-eyed, realizing that Naruki was doing something to stop his release. And no. You've realized it, I see. I won't let you come, Haku-kun, until you tell me everything I want to know. Why hasn't Zabuza-sama launched an attack yet? At this point, Haku actually whimpered. The girl continued pumping her hands up and down the shaft while using her thumb to gently rub across the tip of his penis. Please just let me come. The boy's eyes started to sting from tears when he saw Naruki merely shake her head in a negative. Fine. Naruki-chan, what you did truly hurt Zabuza-sama. He actually took this long to recover from the blow, but. You don't need herbs to heal Zabuza, Naruki said, laughing evilly before she started to move her tongue in circles around Haku's nipples while staring up into his beseeching eyes. Tell me the reason behind your Haku-kun collection. Now that the need for release was getting painful, Haku sighed and nodded slowly, almost gasping for air. It's my hobby, he said. During our travels, I frequently have to tend to Zabuza's injuries. They usually aren't too bad, but, Haku gasped, threw his head back, and had to bite his lip to keep from screaming out. The boy's eyes were tortured by everything Naruki was doing, including refusing to let him go and taunting him the entire time. Poor Haku was in excruciating pain. The blonde laughed once more before raising her face to meet Haku's eyes once more and saying, Haku-kun, you're so adorable. It makes me want to play with you even more. Naruki moved her face closer, kissing Haku softly and quickly before using her other hand to pinch his ass and yelling at him made her laugh even harder as she became a little rougher with her strokes. When is Zabuza attacking? I'd like specifics. Haku nodded rapidly, obviously eager to end this discussion now so he could get the release he so badly desired. Tomorrow. Noon. When the workers feel the safest, Zabuza will ambush them and kill them all. Something that will make the bridge builder uneasy. Zabuza SS-sama will have to do things the hard way if he doesn't give up. I'll accompany him. I apologize, Naruki-chan. I see, said Naruki, scowling and shaking her head. To be honest, that doesn't really surprise me. I believe I've heard what I was hoping for. The blonde smirked and pressed her lips to Haku's neck, sucking until she left a noticeable hickey. She looked into his eyes and kissed him again, saying, You're mine, Haku. But that doesn't mean I can let you go just yet. My tiny plaything. Simply put, you're too much fun to let go. You're not going to mention me to Zabuza. You won't disclose to him my actual gender or my abilities. I would like you to pretend that nothing is wrong. Act like you normally would when it's time for you to fight. However, I want you to accompany me when I appear on the bridge. If we're lucky, we might be able to persuade your master to give up and turn against your employer. Gato doesn't seem like the kind of person who keeps his word, after all. I've come to believe that he is a rapacious jerk who takes advantage of people whenever possible. Haku took a moment to consider the demands and then nodded slowly. Why, you're right, he said. Gato isn't the kind to simply give up the kind of cash that Zabuza was requesting. However, what can we do? I've attempted to caution Zabuza-sama against taking this route, but... Naruki shook her head and sighed, isn't he the obstinate type? In fact, Haku was able to laugh at that before moaning once more. Why yes, this is how Zabuza-sama has been ever since I met him. Tough, strict, stubborn, the boy closed his eyes and actually smiled, sighing, still hoping Naruki would just let him come. But, Zabuza-sama saved me. I owe him my life. At this point, Haku recounted his past, how he had met Zabuza, and everything that had happened up until this point. By the time he finished, Haku had actually fallen to the ground, with Naruki kneeling next to him and still petting the poor boy as he tried to keep his senses. I understand, but you aren't just a tool to be used, Haku-kun. Naruki saw his bewildered look and smiled, slowing down her stroking a bit so he could unwind a bit. You're a good person with a caring heart, she said. Your father is the only person you have killed, and it's clear to me that you have no intention of killing anyone else. If I'm not mistaken, Zabuza also seems to care about you. The obstinate fool simply lacks the ability to express it. The young blonde smirked and shrugged her shoulders, saying, but then, given the kind of life he's supposed to have led so far, I guess that's understandable. Haku, would you really like to come? Haku almost instantly nodded and sighed, saying, please, Naruki-chan. I'll do anything. The poor boy was literally whimpering by this point, and his eyes were beseeching. After giving him a few good pumps, Naruki stopped pumping her chakra into the spot that had been preventing the poor boy from releasing his chakra, and, although some of Haku's seed fell on her hand, the majority just hit the grass and lay there, slowly dripping to the ground. Naruki nodded at that and finally let the poor boy have his release. It took a lot of courage to go this far, so the blonde quickly turned back to him as she pulled out a cloth and wiped her hand clean. Seeing how worn out her new friend was, Naruki leaned in close and rested her forehead against him, gently tucking a few strands of his hair behind his ears. It's okay now, Haku-kun, she said, noticing that the boy was breathing heavily. Please just unwind. It's safe to read again if you so desire. Limey time is over. Before weakly encircling Naruki-chan, the feminine boy gave a slow nod. That felt good, he said. I've never had a girl do that to me before, let alone one so pretty, he said, laughing softly as he glanced into his new friend's eyes and smiled slightly. In fact, Naruki blushed deeply at this point before turning away, obviously embarrassed by his remarks once more. Why, you flatterer? The blonde shook her head, taking a moment to collect herself, then returned her gaze to the boy's eyes, saying, you really are very sweet, Haku-kun. But don't forget that you're mine now, will you? I'll take you back to Konoha with me, she said, gently smiling as she prodded his nose and assisted him in putting on his kimono again. It will be nice to speak with you because I can relate to you in a way. I made the decision to trust you, Haku-kun. Don't disappoint me, please. Haku felt something pull at his heart when he saw the look Naruki was giving him, and he gave in almost immediately. He nodded his head slowly and grinned when Naruki smiled brightly at him. Thank you, Haku-kun. I'm hoping we can persuade Zabuza to abandon this stupid idea of getting even or whatever it is that motivates him. He ought to accompany us to Konoha. There, you and I could spend time doing anything we want, and you two could be content. Gigi will like you, I'm sure. The blonde gave Haku a tight hug and a cheek kiss before putting the necklace back on and using her chakra to activate its genjutsu. Before getting up and patting himself on the back, Haku's eyebrows arched a little. I'm just going to say this, and please don't take offense, but it needs to be said, he said. It's a little unsettling to see you like that after what we just did. I guess it would be, Naruki said, laughing to herself before nodding. However, it had to be done because one of my teammates is coming. Haku-kun, please keep in mind our conversation. Please be careful, and I'll see you tomorrow. I'm glad we met Naruki-chan, Haku said, giving his new friend a slow nod before embracing him. More time with you is something I'm looking forward to. It was a lot of fun. Haku blushed deeply, picked up his basket of herbs, and left without a backward glance for fear of becoming a tomato. The following day, Bridge. Team 7 was right to suspect that Gato had sent a couple of his thugs to Tezuna's house to try to get some hostages to use against the bridge builder, but fortunately Naruki had been there to foil that plan. Dealing with the idiots didn't take much work, and she was pleasantly surprised when Inari actually stood up to the two of them. The blonde genin hurried to get to the bridge, leaving 5 shadow clones behind in case they needed to, and hurried away. The kunoichi, still wearing her disguise, arrived at the bridge and grinned upon seeing a thick mist and a collection of ice mirrors that she assumed belonged to Haku because the good-natured boy had told her about his Hyoden Kekkei Genkei yesterday, so it would make sense. As she crept closer, Naruki was able to get a better look at what was happening inside the mirrors. The genin smirked to herself and couldn't help but giggle softly at the state Sasuke was in. Geez Tem, you look like a Uchiha pincushion. On the bridge further ahead, Naruki could hear the sounds of a fierce battle going on. Kakashi-sensei and Zabuza are fighting. Hopefully they don't end up killing each other, as that would be counterproductive to what I'm trying to accomplish here. Naruki's eyes widened for a moment before narrowing in concern. So you've unlocked the Sharingan, Sasuke. I'm sure Haku will be okay, but I don't want you to hurt each other. Naruki was ready to act when she noticed that Sasuke and Haku were both getting ready to attack each other. The Uchiha was obviously upset about being so badly insulted and wanted to kill his opponent. When Haku started to attack and Sasuke was getting ready to counter, Naruki went through her hand seals and slammed her hands down on the bridge. Earth release. Earth dome. With a dome of earth enclosing him and shielding him from Haku's attack, she yelled, forcing Sasuke to halt his technique and turn to face the world with a furious expression on his face at having his battle cut short. Haku, realizing what was happening, looked around until he saw Naruki and grinned behind his mask. Choosing to end the fight before anyone could be seriously injured, Haku launched an attack that paralyzed Sasuke before canceling his use of ice mirrors. He swiftly moved to Zabuza's side, placed a hand on the man's arm, and shook his head, saying, "Zabuza-sama, please stop. Gato won't pay us, and Naruto-kun is here. Just listen to Naruto-kun, please." After complaining and canceling his Kurigakure no Jutsu, Zabuza turned to glare at the blonde Gaki. He caught a glimpse of Haku taking off his mask and grinning at the blonde out of the corner of his eye, but what followed was not what he or anyone else on the bridge had really anticipated. As Naruto watched Haku remove his mask, a smirk threatened to play at his lips. "All right, I just can't resist screwing with everyone right now. Call me crazy, but it's just in my nature. Forgive me, Haku-kun." Naruki pointed a finger at Haku, and his face displayed a fake look of shock. "Hey, I know who you are. I beat the living daylights out of you in the woods." All eyes were on Haku at this point, and everyone on the bridge stared at the blonde, wondering if they had heard Naruto correctly. "What the hell, he slaps you off, but the little shit breaks my balls." Wait. When it finally registered in Zabuza's brain, he took a few steps away from Haku and shook his head. Haku, I'm beginning to doubt your sexual orientation." The demon of the hidden mist looked at Kakashi and nodded his head in Naruto's direction. "I'm also doubting his sexual orientation. When you get back to Konoha, you might want to get the Gaki checked out." Clearly disgusted with her knucklehead teammate, Sakura was flushed before she yelled, "What the heck, Naruto? That's sick. What were you thinking?" The silver-haired Jonin shuddered at the mere thought of Naruto becoming Hokage as he was now, knowing he would be having nightmares for some time. Kakashi watched as Haku turned a deep shade of red and Naruto started laughing hysterically. "I'm scared for the future of this team and for the village if Naruto achieves his dream of becoming Hokage." But before any of them could speak another word, they heard a cane tapping on the bridge and a gentle chuckle coming from farther down the bridge. As they turned to face it, they saw a midget with a cane, sunglasses on, and a sly smile that was visible to everyone. Bandits were everywhere, ready to murder not only the shinobi and Tazuna but also the villagers. "I expected you to at least kill some of these pitiful bastards," Gato said with a heavy sigh and a shake of his head. "I'm disappointed, Zabuza. Instead, I see a group of ninja in excellent health as I stand here. Except that you and Cyclops over there are a little hurt. Then again, the pincushion over there doesn't seem to be doing too well." Gato laughed to himself, stepped forward a few paces, and then smiled and raised his hand, saying, "You may be a very good ninja, but I don't think you can beat all these hirelings. I'm sorry, Zabuza, but our contract is immediately void. Now, you idiots, kill the ninja. Bonuses will be awarded to the person who kills Zabuza and his jerk sidekick. Proceed." Zabuza grabbed his Kubokiribocho and charged forward, slicing through bandits like they were nothing, while Kakashi and his clones killed an equal number of bandits with a variety of simple kunai attacks and simple jutsu. It took as little effort as possible, but he was obviously skilled at dealing with such simple bandits. Naruki, Zabuza, and Kakashi all stepped forward, ready to take on the new threat, if you could even call it that. Nervous about killing any of her opponents, the blonde just clobbered them mercilessly. However, after considering the current state of the Land of Waves and hearing from Tazuna a few days ago about some of the horrible things that Gato's men had done to the populace, Naruki clenched her fist and shook her head. She immediately sent a mental signal to her clones to prepare their jutsu, and shortly after, the blonde Kunoichi unleashed a combination jutsu with Kaden and Futon jutsus, which not only destroyed the bandits' ranks but also left nearly all of her targets as charred corpses. Naruki turned away from the scene, threw her arms around herself, and fought to avoid throwing up on the bridge. The young girl shook her head and tightly closed her eyes, saying, "I didn't want to have to do that." However, they would have simply carried on causing harm to others. She sighed, gritted her teeth, and just sat on his knees, trembling wildly. As soon as he saw this, Haku hurried over and put his arms around his friend, saying as quickly as he could anything calming, "I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. I wish I knew what to say to help you with this. I have previously killed, but only my father. I've vowed never to kill again since. But these jerks deserved it badly. I'm very sorry. I've witnessed their treatment of the women and villagers, but I apologize so much, Naruto. Kakashi and Zabuza soon followed, and Sakura and Tazuna rushed to Sasuke, deciding that it would be best to try to treat his wounds instead. The Jonin-sensei put his hand lightly on Naruto's shoulder and held it tightly. Naruto, the hardest kills will always be your first kills, or kills in this case. Death is always painful, and being a ninja is never easy. It never really goes away, but you'll be able to handle it more easily over time. Don't keep it all inside. That's the best advice I can give you. Talk to your friends, your team, or anyone else you can when necessary. Look for a way to decompress and rediscover your smile. You made the right decision, but it will be difficult. I can guarantee you that. Zabuza sighed and scowled under his mask before slowly nodding. I'll confess. It wasn't necessary for you to kill so young. I've made an effort to keep Haku from having to do this, but this. I apologize, Gaki. After seeing this, I'll forgive you for smashing my balls with that attack of yours, the former Kurigakure swordsman said, reaching down to pat the child on the other shoulder and smiling softly, though he couldn't see it through the mask. Don't do it again, please. The blonde looked up and around at everyone after the group, including Naruto, laughed softly. The genin shook his head and looked down again after a few short moments, and then Zabuza's voice broke the silence again. So, Haku tells me that she wants to join Konoha. Do you think Kakashi of the Sharingan would welcome the two of us? With a quiet laugh, Kakashi shook his head and shrugged. Really, I would be clueless. Only Hokage-sama can really make that decision. However, I have faith in my valued student's judgment. I will support his choice if he believes you will be accepted in Konoha. Seeing that everyone, including Tazuna, nodded in agreement, the group started walking back to the old man's house to temporarily rest. Now, I think we should all return to Tazuna's house and relax. After returning from the battle on the bridge later that evening, everyone sat at the dinner table talking to each other and mostly engaging in small talk. Unfortunately, Naruto wasn't acting in his typical manner. Rather, the young blonde ate very little and remained silent. When Haku saw this, he excused himself, took his friend's hand gently, and escorted the young Uzumaki outside and down to the small dock close to Tazuna's house. The ice user frowned as he sat down with his friend and gazed out at the water. The young man made the decision to speak quietly to his friend in case one of the others tried to listen in. Naruki, I'm worried about you. You need to eat, and you need to talk to somebody about what happened earlier. Please just say something, okay? With the necklace still fastened around her neck, Naruki just laid her head on Haku's shoulder, unwilling to take the chance that either Zabuza or her team would figure out her true gender just yet. Sorry Haku-kun, I just don't feel much like eating right now. Every time I close my eyes, I see what I did to those monsters. But, the smell of their bodies roasting like charred meat, I still feel like I can smell it. I really just don't have an appetite right now. Naruki sidled a little closer as the good-natured young man beside her gave her a slow nod and embraced her with one arm. To be honest, neither of them was particularly concerned about what other people thought of them right now. It would not bother them if, when they returned, they wanted to spread a rumor around Konoha that the two of them were interested in the same sex. Why? Because even if they were shunned by most of the village, they would still be friends and at least know the truth. When Haku saw Naruki nod slowly, he proceeded to kiss her forehead even though the genjutsu was still active. I know it's hard Naruki-chan. And I know you're most likely not feeling guilty about taking their lives, but rather shaken up because it was so much worse than you could have imagined your first kill being. Am I right? The ice user merely grinned back at Naruki, who was grinning up at him, obviously amused by her companion's actions. What? Naruki chuckled to herself as she nuzzled Haku's neck and yawned softly to herself. You sure you want to do that? It's quite the risk, especially considering Zabuza's watching us from the doorway right now. It just gives him more reason to question your sexuality, doesn't it? No one even looked over Haku's shoulder. Rather, he made the decision to convince his new friend. He reached down slowly, pinching Naruki's butt just enough to make her jump in place. Just as the blonde was about to scream at him, the ice user leaned in and planted a kiss on Naruto's lips before retreating and grinning more broadly. Does that answer your question? We know the truth and that's good enough for me. Let them think whatever they want. After noticing that Haku was grinning sweetly at her, Naruki briefly smirked at Zabuza before putting her arms around Haku's neck, bending down to give him a passionate kiss. She smiled broadly as she drew back and nodded her head. Haku-kun, you're really wonderful, do you know that? After a brief period of silent laughter, Haku embraced Naruki tightly once more. Looking down into Naruki's eyes as she leaned into him, the black-haired young man's features softened and he laid his head gently on top of hers. Hey, you're feeling better now, right? Then I'll gladly take the compliment. Now, since you seem to be feeling better, I just have to ask something. Was it really important to shout something like that on the bridge? You have no idea how embarrassing that was. After giving herself a cute little giggle, Naruki turned to face Haku, kissed him on the cheek, and then nuzzled him once more. The young Uzumaki smiled and gave Haku a nose flick. Thank you, Haku-kun. I mean it. As for what I did on the bridge, of course it was. I'm a prankster, and I'm known for being unpredictable, you know. Besides, I thought it was funny. Haku-yuki closed his eyes, sighed, and slowly nodded his head. Of course. Well, I've come to terms with what you did, and I'm not bothered by your actions. It's part of what makes you you after all. And you know what? I wouldn't change who you are for anything. You're a wonderful person. Zabuza and Kakashi watched from the front door of the house as Haku and Naruto shared that intimate embrace. After a while, Kakashi raised a brow and fixed his gaze on the demon of the hidden mist. Have you heard anything they've said? I saw the kissing earlier, but I'm not sure I can believe my eye. Zabuza Momochi slapped a hand across his face, sighed, and shook his head. The big swordsman turned to face Kakashi, clapping his hands on the Sharingan user's shoulders and looking him square in the eye. I haven't heard a word. Besides, it's not my place to eavesdrop. I only wanted to watch after them and make sure they stayed safe. I didn't expect to have to watch that though. Tell me, Kakashi, did I do something to make Haku this way? I tried to raise him right. Kakashi raised an eyebrow at that and shook his head hastily. I won't even comment on that last bit. As for Haku, I wouldn't worry too much. He's mature enough to make his own decisions, and I don't think you really care so long as the boy's happy, am I right? With a sigh, the brown-haired swordsman shook his head. You're right, it's just, learning Haku was interested in his fellow man was a huge shock to me. Maybe I should just be grateful he isn't trying to check out my ass or something. After chuckling and shrugging his shoulders, Kakashi smiled at Zabuza with his signature grin. There we go, that's the way to do it. Look on the bright side. Besides, they look happy together, so let's not question it. I just wonder how those in the village will take this bit of news if they see the two of them together like this. Before they could both see Sakura standing in the doorway, observing the two boys down at the dock, Zabuza shrugged his shoulders and started to speak. She was mumbling to herself while holding a finger in her mouth. When they listened more intently, they could hear some of what she was saying. The pink-haired girl nibbled lightly on her fingernail and then turned and walked back inside, giggling to herself, that's actually kind of hot. Boy-on-boy action, who knew it could be so romantic. Sweat trickled down the two men's faces as they looked at one another, then grinned and shrugged. Well, if Sakura-chan's reaction is anything to go on, I guess we won't have too much to worry about from the female population. As they turned to go back inside, Zabuza gave Kakashi Hatake a shoulder slap and laughed heartily. As they continued to converse and laugh together, they vanished inside Tezuna's house, leaving Naruto and Haku at the dock. Who knew women were so into men-on-men action, Kakashi. After all, when they felt like it, they would return inside and sleep. After 1.5 weeks, bridge. Team 7 had to depart on that day. The bridge had been completed, their mission was complete, and the land of waves was once again safe and free. Zabuza and his apprentice Haku-yuki, who had reportedly taken on the role of good Naruto's boyfriend during their time in Wave, were standing on the bridge with their newfound allies. Kakashi had made the decision to tell Jiraiya, the fabled toad Sannin, about the peculiarity of the female mind if he had the opportunity to see him soon. He had caught Sakura skulking about and using a tiny, handheld camera to take pictures. Although it wasn't the best gadget ever, it was definitely useful to her. She would take the time to have these photos developed once she returned to Konoha, then show them to Ino and their friends. After all, Haku and Naruto together were hot, as Sakura would frequently remark blushing. Knowing this, Kakashi Hatake concluded that if Jiraiya started writing a series about two men in a romantic relationship, if his pink-haired genin's actions were any indication, the female audience would probably gobble it up. The Toad Sanin may find it challenging at first, but he would benefit from taking the time to write a new series that focused on male-on-male romance in 2 ways. Naturally, Jiraiya's financial gain from the series would be the first advantage. Kakashi was certain that many of the women in the world would be delighted to read such a series. According to Kakashi Hatake, the second and most significant benefit of this new series was the potential for women to stop criticizing the Ika Ika series and to stop labeling any men who dared read it as hopeless perverts. Of course, it would still be true, but at least he would be free of the harassment from women. Team 7 departed across the bridge after bidding the villagers farewell. Given that the 6 of them were ninja, they could arrive in Konohagakure in no more than a week if they traveled at a steady pace. Naruto walked beside Haku as they crossed the bridge, holding the ice user's hand. The two smiled at one another, made small talk, and generally just enjoyed each other's company. Sakura and Sasuke strolled at the rear of the group, while Zabuza and Kakashi were deep in conversation. The Pinkett, who was clearly still enjoying their romance, couldn't help but giggle as she watched Haku and Naruto go ahead of them. The Uchiha beside her simply sighed angrily and shook his head. The journey ahead will be lengthy. Tazuna shook his head and grinned as the 6-man team departed. Tsunami, his daughter, turned to her father after a few short moments. "Chu-san, what are you going to name the bridge now that it's completed?" The elderly man shrugged his shoulders and shook his head once more. "Honestly, I have no idea. I'd love to name it after Naruto, but the Great Naruto Bridge, that doesn't really fit with his image, now does it?" After nodding her head, Tsunami turned to watch Team 7 cross the bridge and vanish from view. "That's true. Naruto is unique. Oh, I have an idea. How about the Jolly Naruto Bridge? I think it fits." After a moment of thoughtful chin scratching, Tazuna nodded his head. The villagers all started laughing together and agreed with the name that had been chosen for the bridge. "That sounds like as good a name as any. You're right, Tsunami. I think that's probably the best name we could come up with. It's certainly better than the Odd Naruto Bridge, or the Crazy Naruto Bridge, or some other name along that line of thinking." 5 days later, the Konoha Gates. Now, the pair that some had dubbed the Eternal Chunin were at their regular posts, watching over one of Konoha's gates. They were referred to as Izumo Kamizuki and Katetsu Hagane. They were in charge of many tasks and have been best friends for a long time. Like today, they were typically spotted manning the gates. As usual, there was very little traffic, and these two had been at their posts for a few hours. So far, only 2 individuals had entered the gates. One was a merchant who was departing to carry on selling his goods to the different towns scattered throughout Hinokuni, and the other was a tourist who had decided to spend some time in Konohagakure. Apart from that, these two were extremely bored and had finally turned to playing different kinds of games. These two initially agreed to play a game called I Spy. In this straightforward game, players alternately say, "I spy with my little eye," or a similar phrase, and then provide a clue about what they have seen. The next turn comes after someone correctly guesses what the spy selected. It goes without saying that Izumo and Katetsu soon became disinterested in this activity and chose to move on to something else. The 2 Chunin guards were observed playing poker with each other as Team 7+2 approached the gates. To his friend's annoyance, Izumo appeared to be taking Katetsu for every cent of the money they were betting. The two smiled and waved to their favorite little blonde knucklehead when they eventually spotted Team 7. "Yo Naruto, glad to see you're back. How'd the mission go?" As he got to the 2 Chunin, Naruto sprinted forward, retrieved the rabbit from his backpack, and held it out to them. See, I got a rabbit. I call him Cushy. Isn't he cute?" After raising their eyebrows, Izumo and Katetsu turned to face one another. They shrugged and assumed this was just their friend's typical randomness before turning back to look at Naruto and his new pet. That's really great for you, Naruto-kun. Why don't you tell us about your mission and how you came across this new pet of yours?" For a while, the blonde boy held little Cushy close to his body while he smiled and nodded angrily. "It was fun. We beat the crap out of these 2 Chunin called the Demon Brothers and then met this guy Zabuza. He tried to scare us and kill our client, Tazuna, but I took him down with my crotch seeker. It was funny, especially when Kakashi hugged him and they started crying together." Katetsu and Izumo both went pale as they turned to face Kakashi and Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the hidden mist. They both turned to face Naruto without question, and they couldn't help but think of the time Naruto had struck Hiruzen with the crotch seeker. Rewind. With a look of obvious apologies on both of their faces as they watched his expression turn sour, Azumo and Katetsu had brought another couple stacks of forms to the Sandame to read over and sign. The Eternal Chunin brought up chairs and sat close by, offering to help him with some of his paperwork, going over the forms and other things they could do to support him. A few minutes later, Naruto hurried into the office and started talking incoherently, something that the two Chunin hadn't really taken in until the Sandame got up and walked around the desk to talk to the young boy. With a shrug, the two became alert and looked at each other to see what was happening. So you see, Gigi, I can't think of just the perfect way to empower my crotch seeker further. It's strong and it brings even some of those ninja meanies to their knees, but it could be so much more powerful, don't you think? The Chunin, pallid at this, glanced from Naruto to their Hokage, uncertain of the old man's next move. I see what you're trying to say, Naruto-kun. Have you thought about training with weights to increase your strength? Maybe you should actually train with Katsuo and Chikao. The two of them would likely be able to help you out more than I could for something such as that. At the idea of this, crotch seeker, getting even stronger, Azumo and Katetsu appeared terrified. They had yet to see this formidable weapon in person. So far, they had only heard rumors about it. The two prayed that they would never have to see anything like that. But first, perhaps you could look at my form and see if I'm doing anything wrong. I came up with the attack and all, but perhaps you can spot some flaws in my style or something and offer some more advice that way. Naruto exclaimed, obviously thrilled at the chance to receive additional assistance from his beloved Gigi. That makes sense, Gigi. Weights and training would certainly help me to strengthen my attack. Naruto, obviously excited to try out his priceless weapon, leapt up and down in place when the Sandame nodded and grinned at his favorite young blonde. Hiruzen Sarutobi briefly observed young Naruto attempting to demonstrate his form to the Hokage by hurling his crotch seeker at nothing but air. Hiruzen eventually gave Naruto the order to stop. I see, you've got a good form, but it could certainly use some refinement. For instance, your stance is a little off. If you're going for pure power, you're doing fine. But the problem is, the attack is too slow. What you need to do is practice on increasing the speed of your punch as well. At the moment, your attack is too easy to dodge or block, if one so chose to risk blocking your attack in the first place. The wise man clarified. After giving it some more thought, Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded once more and made the decision to convince young Naruto of his point. Face me, Naruto-kun. Try to hit me with your crotch seeker and I'll show you what I mean. Afterwards, how about I help you on your form? Then we'll get you started on the weight training and we can get Katsuo and Chikao to assist you however they can. Sound good? Naruto turned and assumed his previous stance, nodding and smiling. Unfortunately, Hiruzen's secretary knocked on the door just as he was about to use his crotch seeker, announcing that the Hokage had a meeting to attend. The young blonde's crotch seeker made contact with the elderly man's genitalia as the Sandame lifted his head to inform the woman that he would be there soon. People were awakened from their sleep, birds were frightened from their treetop perches, and everyone in Konoha village and beyond could hear the shriek that Naruto's beloved Gigi evoked. Even the glass of his windows trembled in response to the loud, high-pitched scream. That they didn't break was a miracle. The Hokage's eyes widened in horror as he fell to his knees, clutching at his genitalia before toppling over on his side when he finally stopped screaming. The Sandame started foaming at the mouth, and everyone in the room watched as his body twitched uncontrollably. The poor man's eyes started to well up with tears in no time at all. Naruto blinked a few times as he glanced at his companions, the Eternal Chunin. Hey, guys, did you two hear a pop? The sound and sight of the Sandame being struck by the all-powerful crotch seeker was simply too much for men like Azumo and Katetsu to handle, and they were also crying. They both nodded slowly in response to Naruto's query, and their hands simultaneously flew to their genitalia. Before long, they could all hear the Hokage murmuring to himself, his voice filled with fear and agony. I think it popped, my ball popped. And, where's the other one? Did it retreat up into my body somewhere? Ah, it hurts so fucking much. Oh Kami, please make this pain stop. At this point, everyone in the room thought it would be best if the Sandame weren't made to go to that meeting. As she and Neko took their Hokage to the hospital for urgent medical care, the secretary prudently chose to postpone it until a later time. The Eternal Chunin were left alone in the room with Naruto, who focused on them both, and they began to fear their own genitalia. Is Gigi going to be okay? Now, It goes without saying that the two best friends wanted to cry for their Hokage's missing testicle just thinking about that scream. The one that had exploded could never be fixed, but the other one had finally found its proper place. The Eternal Chunin embraced their Hokage and offered their condolences after learning of that. It was a strange event that no one had fully anticipated, but given the situation, no one could hold them responsible. They turned back to Naruto and listened to his story some more. Anyways, after reaching Tazuna's house, I kinda hit this little boy and Sasuke with it too. While it was funny, I couldn't help but feel kinda bad afterwards. Azumo and Katetsu exchanged glances before turning to face the Uchiha, their eyes dripping with sweat at this revelation. So, think he'll still be able to birth an heir or two? I wouldn't be surprised if, after being struck by that attack, he can no longer give the council what they want. Azumo said to his companion. To avoid raising suspicions with the Uchiha, Katetsu shook his head and looked back at his friend. Azumo agreed with his assessment of the situation, so they turned their attention back to young Naruto. I'm not sure. If he's incapable of birthing any heirs now, the council will be furious. They'd most likely demand Naruto's head on a stake if that was the case. Sakura and I are getting along a lot better now too. We talked for a while, and we even trained together under Kakashi-sensei's guidance. I showed Kaka-sensei a lot of what I could do, and even introduced him to Katsuo and Chikao. You guys remember them, right? As his peers nodded, Naruto continued. Good. It wasn't long after that I met Haku-kun. Haku was now summoned over by Naruto, who smiled as he sat beside the blonde. The whiskered boy brought the rabbit up to his cheek and gave him a long nuzzle. See, this was Haku's rabbit, but now it's mine. Isn't that right, Whittle Cushy Wushy? He asked. With a sigh, Haku slowly nodded his head. It's true. We've agreed to a joint custody, of sorts, but Cushy will be living with Naruto-chan from now on. I don't really mind, but it was certainly unexpected. After observing the attractive boy shrug his shoulders, Azumo and Katetsu laughed at the boy's bad luck. Yes, well, Naruto-kun's an odd one. He's a good kid, and smart too, but damn if he isn't a random and unpredictable little bastard. Azumo laughed and nodded at that, then swiftly raised his hands in a conciliatory gesture. We don't mean that in an offensive way. We oftentimes joke with Naruto-kun and he doesn't take offense to it any. We just laugh about it together. You'd be amazed at some of the pranks he's pulled in the village. Holy crap, is he a damn genius. Continuing to be Naruto, as he was still compelled to be, Haku couldn't help but look sideways at his girlfriend as the Chunin laughed together and told him more stories about Naruto's antics. What exactly have I gotten myself into, Naruki-chan, by dating you? Naruto eventually stopped nuzzling Cushy and grinned broadly at his companions. Anyways, I interrogated Haku-kun in the forest because I recognized him as Zabuza-san's apprentice or ally or whatever. I sensed him earlier in the battle with Zabuza, so it wasn't hard to figure it out. The young blonde shrugged his shoulders and went on. The blonde with whiskers looked down, closed his eyes, and shook his head briefly. Long story short, we put a stop to Gato and his men, saved Wave, all that good stuff. But I experienced my first kills on that mission. Haku and Zabuza joined our side and agreed to join Konoha, but I couldn't let Gato's men live to hurt the people of Wave anymore. They were horrible people. After giving their friend a pitiful smile, Azumo and Katetsu walked around their desk and gave him a tight hug, taking care not to crush the bunny rabbit. We're sorry, Naruto-kun. It must have been hard on you, but you need to remember you did a good thing, okay? After nodding, Katetsu made the decision to share his thoughts as well. With a sigh, the gentle Chunin patted his friend on the shoulder and his smile brightened. It may sound awful saying this, but it's a good thing you got this out of the way early. I could try to explain what I mean by that, but I'm sure you'll understand what I mean with time. No matter what, just know we're here for you, okay, Naruto-kun? Naruto gave his friends a slow nod and a smile. You know what, I love you guys. You're like big Oni-chans to me. Just wish we could spend more time together. You're always busy. After the two Chunin nodded and laughed together, Naruto resumed his speech while putting Cushy back in his backpack. Ooh, guess what, you two? Haku and I are a couple. The eternal Chunin's eyes widened so quickly that they appeared to be about to burst from their sockets. Katetsu exclaimed, what? I wasn't expecting that. Are you serious, Naruto-kun? Azumo simply nodded, unsure if he had just heard correctly. At this point, Haku was blushing intensely and nodding his head slowly. With a shoulder shrug, the boy clarified, it's true. It just kinda happened. Before long, Naruto turned to face Haku and gave him a tight embrace before giving him a brief, tender kiss on the lips. Azumo ruffled his hair a little and smiled at his younger brother after blinking a few times. Well, I can't say I expected something like this, but I'm happy for you, Naruto-kun. I'm sure Kotetsu is too. I'm sure you'll find some people in the village that choose to criticize you and say some rude crap, but we support you. At that, Kotetsu nodded and gave his young friend a radiant smile. Enough about all of this though. You should go and report to Hokage-sama. I'm sure he'll want to know the results of your mission. He'll also want to meet these two so he can decide for himself what to do with them. Take care. After saying their goodbyes and nodding, Naruto and Haku turned to follow the others to the Hokage Tower. Shortly after leaving Weeb, Sasuke made the decision to speak up, obviously annoyed by all the sentimental nonsense that Naruto and Haku had been engaging in. The Uchiha responded with two radiant smiles, "Are you two ever going to stop that crap? It's seriously getting on my nerves." The Uchiha slapped his face and shook his head. I thought not. A short time later, the Hokage's office. Right now, Team 7 and their visitors stood across from the Sandame, awaiting authorization to speak. When it was finally handed to them, Kakashi took a step forward and paused before speaking. Team 7 reporting back from our mission, Hokage-sama. Things went well, but there were some minor, complications, so to speak. After a moment of rubbing his brow, the Sandame turned to look at Naruto. Kakashi-san, do explain. Does this have anything to do with your two guests? Did Naruto-kun do anything weird? After shedding a few tears, the silver-haired Jonin calmed down and started to explain. It turned out that Tazuna-san lied to us about the specifics of the mission. Gato was behind all the problems in Weeb, and he had hired some shinobi and a large group of mercenaries to exert his control over the country. At this point, Hiruzen Sarutobi turned to face Zabuza and Haku before turning back to Kakashi Hatake. I assume these two were some of the enemies you had to face. Kakashi, holding a Sharingan, gave a nod. That is correct. The first opponents we encountered were the Demon Brothers. They were easily dispatched and proved absolutely no threat to our team. That was when we first learned the truth from Tazuna-san, our client. Despite being lied to and the mission easily being bumped up to AB or A rank at that point, we chose to continue with the mission. There was no way we could leave the people of Weeb to suffer at the hands of such a tyrant. After giving a slow nod, the elderly Hokage turned to face the three genin present. He gave each of them a smile and a nod of approval before turning back to Kakashi Hatake. I do not fault you for your decision, Team 7. As far as I'm concerned, you four made the right choice. Now, please continue. Team 7's Jonin Sensei gave a nod in agreement and decided to move on. Shortly after arriving in Weeb, Naruto caught a rabbit belonging to Haku-kun there, Zabuza Momochi's apprentice. At this point, Naruto stopped and showed the Hokage his new pet, Kushi, with a joyful smile. See, isn't Kushi awesome, Gigi? Ooh, but shortly after my precious new pet came to me, Zabuza-san showed up and attacked us. He tried to intimidate us and threatened to kill Tazuna-san, but I nailed him with my crotch seeker and he had to run away. With a grimace, Zabuza unconsciously reached for his crotch, recalling the agony he had endured that day. Kakashi looked at him and nodded his head in agreement, demonstrating that he understood the man's suffering. Despite his scowl, Hiruzen nodded his head. Even though no man should have to endure that kind of suffering, I can't blame Naruki-chan for employing that specific tactic. It's an odd tactic, but a powerful one. Good job protecting your client, Naruto-kun. You did well, not after all she's been through, and especially not after all the effort she put into learning that technique. Kakashi decided to go on from there. Upon arriving at Tazuna-san's house, Naruto-kun, let's call it an accident for now, he, accidentally, struck both Tazuna's grandson and Sasuke-kun with the crotch seeker. But, at least Sakura and Naruto's friendship strengthened, somehow. Hiruzen grimaced as he considered the potential consequences of Naruto's attack on Sasuke's genitalia, but he decided not to discuss or consider it just yet. Rather, he encouraged Hatake to go on. The Jonin sensei sighed, relieved that the Hokage would not address Naruto's behavior, and went on to describe the mission. I proceeded to train Naruto and Sakura until Sasuke was able to join us for our training sessions. I wasn't aware that Naruto knew so much already. I didn't even know he had signed the monkey contract. But, That's not really important to the mission details, so I'll forget about that for now. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow, but decided to disregard the remarks for the time being. Rather, Kakashi Hatake went on while the Sandaime listened. I'm not sure exactly when it happened, but Naruto-kun managed to catch Haku-kun off guard and interrogated him. He got plenty of useful information, and even managed to persuade Haku-kun and Zabuza-san to join Konoha. The last thing I can think of to mention is the fact that Gato showed up on the bridge and Zabuza, myself, and Naruto-kun dealt with them. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, Naruto-kun had to experience his first kills during that fight. At this point, the Sandaime turned to face Naruto, who scowled as he approached the blonde boy across the desk. He knelt down and gave his grandson a back pat and an embrace. Are you okay, Naruto-kun? Slowly nodding, Naruto gave his Gigi a firm embrace. I'm okay. Haku-kun helped me, and, with some time to think on it, I started feeling better. So, yeah, I'm okay now, Gigi. The Hokage stepped back and met the boy's whiskered eyes with a smile. I'm glad to hear that. I had hoped you wouldn't have had to do that for some time, but it's good to hear you've recovered from that experience. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded in agreement and turned to face Zabuza and Haku. After observing their slow nods, the Hokage returned to his desk and took his pipe out of one of his drawers. So, you two wish to join Konoha? He asked. He filled it, lit it, and drew a few drags before letting out a slow exhale. Naruto-kun, Kakashi-san, do you trust them not to cause any trouble or betray the village? Kakashi gave nod. I have had time to speak with the both of them, and I found Zabuza-san to be a rather good man. He is highly skilled, and I would even recommend him for Jonin status if you were to permit him to join our village. Haku-kun is easily high Chunin based on what I've seen of his skills. They are both good people and I stand by my student's decision to bring them here. With a joyful nod, Naruto embraced Kushi once more. Yeppers Gigi, I trust the both of them, and I think they'd get along really well here in the village. Haku's even become my boyfriend, so you'd better say yes. Hiruzen Sarutobi started choking on his tobacco as his eyes grew wide. He spun around rapidly, glancing intently at Haku and Naruto. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed to himself and nodded in response after observing the two of them nod slowly, obviously comprehending exactly what his eyes were requesting. He then turned to face the other members of Team 7. You four will receive the proper pay for an A-rank mission. Great job on your mission. Speak with my secretary about your pay. I need to speak with Naruto-kun, Haku-kun, and Zabuza-san privately now. Team 7 members arched their brows, obviously interested in what he had to discuss privately with those three. The three hurried out of the room when the Hokage glared at them, leaving the four of them by themselves. Once they were gone, Hiruzen activated the room's privacy seal by performing the required hand seals. The Hokage rubbed his brow once more before turning to face Naruto as he sat behind his desk. It's clear to me that Haku-kun already knows the truth, but does Zabuza-san know? Naruki looked up at Zabuza after shaking her head. When the Sandaime nodded, Naruki handed Kushi to Haku and reached up to remove the necklace from around her neck. No, not yet Gigi. Should I tell him? She asked. Naruki took it gently in her hands, dropped the genjutsu, and then turned to face Zabuza. This is me, Zabuza-san. The demon of the hidden mist's eyes widened significantly, and he stammered for a while as he tried to think of the right words to say. Finally, he simply decided on something. Holy fucking shit, it all makes sense now. Haku-kun, you bagged yourself a little haughty. Wait, you knew this entire time. As Zabuza babbled on, spilling out everything that was currently going through his mind, the other three perspired. Haku nodded slowly when he finally stopped talking. Why yes, Zabuza-sama, Naruki-chan asked me not to tell you or anyone else the truth. I'm so sorry. The swordsman grinned down at his apprentice and shook his head. No, don't be. I'm not upset with you, Haku. I'm actually quite happy for you. Now, could someone please explain this to me? With a nod, Hiruzen Sarutobi gestured for the three to take a seat. Then, at last, he started talking. The Sandaime nodded slowly as he saw the realization dawn on Zabuza's face. It's a secret I have kept since Naruki's birth. The Kyuubi no Yoko attacked the village on the night of Naruki's birth. The Yondaime, Minato Namikaze, could not kill the Biju, so he did the best he could at the time and sealed it inside a newborn child. Yes, that child was Naruki-chan. I tried to explain the situation to the villagers and help them realize that Minato-kun wanted the child to be treated as a hero. Unfortunately, this plan backfired. The Sandaime Hokage let out a deep sigh, shook his head, and took a few more drags from his pipe before continuing. I ordered the council to keep everything a secret, fearing that their reaction would plague the minds of the villagers. Unfortunately, the truth about Naruki spread throughout the village like wildfire. In order to protect Naruki, I used an artifact, that necklace, to hide her true gender. Observing Zabuza's bewilderment, Hiruzen Sarutobi went on to clarify. The Hokage sighed deeply and lowered his head, frowning pitifully. Jinchuriki are treated cruelly almost everywhere. They are considered weapons and/or monsters in most places, and most are treated with little to no respect at all. In this village, they oftentimes tried to kill Naruki-chan. What do you think would have happened as Naruki-chan grew older? Zabuza paused for a moment, then said something. Well, considering how volatile the situation seems to be regarding the kid, rape is an obvious answer. If they couldn't kill Naruki, they could at the very least break her. Crush her spirit, make her suffer. They would have done everything in their power to make her like a fucking zombie. It would have been harder for her to gain any respect, seeing as kunoichi oftentimes aren't treated with the same kind of respect male shinobi are. It's a sexist issue, and I'm sure some people don't even realize they're acting that way, but that's how it works. The Sandaime grinned at Zabuza and nodded his head. It's as you said, there are numerous reasons, but it really was for the best. Given a little more time, I'm sure Naruki-chan will be able to reveal her true gender and not have to risk anything because of it. However, until then. At this point, Naruki sighed and raised his voice. I have to continue pretending to be a guy. I don't like it, but I don't really have much of a choice. I want to show who I really am, to be able to go shopping with Yugao Oni-chan for certain, essentials, without getting such funny looks from people. Heck, now that I've got a sweetie boyfriend, I would love to walk through the street, holding his hand and even showing him off to people I know. This is my honey bunny. Don't we look cute together? And, well, you get the picture. At that, the Hokage nodded his head and gave a quiet laugh. I understand, Naruki-chan. I'll make you a deal, okay? The Chunin exams are coming up in a few months. If you can make Chunin in those exams, you can reveal your true gender. Deal. Naruki nodded her head and smiled. She threw her fist out to her Gigi, beaming. She laughed when they bumped fists. Deal, Gigi. I'll definitely make Chunin, just watch me. At that, the Sandaime smiled and gave a joyful nod. The Hokage turned to face Haku and Zabuza, scowling and slowly nodding his head. I'll hold you to that promise, Naruki-chan. Now, he said, Zabuza, if I accept you into the village and make you a jonin, I have a request you will have to agree to. Is this understood? The swordsman gave a nod. Of course, Hokage Dono. What is this request of yours? With a smile, Hiruzen Sarutobi gestured to Naruki. You have to agree to become Naruki's guardian. Adopt her or not, that is up to you. Just look after her and protect her. Do we have an agreement? Zabuza looked at Naruki, and his eyebrows quirked. The demon of the hidden mist turned to the Hokage and nodded his head, grinning. I'll admit that I'm a little hesitant, especially after being a victim of her crotch seeker. Still, she's a good kid and she gets along well with Haku. I agree to those conditions. And, if you have the forms, I think I would like to officially adopt Naruki. But from what I've heard about her living conditions, I think you're going to have to help us arrange some new living arrangements for us. Can you agree to that, Hokage-sama? The old man laughed to himself and nodded. After searching his desk, the Hokage discovered what he was looking for and took out the forms Zabuza needed to complete. Of course, Zabuza-san, I'll arrange a good place for you three to move into. If you would, please hand over your Hittite and I'll hand you the proper replacements. You'll have to return later to pick up your flak jackets. After giving his Hittite and nodding, Zabuza started completing the forms. Haku gave his over as well, then met the Hokage's gaze. Does this mean you truly accept us, Hokage-sama? Hiruzen Sarutobi gave the boy a kind smile and a nod of his head. The Sandaime laughed to himself as he saw the boy nod slowly, obviously anxious about whatever it was that he would ask of the ice user. I do. I trust in Naruki's judgment, and I shall place my trust in you as well. But, I do have a request of you as well. Be good to Naruki and don't break her heart. She has a very protective Oni-chan after all. That made Haku smile, and he nodded quickly in agreement. The ice user smiled nervously at the Hokage's eyebrows as he said, I wouldn't dream of it. I like Naruki-chan a lot. We are similar in a way, and I feel really close to her. Though, I must ask something. Is it, alright for us to be seen holding hands and, kissing in public? She'll have the genjutsu active, and I'm not sure how you would feel about that, so I just have to ask. Before turning back to the younglings, Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced at Zabuza, who merely nodded that they had been doing that enough already. I don't see a problem with it. If anyone gives you any problems, go ahead and let me know. I can always assign Yugao to follow you too. She is rather fond of Naruki-chan, so I doubt she'd take too kindly to any of the villagers harassing the two of you. That made Naruki laugh, and she nodded to herself. I think that sounds like a wonderful idea. I don't want anyone trying to pick on Haku-kun while I'm with him. The elderly man nodded his head and looked in the direction of Yugao's place in the room, grinning to himself. Since she was the only other person in the village of Konohagakure who was aware of Naruki's true identity, it was only natural that she was the only Anbu present. Hiruzen smiled as she appeared before her Hokage, bending down and bowing her head to him. Yugao-san, would you perhaps be willing to accept a new assignment? Another member of Anbu can guard me in your stead. After giving a nod, the attractive woman with violet hair gradually removed her mask. I will gladly take on this assignment, Hokage-sama. I won't let anyone pick on my little sister. As he slid the new Hittite across his desk for Zabuza and Haku to accept, the Sandaime grinned and nodded his head. After a moment, the old man had an idea and started laughing to himself. Good. You are all dismissed then. Do take care. I will send for you later as soon as I have set up your new house. In the meantime, feel free to have a look around the village and become acquainted with your new home. His four guests began to perspire anxiously as a result of this laughter. Yugao asked, obviously concerned for herself and the other people in the room as well as for the Hokage, Hokage-sama, why are you laughing? Hiruzen waved his hand and grinned at the four of them, coughing to gather himself again. Oh, it's nothing. I just thought of something is all. Hiruzen Sarutobi took the forms from Zabuza, carefully examined them, and then nodded. Everything looks to be in order. I will take care of these in a bit. Take care you four and enjoy. When the genjutsu appeared again, the young blonde scowled briefly and hooked her necklace back into place. Naruki shrugged and walked out of the office with her friends. When they were gone, the Hokage rubbed his hands together with excitement and smiled. Oh Yugao-chan, you're going to hate me for this, but I can't resist. This is going to be so much fun. I can't wait to see how you react to what I have in store for you. Later that evening, Naruki had spent the majority of their time together showing her new father and boyfriend all of her favorite places in the village. At one point, the young blonde had, of course, taken them to Ichiraku Ramen, where they all ate contentedly together. Naturally, Zabuza Momochi soon discovered how much ramen Naruki could eat and made the decision that he would need to find a way to restrict her ramen intake. He had no idea how nutritious her diet truly was. To be honest, the young blonde enjoyed a good salad and a lot of fruits and vegetables. In addition, she enjoyed eating meat and, when possible, barbecue. She then consumed bread, cereal, and a variety of other foods. Naturally, her Gigi and Oni-chan had compelled her to start eating more than just ramen, which is why she had even come to try all of this other cuisine. They wanted her to be a strong, healthy young lady, after all. The Hokage had finally sent for them after several hours. The man told them that the adoption had been completed and was now official as their guide took them to the place where the Sandaime had asked them to meet him. The four people who were following him were happy to hear this news, and soon after, Zabuza gave his new daughter a pat on the top of her head. The guide led them to what they thought was their new home in a short amount of time. The Sandaime was standing just outside the house, holding 2 flak jackets. With the 4 ninja following, the guide hurried up to the Hokage. He was dismissed after bowing to the Sandaime and stating that he had brought them as asked. The Jonin flak jacket was handed to Zabuza, who looked at it and decided to try it on later. It is good to see you again. Zabuza Momochi, Haku Yuki, these are your new flak jackets. When a Chunin flak jacket was handed to Haku, he smiled and put it on quickly. He thanked the Hokage and said it fit perfectly. The Hokage opened the front door and ushered the group inside after noticing that they were happy with their new equipment. Naruki-chan, I have already moved all of your things from your apartment to this house. Your room is upstairs on the left. There are 3 more bedrooms upstairs as well, 1 for each of you. Yugao blinked a few times at this point before she finally had to ask. Hokage-sama, you can't mean me as well, right? Hiruzen turned to the woman with the violet hair and started to laugh again. Oh yes, I didn't tell you before, did I? I decided to have your belongings moved into this new house as well. You will be living with Naruki-chan from now on. Congratulations. The Anbu woman pointed her finger accusingly at him as her eyes widened significantly. So that's why you were giggling earlier. You should have just told me, Hokage-sama. If you wanted me to live with Naruki-chan, you should have just said so. This isn't funny. In the distance, Zabuza was giggling. Oh yes it is. Old man, you've got a great sense of humor. I can tell I'm going to like you a lot. At this point, Yugao gave Zabuza a stern look and aimed her sword at his genitalia. Tell me, Zabuza-san, would you like to keep your privates intact? If you do, I suggest you shut up. Zabuza quickly apologized to the woman, and Haku and the others started to perspire. This woman is terrifying. If I don't want to lose my valuable manhood, I'm going to have to be extremely careful about what I say around her. Very cautious of the woman near me now, the swordsman thought. To regain everyone's attention, the elderly man coughed into his hand and said, ahem. Anyways, I have filled the house with the essentials. There's food and drink in the kitchen, bathroom essentials in the 3 bathrooms located throughout the house, beds, etc. Take the time to get accustomed to your new home and get some rest when you're ready. Naruki-chan, I have instructed Kakashi Hatake to up the training for you and your team starting tomorrow. Be sure to get plenty of rest and eat well, because you are going to be busy. Hatake-san will make sure you 3 are ready for the Chunin exams, I guarantee it. The Sandaime saw Naruki nod and hugged her before heading back home his job. The day before the Chunin exams start, 2 months later. The family of 4 had been doing surprisingly well. Being a parent to both Haku and Naruki had become second nature to Zabuza. When they had time, the swordsman trained them both, and he was actually quite pleased. Considering that someone had finally adopted her, Naruki was also extremely happy. Everything was fantastic, including having a fantastic father, sister, and boyfriend. Because of their shared experience on guard duty, Haku had gotten used to his responsibilities as a Chunin and had quickly become friends with Izumo and Katetsu. Although the ice user didn't have to do that as frequently as they did, the boy still found it to be a fun experience. Despite the fact that she had to accompany him under the guise of Naruto, the young man also thoroughly enjoyed his dates with Naruki. What's even stranger than the fan club itself is that she and Naruto had their own exclusive fan club made up entirely of young girls. They weren't complaining, but neither of them was exactly sure what the hell to make of that. A few days after moving in with Zabuza and his family, Yugao had to tell her boyfriend, Hayate Gecko, about her new living situation. This revelation, of course, did not sit well with Hayate, but he understood and kept his concerns to himself. Even now, the happy couple was still having a great time together. Nevertheless, Yugao made the decision to leave Anbu and become a mere jonin. She simply loved living a normal life with her new family and wished to spend more time with Naruki. It was almost instinctive, and it felt great to her. As promised by Hiruzen Sarutobi, Kakashi had increased his training for the Team 7 genin. In order to prepare for the Chunin exams, he had been training the 3 of them extremely hard. However, they quickly adapted to the new routine, and he felt that they were now prepared to ace the exams. Actually, Team 7's Jonin Sensei had handed them their registration forms earlier today and told them what to anticipate the following day. Naruto and Sakura were currently strolling hand in hand, engrossed in a conversation. They were discussing everything from Naruto's relationship with Haku to the Chunin exams, which begin tomorrow. They soon heard a commotion coming from the nearby alleyway, though, so their tranquility was short-lived. Naruto and Sakura hurried down the alley and saw 2 strangers and a bunch of small children, one of whom the black-clad ninja was holding by the throat. Naruto put a few fingers to his lips and let out a loud whistle as Sakura yelled at the black-clad genin. The young man was eventually forced to let go of the young boy after Chikao sprang into action and scratched up his face. Chikao rushed to Naruto's side as the young boy and his friends ran behind Naruto and his friend. Naruto scowled and looked back at the young man in black after identifying the kids he had just saved. Konohamaru, Moegi, Udon, are you 3 okay? Glad that Naruto had arrived at the right time, Moegi said, we're fine. Thank you very much for saving us, boss. The blonde nodded, squinted, and stepped toward the black-clad young man and the blonde girl beside him. Naruto nodded his head in the direction of the tree and observed as the two of them looked at their teammate and started to panic. I'll just go ahead and assume you two are here for the Chunin exams and that's your friend in the tree over there. The blonde with the whiskers shrugged his shoulders and went on. You probably don't even realize this, but this is the Hokage's grandson you were trying to strangle to death just now. The girl went wide-eyed and swiftly returned her attention to Naruto. The kunoichi screamed, "Shit! Kankuro, you idiot! What the hell are you trying to do, you dumbass?" As she struck her teammate in the head. The young man in black turned back to Naruto as he complained in frustration at that. I'm not even sure who the hell you are, but that hurt. After shrugging his shoulders, Naruto observed the redhead vanish and then reappear in front of his teammates. The blonde with the whiskers rushed forward and got in Gaara's face before he could even speak to his teammates. Hi. Gaara raised an eyebrow, obviously not expecting that from someone who had just been giving his teammates a serious lecture. Temari and Kankuro were wide-eyed behind him, anticipating that the blonde boy would be attacked by Gaara's sand. But when the sand stayed motionless, they were even more taken aback. Temari approached the redhead's side and gazed at Naruto with interest. Who the heck are you, Whiskers? Or, what are you? Naruto shook the blonde's hand with a quick smile. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, and I'm just a friendly genin of Konohagakure. He leaned close to Temari and whispered in her ear. I'm also a real badass, I'll have you know. Evidently unprepared for the boy to approach so closely, the Suna Kunoichi blinked and retreated a step. The Suna genin turned to her teammate Kankuro and scowled at him, bowing her head slightly. Okay then. Well, I'm Temari and it's nice to meet you, Naruto Uzumaki. Come on, Kankuro, introduce yourself. Kankuro took a step forward and gave the blonde with the whiskers a scowl. Fine, I'm Kankuro and I don't appreciate you sending your monkey to scratch my face like that. After chuckling to himself, Naruto reached forward and jabbed Kankuro's nose. You're a clown boy with kitty ears. You should dress a bit more appropriately if you're going to be a clown, though. You should also look into getting a red button nose. Ooh, can you do any awesome tricks, Mr. Clown? Temari started laughing so hard that she doubled over in pain as Kankuro went to retort, his face flushed with rage. The young man turned away, huffed angrily, and glared at her. Damn brat. Gaara ignored his teammates and finally spoke up at this point. You are interesting, Naruto Uzumaki. I am Gaara and Mother is not quite sure what to make of you. She craves your blood, and yet, she thinks you're insane. It's odd. After giving that a nod, Naruto briefly closed his eyes. The smirking blonde leaned in close and started whispering into Gaara's ear, saying, Yep, I get that a lot. The insane part one mean, not the, I'll have your blood, bit. Still, I guess I should be flattered, huh? It's nice to meet someone like me. How does it feel to meet another of your kind, Mr. Funny Jinchuriki? Gaara's eyes briefly widened before he also started talking in a low voice. So you really are a Jinchuriki. I have to admit, I didn't expect a fellow Jinchuriki to be quite so unique. But, there is something I have noticed about you, Naruto Uzumaki. You seem almost happy. Explain to me why this is. The blonde Jinchuriki smiled and touched Gaara's shoulder, but the Suna genin's sand was still unresponsive to his proximity. It's pretty much because I've got family and friends here. Sure, life hasn't always been easy here and the villagers have mostly treated me like shit, but it got better with time. From the sound of it, you're pretty unhappy, huh? I'd ask if you wanted to sit down with me somewhere and talk about it, but we're both kinda busy, what with the Chunin exams starting tomorrow, huh? After a slow nod, the red-headed Jinchuriki responded in a tone of voice that was unexpectedly gentle and devoid of animosity. I'll say it again, Naruto Uzumaki, you are interesting. You are correct though, we cannot take much more time to talk. And yes, life hasn't been good in my village. But, I do have Mother and she protects me. After giving Gaara a slow nod, Naruto Uzumaki giggling and jabbing Gaara in the nose. Naruto laughed to himself as he put his arms around his fellow Jinchuriki and gave him a brief hug before stepping back. You're funny, Gaara, it's been nice meeting you. If you need a friend, I'll gladly be one for you. You might want to stop the, Mother wants your blood, thingy though, because that can be kinda creepy. It really puts people off. Well, most people I suppose. I just think it's funny. Take care, Gaara-kun. You as well, Cloney-chan and Temari-chan. Good luck in the exams tomorrow. The strange genin they had just met left the Suna genin unsure of how to interpret him. Temari thought he was funny, but in a good way, Gaara wanted to know more about him, and Kankuro didn't like him at all. Indeed, Gaara was grinning as he left with his group. His teammates were obviously frightened by that. Naruto shrugged when he saw the expressions on his friends' faces as he turned back to Sakura. What? The blonde smiled and made the decision to carry on walking with Sakura and the Konohamaru Corps after they merely shook their heads with amused looks on their faces. The following day, Academy. Team 7 noticed a large group of people outside one of the rooms as they entered the academy and made their way to the second floor. Naruto glanced at his teammates and leaned in to whisper to them while blinking to himself. Are they all just stupid or something? How come they can't see through such a simple genjutsu? Sakura shrugged and was about to advise that they simply move on when Sasuke's ego made an appearance once more. He was about to speak as he approached the crowd when a genin wearing an unsettling green spandex outfit was hurled backward onto the ground. After getting up and brushing himself off, the boy quickly turned to face Team 7 and gave them a quick glance before focusing on Sakura. Naruto hurried forward and instantly grabbed the boy's eyebrows before he could even speak. Yanking on them a little, Naruto quickly let them go and gave the boy a tight hug. This is awesome. How can your eyebrows be so bushy? They feel kinda fuzzy too. I thought maybe they were fake, but, says Naruto. You've even got a nifty outfit. What's your name, Mr. Fuzzy Brows? The boy quickly broke free of Naruto's hold and started massaging his eyebrows, which were currently a sore spot on his head. I'm Rock Lee. And you are? The blonde beat his chest and smiled. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, Mr. Fuzzy Brows. That's Sakura-chan, and that there is Mr. Grumpy Super Ego Pants. While the Uchiha started to growl angrily, Rock Lee and Sakura started to laugh at the moniker the blonde had abruptly given Sasuke. Lee grinned broadly, nodded his head, and gave Naruto a shoulder pat. Well, it certainly is nice to meet such a youthful young person such as yourself, Naruto-kun. I hope we can be good friends and I wish you the best of luck in the exams. At this point, Sasuke made the decision to speak. The young man with the raven hair then started to ascend the stairs to the third floor, saying, "Screw this. Naruto, Sakura, let's just go. I don't even feel like setting these idiots straight anymore." Lee gave Naruto a shoulder shrug and met his eyes. Strangely enough, Lee never even bothered to approach Sakura or challenge Sasuke. The events that had just transpired had effectively diverted his attention from those specific objectives. Take care and be careful, Naruto-kun, there are some strong opponents here. One of them happens to be my own teammate, Neji-kun. Team 7 noticed their sensei was waiting for them as they got closer to room 301 on the third floor. The three genin entered the room and looked around at everyone after speaking briefly with their sensei. Sasuke and Naruto just grinned when a group of genin blasted them with a wave of intent to kill. Naruto smiled and waved to all of them. Heyo, nice to meet you all. I'm the badass that's gonna kick your asses. Good luck trying to stop me. Sakura grimaced at this, and Sasuke started laughing, obviously amused by the circumstance. As soon as Team 10 got close, Ino glomped onto the Uchiha right away, and the others struck up a discussion with Sakura and Naruto. Shikamaru, obviously unsure of what to say about what he had heard, said, "So Naruto, I hear you've been adopted and are, dating someone now. Congratulations." After chuckling to himself, the blonde gave the Nara boy a nod. Yeppers, my 2-san is awesome and I've got a wonderful boyfriend too. Sue, I'm good. When Ino was finally compelled to let go of the Uchiha, she couldn't help but laugh. I heard. Congratulations, Naruto. Kiba heard what he had heard and shook his head as Team 8 came closer. I always knew you were strange, Naruto, but I didn't know you were gay too. What happened? Finally figured out you couldn't get a girl, so you decided to start swinging for the same team. Both Sakura and Ino slugged Kiba at this point and gave him a fierce look. Hey, we think it's cute, so you shut the hell up, mutt. Hinata looked down and said nothing, obviously unable to discuss the subject at hand. Shino remained silent, as he usually did. There was nothing he felt compelled to say. A young man with silver hair walked up to the group as they were deep in conversation. Naruto thought this genin was strange because he wore glasses, but he didn't say it out loud. Rather, he paid attention to what the boy was saying. Naruto was hardly paying attention as he talked about how they were drawing too much attention to themselves, that this was his 7th time taking the tests, and other such things. The young blonde did take notice when Kabuto, as he claimed to be called, started disclosing details about Rock Lee and Gaara from the Suna team. Then, To Kabuto's surprise and annoyance, Naruto knelt down and smiled, saying, those are my new friends. Cool, you've got picture cards. Can I keep them? Without even waiting for a response, Naruto took the cards and tucked them into one of his pockets. A team from Otogakur rushed the young man as he started talking about the different teams competing in these exams and launched an attack, but Naruto appeared in front of the mummy boy and grabbed his gauntlet. Ooh, this looks really neat too. Can I have it? The blonde boy's speed caused Dosu's eyes to widen. He swiftly freed his arm, and the three genin immediately halted their attempt to attack Kabuto. The way this child says, "No, you can't have it. What the hell is wrong with you?" makes me a little nervous. I didn't even notice him because he moved so quickly. Naruto gave the boy a shoulder pat and smiled. I dunno, people just think I'm crazy, but I think I rock. Dosu gave a slow nod and stepped back. The Oto team moved away from the obviously mentally ill boy and went back to their seats just as a big man appeared at the front of the room. I'll just go with what others say and agree that you're crazy. Now, let's leave it at that. Unfortunately, before the man could finish his sentence, Naruto was standing directly in front of him, staring up into his eyes. All right, maggots, sit down and shut up. You're, what the hell do you want, kid? Naruto yelled. You look kinda awesome too. Wanna be friends? His antics made everyone in the room perspire. Clearly attempting to get the kid to back off, the man said, tell you what. If you pass this exam, I'll be your friend. Got it? The man went on after Naruto nodded and sat down. All right then, my name is Ibiki and I'm the proctor for your first exam. Before we begin, let me just welcome all of you. After all, you're about to enter true hell. At this point, Naruto giggled to himself and jumped up and down in his seat. Everyone started to perspire and said, that sounds like a lot of fun. Once more, they had no idea what the hell to think of the boy. This child will be a real pain in the ass. I now understand why Hokage-sama cautioned me. As he started to review the first exam's rules, Ibiki pondered. The Yaoi Fan Club, or Omake. Within 2 weeks of their return to Konoha, Sakura had established what she called the Yaoi Fan Club and had successfully enlisted many of her female friends in her cause. To Hiyashi's chagrin, they met at a different girl's house every week, frequently alternating between Sakura's and Ino's homes or even going to the Hyuga clan compound. It had been 1 week since the Good Fan Club was formed, and a whole month had gone by since Team 7 had returned to Konoha. Now they were meeting seriously for the first time. According to the fan club leader, all right, if you will look at the documents I have given you now, we can begin. Sakura Haruno, the Pinkett, was ecstatic to start talking about Naruto and Haku's relationship and had already made a ton of copies of the images she had taken so far of the happy couple. Sakura started talking as the girls went through the pictures and read the several sheets of paper that had been distributed to them. As you can see, we are here to discuss the relationship between one Naruto Uzumaki and his boyfriend, Haku Yuki. Based on what I have seen of them thus far, I have chosen to dub Haku as the seam, and Naruto-kun as the uke. If you'll read the first paragraph on sheet 1, you will come to understand these terms in full detail. Following their leader's instructions, the girls quickly realized what her strange language meant. The girls nodded in agreement with Sakura's statement, looking back into her eyes. Ever since I saw the two of them together back in Wave, I haven't been able to help myself. This new side of me just came out, and I think this is just hot. Not only are they really cute together, but it's so sexy to watch as well. But, I kind of got caught watching them at one point by some purple-haired psycho. She cut my camera in half and threatened to injure me if I kept stalking the two of them. As she read through the pictures and all of Sakura's writing, Ino nodded her head in comprehension. The Yamanaka exclaimed, obviously drifting off topic, I can't wait to see this for myself. I understand what you mean, this is juicy stuff here. Who would have thought that Naruto could be so, damn, this is a good picture. I have got to take this one home with me. Sitting in the chair on the right, Hinata Hyuga managed to pull off a new expression that none of the other girls had ever seen. She had the strange appearance of being turned on and depressed at the same time. I wish it was me he was holding like that. Oh my, Hinata burst into a fit of rage after seeing a rather intimate photo, and she started laughing strangely until blood started to trickle from her nose. I don't know how you managed to snap this picture, Sakura-chan, but, ooh. Tenten decided that since the Hyuga girl was obviously no longer able to form a coherent sentence, it was her turn to speak. After giving it some thought, the weapons master began to laugh strangely as she glanced around at her fellow fan club members. I'm not quite sure how you managed to drag me into this, considering I've never even met you before, but I'll admit that this is some wonderful stuff you've compiled, Sakura. Ooh, we have to take some of their stuff for the fan club. Maybe a shirt or a present one of them gives to the other, anything. Just knowing that it was touched by these two, oh. Sakura nodded and started laughing to herself, getting a little nosebleed as she started to conjure up some rather explicit visions. I wonder if they've done anything more yet. At this point, Ino looked up and gave an enthusiastic nod. The platinum blonde girl eventually fainted from the blood rushing to her head, the images too intense for her to handle. Oh Kami, I hope so. Can you just imagine it? Haku-kun on top, Naruto moaning beneath him, oh Kami-sama. At that moment, Sakura turned to face Hinata, who was beginning to laugh louder and louder. She then left. Oh Naruto-kun, even if it's not with me, ah. Tenten glanced between Sakura's eyes and the two unconscious girls. So, when do we raid their home or follow them around the village, taking what we can? At the moment, Sakura Haruno was mentally reenacting a rather romantic scene, so she didn't even seem to hear Tenten speaking. She also passed out when it reached the good part, falling into a blissful sleep alongside her friends. Tenten started looking through the photos again and said out loud, I guess that means we'll have to think on it. Ooh, this is a good one. I'm putting this one on my mirror. The young blonde started to consider the rules as Naruto reviewed his test. Regardless of what Ibiki Morino had said, it was clear that they were expected to cheat. The blonde surreptitiously quickly looked around the room as he considered how and who he could cheat off. At the moment, Hinata Hyuga sat to his right. Sometimes, with a wounded look on her face, she would steal glances in his direction. Understanding why the white-eyed girl appeared so heartbroken, the whiskered blonde gave her a gentle pat on the hand and returned to looking around the room with an apologetic smile. Naruto quickly realized that there were several chunin among the genin who were disguised. The question of how to cheat off of them soon emerged, even though it was clear that they were plants designed for that purpose. The young man with the whiskers closed his eyes, looked down at his test, and started to consider all of his skills. There must be something you can use, Naruki, so hurry up. Perhaps you could do a sort of switcheroo if you were at a loss for ideas. Naruto rubbed his hands together, grinned, and started laughing to himself. As many others turned to stare at him, the blonde glanced around and hurried to his feet, a broad smile lighting up his face. Hi, how's everybody doing? A bunch of tiny balls flew from the blonde young man's sleeves as he raised his hands to wave at everyone. Before the tiny explosives detonated, all they could hear as their eyes grew wide and Naruki blinked a few times was the word, oops. The room was suddenly filled with smoke. The smoke was so thick that everyone was coughing and choking. A disguised Kage Bunshin stole a finished test during the confusion and exchanged it for Naruto's blank one. The chunin threw open the windows in a short time. Everyone took a few more moments to finish coughing after the smoke had finally cleared the room, and then they all glared at the young blonde who had started the issue. Naruto, still coughing, collapsed back into his chair with tears in his eyes. Ibiki narrowed his eyes and turned to face the blonde. Clever. Very astute. You, accidentally, filled the room with smoke to steal someone else's test, taking advantage of your unpredictable nature. No one suspected it because you're so odd. Well done, boy. As he nodded in admiration of the young man's quick thinking, a tiny smirk played at the corner of his mouth. The final question will be revealed later. Naruto had waited calmly while observing the other people in the room engage in various forms of cheating. Many had actually devised some pretty ingenious ways to pass, but many were caught and their team failed the test. After observing Lee for a while, the blonde noticed that his teammate had slightly shifted one of the mirrors to allow him to copy the answers from her test paper. Naruto had also taken notice of his fellow Jinchuriki, Gaara. While it was kind of cool, that strange eye thing was also a little unsettling. The blonde Jinchuriki shrugged his shoulders, let out a sigh, and bided his 10 minutes until the proctor declared that the final question was about to be asked. Many people in the room gave Naruto another glare when he started humming an arbitrary song. The blonde had only made them hate him and drive them crazy during the test, and now he was doing it once more. He was bored, but that wasn't his fault. He didn't see it that way, but perhaps it was. After all, Naruto Uzumaki had nothing to do but watch others cheat because he had already stolen someone's test. The blonde had absolutely nothing to do after all that time and after discovering what some of them were capable of. Everyone felt relieved when Ibiki finally said that they had to put down their pencils and that the time had come to announce the last question. Everyone else wouldn't have to tolerate the obnoxious blonde, and Naruto wouldn't have to endure boredom any longer. Therefore, from everyone's perspective, it was a win-win scenario. How are they going to lose now? They obviously thought this too soon. Many of them panicked and left as soon as the proctor explained the new rules for the 10th question. The blonde irritant then got to her feet and smiled. I get it. I know what the purpose of this. The proctor showed up at Naruto's side and covered the boy's mouth with a hand before he could say anything more. The scarred man whispered harshly, leaning close. Shut the hell up. Just, shut up, please. When he let go of Ibiki Morino, the blonde Uzumaki looked up into his eyes and nodded slowly, blinking in confusion. It's fine that you figured out the purpose to the question, but if they can't muster up the courage to see this through, do you really think they deserve to be here? Naruto grinned, nodded his head, and then whispered back to the proctor while crossing his arms over his chest. I see your point. Okie dokie then, I'll remain quiet. But if one of my friends looks like they're about to give up, can I at least say something to encourage them a bit? The interrogation and torture expert nodded slowly and sighed. I suppose that would be all right, but it looks like nobody else is leaving. It would seem they became a bit too focused on this interaction between the two of us. I'm starting to regret my decision to shut you up. The blonde young man threw his arms behind his head, smiling at the scarred proctor and laughing to himself. Sue, you'd better remember your promise, Mr. Funny Dude. Do what you need to do and say what you need to say, but then you have to give me a hug and say we're buddies now. Ibiki Morino walked to the front of the room and looked around at everyone who was still there, facepalming. I'm sorry I ever made this decision. After today, please make sure this child never finds me again. Please do me that one favor, Kami-sama, if you have any mercy for someone like me. The proctor of the first exam appeared so defeated that the genin in the room couldn't help but notice. Some decided to laugh at the man's misfortune, but others couldn't help but feel sorry for him. They halted and apologized right away when he glared at the laughing genin, as they were somewhat alarmed by the scarred man. Ibiki grinned as he looked around at everyone. Okay. Those of you that decided to stay and hear the final question, you all pass. Naruto leapt forward and glomped Ibiki to the ground, nuzzling him as someone tried to yell out. He knew buddy friendly friend. It's awesome to make another new friend. What's next? Without even bothering to ask her question, the person who was about to yell quietly sat back down. Instead, as they watched the crazy blonde and Ibiki stand up again, everyone in the room started to perspire. The proctor reached down and gave Naruto a pat on the head while complaining. Okay, you got your hug and I agreed to be your friend. Happy. Ibiki sighed and grinned slightly when he saw the blonde nod enthusiastically. Good. Now. Slowly removing his bandana, the proctor looked around at everyone in the room before explaining the test's objective and the last question. Naruto smiled up at him after he had completed his explanation. I knew it. You just didn't want me saying anything, you big meanie. When something entered through the open window and landed in front of the two friends, Ibiki gave another facepalm and started to respond. A banner that clearly said something appeared in front of them in an instant, but the blonde was positioned behind it and was unable to see what it said. As the two crept to the front of the banner, they noticed a strange woman conversing with the genin. With a sigh, the first proctor approached the woman. You're early, Anko. Besides that, you're lucky the window was open or you'd be paying for the broken glass. Anko, the woman, gave Ibiki a questioning glance before turning to face the other teams in the room. Have you lost your touch or something, Ibiki? Why are there still so many teams left? With a sigh, the scarred T&I specialist gestured for the purple-haired woman to look back. Anko Mitarashi found herself staring down into a smiling blonde's eyes as she did so. Hiya, how are you, pretty lady? What is this? Anko asked, blinking a few times before turning back to face Ibiki and gesturing to the young man behind her. At that, Ibiki shook his head and grinned. That is your problem now. That crazy little bastard has been driving everybody insane. He's also the main reason so many teams are left. So you'd best watch out for this one, Anko. Have fun. Anko sighed and turned back to the boy as Ibiki chuckled ominously and started to gather the tests. What's your name, kid? Naruto tilted his head after giving the woman a long, interested glance. The woman nodded, and the whiskered blonde's eyebrows shot up in wonder at how the child knew her name. So you're Anko. Just to be sure, is your full name Anko Mitarashi? She asked. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Yugao Oni-chan has told me a lot about you. She said we'd be really good friends if we got to meet each other. The purple-haired woman drew the boy into an embrace as her eyes grew wide with recognition. It's about time I got to meet you, ya little runt. Yugao-chan talks about you a lot. She said you'd be participating in the exams this time. It's good to finally meet you. The blonde and his companion turned to see the shocked looks on everyone's faces when they sensed that dozens of eyes were on them. After gathering her thoughts, Anko straightened up and coughed into her hand before continuing. Oh, yeah. Alright, the next stage of the exam is held at training ground number 44. Meet me at the entrance in half an hour. Or not, but if you choose not to show up, you automatically fail. Good luck. The snake mistress grinned as she gathered her new friend in her arms and looked down at him. With the blonde in her arms, Anko jumped out of the window and said, you and I are going to have a little chat. I want to get to know Yugao-chan's little brother better. What had just happened in the room left everyone unsure of what to make of it. Before long, Ino turned to face her teammates and the 7 and 8 members of her team. Did that woman just kidnap Naruto? The Forest of Death's entrance. At the moment, Anko and Naruto were waiting at the entrance to training ground number 44 in the tent. Strangely enough, they were drinking tea together and appeared to be very at ease while they waited for the others to show up. Anko spent a few minutes simply unwinding before deciding to attempt talking to the young man. Sue, why don't you tell me about yourself? I've heard things from Yugao-chan, but I want to get to know you a bit better. With a radiant smile, Naruto gestured to Anko's chest. In a bit. First, can you tell me how you got your breasts so big? The second proctor's eyes widened, and she narrowed them, giving the boy a dagger-like glare. Hey, is that any way to talk to a woman? If you want to hit on a girl, there's better ways to do it than bring up their breasts. The young blonde tilted his head and blinked a couple of times at this. The bearded blonde leaned in close and whispered to his new friend, wait, Yugao Oni-chan hasn't told you. I guess that makes sense, nobody's supposed to know after all. I'm not really a guy. I'm a girl like you. Anko gave a few more blinks and a look that made it clear she had no idea what the hell was going on. The blonde spoke again as she opened her mouth to speak. Can you ask the others to leave the tent and watch for the other genin, please? Slowly nodding, the purple-haired woman turned to face the others. When they nodded with a terrified expression on their faces, Anko smiled and pushed them away. Please leave and wait outside for the genin. Inform me once it is time to speak to them. In the meantime, nobody is allowed to look into this tent. Is this understood? Once they were gone and the tent's flaps were shut, Naruto unclasped something Anko couldn't see by reaching behind his neck. Naruto vanished in a flash, and a stunning young woman took his place. There was no longer a bright orange jumpsuit. This young woman, on the other hand, was wearing a red shirt with the black Uzumaki clan logo on the front. Her long hair was pulled back in a single ponytail, and she wore a vest of light purple over her shirt. Additionally, the blonde with whiskers was dressed in black pants with orange stripes running down the legs, which just so happened to highlight her butt. Overall, this young lady had a very striking appearance. Anko couldn't help but smile as she took this young lady in. Well, I'll be damned, you were telling the truth. I don't see why you want to know how I got my breasts this big. Yours look like they're coming in quite nicely. If I had to take a guess, I'd say they're AB cup maybe. Naruki approached Anko and took a seat next to her, placing her tea on the table in front of her. Actually, they're already AC cup. I'm wearing a training bra, so they just, look a little smaller. Yugao says I'm developing pretty quickly, but Oni-chan said it's not unusual. From what she tells me, some girls grow pretty quickly. The snake mistress started stroking the younger girl's hair with her fingers after observing Naruki shrug her shoulders. She's right. I think some of your friends are developing pretty slowly, while others are going at a more, let's just call it a regular pace. Everybody is different, and there's nothing to be ashamed of if you happen to be growing faster in a certain place than others your age are. After giving that a slow nod, Naruki let out a gentle sigh. Before we continue, I figured you should know that Naruto isn't my real name. I'm Naruki Uzumaki. It's a great pleasure to finally meet you, Anko-chan. Anko gave her friend's Imouto, little sister, a gentle smile. You already know this, but I'm Anko Mitarashi. It really is a pleasure to meet you, Naruki-chan. I didn't think you'd be quite so cute. And you really have very nice hair. You take really good care of yourself, don't you? Naruki allowed Anko to keep running her fingers through her hair while grinning and nodding. The blonde with whiskers closed her eyes, leaned into Anko's touch, and said, that feels nice. I try to. Yugao Oni-chan and Gigi made sure I kept myself healthy, and as a girl I just refused to live like a slob. Anko gave a nod of comprehension before her eyes began to sparkle cunningly. She reached up and gently squeezed one of Naruki's breasts, laughing to herself when the blonde squealed and jumped in surprise. They're firm, but I can't get a good feel for 'em through your clothes. The young Uzumaki girl became very irate and made the snap decision to find out exactly what Anko was attempting to accomplish. Naruki winked at the older woman and chuckled to herself before picking up her teacup and taking another sip. What are you doing, Anko-chan? We should save something like that for after our first date. At that, Anko threw an arm around Naruki's shoulder and started to smile. While they were laughing together, Naruki slipped a hand around and squeezed the proctor's butt, saying, I like you, kid. You've got good taste. Hey. The girl with the whiskers looked into Anko's eyes, giggling even harder, and started to caress her cheek. Smiling, the blonde leaned in and kissed Anko, saying, you do have a firm ass. I thought you might. Before they withdrew from one another, both of them blushing intensely from the moment they had just shared, the kiss lasted for a good few minutes. Soft lips too. Wait, Naruki blinked a few times over before an idea struck her. The young blonde got up from her chair, took off her top, and showed her new friend her bra. Do you think you could give me some advice? This thing feels a little small and it kind of hurts sometimes. My breasts feel really cramped inside of this thing and I'm not sure what else to try. You have no idea how awkward it is trying to find a decent bra for myself when I have to walk around town disguised as a guy. With a raised eyebrow, Anko got up from her seat as well. The snake mistress smiled as she walked around the girl in front of her, observing her appearance. Naruki blushed indignantly at this, but she nodded her head and followed instructions. Okay, take it off. I want to see them. Given that the bra had actually been too small, it seemed the blonde had been truthful with the snake mistress of Konoha. The second stage exam proctor reached up a hand and began to gently examine Naruki's breasts, smiling as she made the young girl moan a few times. Pulling off her overcoat, Anko stepped back and placed it neatly on her chair. Take a look at what I'm wearing real quick, Naruki. Tell me what you notice. Naruki looked at Anko and blushed to herself, but she soon realized something. Well, you're not wearing a bra, but you're wearing some type of fishnet clothing of some sort. It's kinky. Anko grinned at that and moved toward her friend, putting a finger under Naruki's chin and then over her lips to give the young lady a brief smile. The proctor leaned in close, barely putting her lips over Naruki's, then leaned back and grinned at the girl. I'm glad you think so, Naruki. The blonde was pouting now, but she had closed her eyes waiting for the kiss. With a smile on her face, the blonde approached Anko, pushed her into her chair, then straddled her lap and planted another intense kiss on her lips that lasted for a long time. Hey, that wasn't very nice. If you're going to kiss somebody, you should do it properly. They started caressing each other's breasts as their kiss grew more intense. At first, it was playful, but as they played with each other, they soon lost themselves and started groaning. Naruki remained sitting on Anko's lap, but both of them opened their eyes in disbelief and parted ways when they finally understood what they were doing. Glancing into Anko's eyes, Naruki asked in a clear daze, what just happened? Weren't we talking about something before this? Her gaze shifted back to Anko's lips after a few seconds, and she started to trace them with her right index finger. Anko was not complaining at all about this situation, even though she was as red as Naruki. After a few seconds of sucking on Naruki's finger, the snake mistress smirked to herself and started kissing Naruki's arm. Once she got to the girl's neck, she nibbled on the young blonde's neck and started massaging her left breast once more. You really do have a nice body, Naruki-chan. I like it. As she started to groan once more, the whiskered Uzumaki threw back her head and closed her eyes. The assistants outside the tent were looking at each other and perspiring. Should we do something about this? There's still 10 minutes to go and they're starting to attract attention from some of the teams. The other helper looked back at the tent and shook her head. The female assistant nodded after observing her colleague shake his head negatively. I don't think I even want to know what's going on in there right now. Besides, do you want to piss Anko off? She said. Me either. I say we pretend this never happened and only bother her when it's time. Agreed. The male assistant, who was currently experiencing some difficulties, promptly said, agreed. He was struggling to keep everything under control, and the groans emanating from inside the tent were extremely arousing. The pictures that were playing in his head were not at all helpful. Anko smirked up at her young friend and drew her mouth away from one of Naruki's nipples as she returned to the tent. Naruki nodded slowly as she gasped for air and said, I think we were discussing anything I could suggest to you concerning a bra or something like that. Until you can wander around as your true gender, I suggest you look into getting something like what I'm wearing. It may be somewhat revealing, okay, very revealing, but at least it's comfortable. Actually, I can go get one for you real quick before it's time to address the genin. Sound good? Naruki gave another nod and sat down once more. The workout they had just done together had left her sweating. It was intense, and she was having trouble resetting her mind, even if they had only kissed and caressed each other briefly. The blonde started laughing to herself after seeing Anko vanish in a shunshin. A new playmate for us, I believe, Haku-kun. This could be a three-way relationship. Anko returned with a mesh bodysuit for Naruki in a matter of minutes at most. It wouldn't completely cover the body, but it was fairly similar to the one Anko was wearing at the moment, albeit smaller. With a sheepish smile and a laugh to herself, the snake mistress said, got it. Though I wish I had taken my coat, my goods were out for everyone to see. I guess I was kind of distracted. To Anko's delight, Naruki glanced at the suit, grinned, and thanked the woman before she undressed to her underwear and put the suit on. Anko approached Naruki from behind and put her arms around the young blonde's midsection, pulling her back against her before she could put the rest of her clothes back on, with the exception of the bra, of course. I must say, you do look good, Naruki-chan. I wonder if Yugao-chan would have a fit if you and I decided to be a little something, more than just friends, Naruki started to stutter out a reply, blushing violently, obviously unaccustomed to someone else controlling her to this extent. The strange young blonde took a deep breath to calm herself before smirking and placing a hand on the back of Anko's neck. Maybe. She said. Naruki leaned back against her intimate friend and lowered her head to plant another kiss. This time, however, she winked up at Anko and only lightly touched her lips. Tell you what, darling, meet me again later after I get through this stage of the exam so we can talk. I have a boyfriend, and I really want to bring you into this relationship. Just imagine the kind of fun we could have, Anko-chan. At this, the older woman actually flushed quite a bit and let Naruki go so she could finish dressing. Oh no, you don't realize how correct you were, Yugao. Your Imo Udo and I are going to get along great, I believe. Anko inhaled deeply, made her way to her chair, pulled on her overcoat, and smirked as she looked in Naruki's direction. That sounds like a fantastic idea, Naruki-chan. I can't wait. Anko walked over to Naruki, lifted her up, and then sat her down on the table and leaned in close, giggling to herself. The snake mistress then gave Naruki another passionate kiss before putting her hand inside her pants and giving her slit a single rub. Yugao-chan is going to be so mad at us both for this, but damn if I don't already like you, kid. The snake mistress slid her tongue into Naruki's mouth as the girl opened her mouth to yell, and they both quickly became engrossed in the kiss. But after a while, the female assistant drew the tent flap back just enough to talk to them both without sticking her head inside. Anko-san. It's TT time. Could you two please stop whatever it is you've been doing and come out now? Anko grinned down at Naruki and the stunned look on her face as they parted ways. Activating the genjutsu again, the snake mistress reached down, grabbed the necklace, and tied it around Naruki's neck again. I think I'm going to enjoy my time with you, little Naruto-chan. After a few minutes, as Anko reviewed the guidelines for the second phase of the Chunin exams, Naruto and his team stood silent. The proctor started giving out forms to each participant after she had completed her speech. Just before the snake mistress leaned in and whispered in the young blonde's ear, she finally arrived at Naruto and gave him his form. The two of them then locked eyes. Looking forward to seeing you later, my little minx. Naruto tried to retreat into himself after blushing angrily at that, and the other genin gazed at him with wide eyes, wondering what in the world had happened between them. When Naruto turned to face her, Sakura put a gentle hand on her teammate's shoulder and gazed into his eyes, noticing how silent he was. And Naruto-kun, what happened? Did she do something to you? You were never this quiet, or shy. After feigning a shy smile and shaking his head, the blonde filled out his form and stepped back a few paces. As this was going on, the other genin in the vicinity couldn't help but stare at Anko and experience a wave of overwhelming terror. What the devil was this crazy blonde genin really capable of, after all, if this proctor could tame her? A short while later, Sasuke demanded that Naruto give him the scroll as Team 7 stood outside the gate they were assigned. The blonde, strangely enough, complied without complaining. The Uchiha blinked in bewilderment at this, tucked the scroll away on his body, and stepped back as his pink-haired teammate stepped in front of Naruto and gave him a firm embrace. "Oh Naruto-kun, I'm so sorry. I should have been there for you. She did such horrible things to you, didn't she Naruto-kun? I'm getting really scared when I see the Dobi like this. That woman must have done something bad to him. I'm going to run the hell away from him as soon as we get into the fucking forest if he doesn't get over this quickly." As he observed the blonde for any indications of recovery, Sasuke pondered. Naruto glanced at his two teammates and blinked a few times. She didn't do anything. In fact, she was really, really nice. We had a nice conversation, but, yeah. Naruto blushed angrily, retreated inside himself, and started picking at his nose. The whiskered genin said to his teammates, "It's fine. Nothing happened, so, relax. I'm fine, see." He flexed his right arm and laughed to himself. Sakura nodded slowly, but neither she nor Sasuke found their teammates' remarks particularly compelling. They wouldn't question him, though. Regardless of Naruto's mental state, they would be fine as long as he was able to continue. The Uzumaki boy folded his arms across his chest and pouted when he realized they were still not persuaded. "It doesn't help that I couldn't maintain control. Hey, I'm telling you the truth, I'm fine. She didn't do anything, I'm just thinking about something she and I talked about. That's all it is. The first person to truly dominate me in that way is her. I was unable to prevail. Anko is a strong woman." After 1.5 hours, the Forest of Death. After easily locating and defeating another team, Team 7 swiftly obtained the necessary scroll. But they had to eat something because the forest was already growing darker. After determining that it would be wise to take a night's rest, the three of them located a remote location and made camp there. But soon after Team 7's three genin started getting ready, Naruto froze and started to cautiously scan his surroundings. Sakura asked him what he was doing, but the blonde just stood up and drew a kunai. "Something's coming, something strong, whatever it is coming fast." At this, Sasuke scowled and stood up as well. "And how do you know this, Dobi? I don't hear anything and I certainly don't see anything. So how could you possibly know something's coming?" After giving Sasuke a quick glance, the blonde shook his head. Naruto's eyes widened in horror as he knocked Sakura and Sasuke to the forest floor and screamed out as he was suddenly sent flying by a strong gust of wind. "I'm a sensor ninja. I didn't think you guys needed to know, but since you refuse to listen without knowing the truth, there it is." Sakura let out a scream as she saw her teammate vanish into the woods. She hurried to her feet and followed him as soon as the wind died down. "Naruto-kun." But before she could run to Naruto's aid, Sasuke leapt to his feet and violently grabbed her wrist, causing her some discomfort. "Sasuke-kun, let me go. We need to help Naruto-kun." With a swift shake of his head, the raven-haired Uchiha turned to face their adversary. "We can't. I don't think we'd get very far. Naruki." When she finally stopped flying, Naruki moaned and did so with some force. The wind was knocked out of her as she fell on her butt after colliding with something. The young blonde stood up, glanced at what she had collided with, and blinked a few times. "Well, that's interesting." There was a rather large snake in front of her eyes. The blonde waved, smiling up at it as it got ready to devour her. "Hello Mr. Snaky Poo, what's your name?" "Sakura, Orochimaru," and Sasuke shortly after. It was a snake-like kunoichi, or what he believed to be a kunoichi, and Sasuke was in a panic, trying his hardest to hide himself and his pink-haired teammate from it. Earlier, he had used a Kaiden Jutsu on the freak of nature, but it only seemed to melt off this person's face. The Uchiha knew for sure that something bad had happened, but he wasn't exactly sure what the hell had happened at that moment. He knew he and Sakura were going to die if they didn't leave right away because this person was way out of their league. Sakura's eyes grew wide, and she started yelling at Sasuke that a snake was approaching from behind. But the pinkett could only watch in horror as it drew closer and closer, her Crussian teammate's hand clasped so securely over her mouth. The strangest thing happened just as it was about to attack. It froze and spun around, taking a big tree limb to the face, which sent it flying from the tree and crashing into the forest floor below. Sakura and Sasuke looked to see where the tree limb had come from as Sasuke let her go. After being suffocated by Sasuke in this manner, the Pinkett was now sucking in as much breath as she could. They couldn't believe their eyes when they saw what threw the homemade projectile weapon. Naruto-kun. When Sasuke Uchiha saw his blonde teammate, he exhaled with relief. Before he heard laughter coming from directly behind him, Sasuke confessed, "I have never been so relieved to see my insane teammate. He got here just in time. I thought we were done for." The Uchiha sprang forward with Sakura, spun quickly on his heel, and hurled a bunch of shuriken at his adversary. Sasuke looked around in fear once more as he saw his opponent turn to mud after being struck by the shuriken. "Damn it, where the hell are you?" On a different branch, the odd, snake-like man emerged, briefly observing the blonde Jinchuriki. "How curious. I would very much like to know how you tamed my dear snake Naruto-kun." As his new snake companion slithered closer to the group, Naruto laughed joyfully. "Yeehaw, this is awesome. Thanks for the ride, Mr. Snakey Wakey." The blonde smiled at Orochimaru when it just stopped and looked back at its former master. "I just have a way with animals. Like that bunny rabbit I took from Haku-kun on that mission. Whittle Cushy Wushy loves me. And now I have a bunch of new friends here in the forest. Including Snakey Wakey here." Orochimaru looked down at his snake, or what was once his snake, and his right eyebrow twitched dangerously. Then he saw something strange. "Where the hell did you find reins for my snake?" Naruto shrugged his shoulders and looked down at the snake, blinking. "I dunno. I guess I just kinda did something, I guess. I can't really remember, but at least it makes Snakey Wakey easier to ride. Now go get. I am boy." The snake Sannin attempted to command Snakey Wakey to return from its source as he charged forward to attack his former master, but for some reason, his command was unsuccessful. "How is this even possible? You don't even hold the snake contract." The whiskered Jinchuriki started to pat Snakey Wakey's head while he laughed merrily to himself. "Snakey Wakey's my new pet. You can't take him away just because you hold some kinda contract with him. Isn't that right, Mr. Snakey Wakey cutie wootie patootie?" The snake most likely would have sighed by now if it was capable of doing so. Rather, it turned to face its former master and spat out acrid venom in his direction. To escape his own summon of all things, Orochimaru had to jump from branch to branch. The fact that a contract literally materialized in the blonde brat's hands out of the blue only made matters worse for him. "Don't you dare sign that." Naruto smiled and looked down at Snakey Wakey, blinking as he read the contract. Actually, the poor snake summon had no idea how the snake contract just happened to fall into Naruto's hands at random, but it did. "Is this for me, Mr. Snakey Wakey?" "Thank you." Naruto bit his thumb and signed his name, or rather, her name, in blood before anyone could stop him. "Yai, I'm a snake summoner now. Yippee gippy, we." Orochimaru was stunned by what had just happened and stood there with his mouth open and his eyes wide. He noticed that Sasuke and the Pinkett, his target, were accustomed to this erratic behavior and obviously had no idea how any of this had just happened as he looked over at them. Slumping shoulders, the snake Sannin nearly burst into tears. "What the hell is going on?" With another smirk, Naruto gestured directly at Orochimaru. Orochimaru's eyes widened at this, and he screamed out as he had to dodge a flurry of spikes being thrown from the back end of a gigantic spider. "Okay, spiky spider, get him." The Sannin yelled angrily, "What the hell is going on here?" As he kept avoiding the snakes and the spider's attacks, Orochimaru inhaled deeply as he felt as though he had finally gotten a little respite, and then he heard a twig snap behind him. The cunning snake turned around shakily, only to be confronted by a massive boar. Son of a bitch. Only Sakura and Sasuke could observe as Naruki and her new pets managed to keep the snake-like man at bay. The Uchiha looked to his right, blinked a few times, and laughed a little uncomfortably. "Do you have any idea what's going on right now?" "I sure as hell don't." Before grinning at her crush, the Pinkett gave a few left to right head shakes. The statement, "All I know is I am really happy Naruto-kun appeared when he did. His insanity is really paying off this time," caused Sasuke to nod in agreement. By this time, Orochimaru was being pursued by more than a dozen animals, each of which was attacking him with a special attack. Even though the snake had injured the snake Sannin, it had only managed to graze the man's arm with some of its acid at one point, failing to do enough to seriously harm him. The Sannin started mentally going over his options as he ran, jumping around as necessary. "Alright, I obviously underestimated this insane jerk. I cannot accept the fact that I will eventually be caught if this continues. I could immediately put an end to the jerk if I could just get to him and apply that sealing technique. But it's not possible in this case. Hold on. After giving the Uchiha a quick glance, the snake Sannin smiled and made up his mind. He quickly executed a few hand seals before allowing a rather large tiger to strike him. The real Orochimaru suddenly materialized behind Sasuke and bit into his neck as the man's body turned to mud. He turned to Sakura and started talking as soon as he had applied the curse mark to the Uchiha and knocked him out. When Sasuke-kun awakens, inform him that if he wants real power. Orochimaru had been tackled by an enormous bear, which sent him hurtling through 3 trees before he collapsed on the ground. The bear roared to demonstrate its power as it gazed down at the snake Sannin and saw him retreat. After growling at this, it quickly turned to face Naruto and waited for more instructions. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura landed on the tree limb after jumping off Snakey Wakey's head. He frowned and tipped his head, looking down at the boy. Sakura, who was shocked by what had happened and how composed Naruto appeared to be, just nodded. Well, that certainly doesn't look good. We should probably get somewhere safe so he can rest. My friends and I can keep watch, the Pinkett said, looking down into her crush's face and worried for him. Orochimaru. At the moment, the snake Sannin was attempting to escape the forest of death. His right leg was currently practically useless, and his left arm was drooping at his side. He had to get some damn medical help and find Kabuto immediately. I swear I'll kill that fucking kid the next time I see him. Naruto Uzumaki, I'll remember this. The snake Sannin had to quickly avoid a Kaiden Jutsu. He looked wearily at one Anko Mitarashi as he landed on one leg on a higher tree limb. He shook his head and sighed. Anko-chan, I expected you to show up at some point. Do tell me, how is that curse mark of yours doing, Unconsciously, Anko rubbed at her mark until she became aware of something. What the hell? That's a first. I'm not used to seeing you so beat up. At this, Orochimaru frowned and gave Anko a hateful look. If you see Naruto Uzumaki, tell that little shit that I'll be coming for him later. I won't accept this humiliation. Anko actually doubled over from the pain of laughing so hard at this point. The snake mistress of Konoha shook her head and glanced at her former master as she began to relax. Wow, I didn't think the Gaki could kick your ass. Tell me, how'd he do it? Orochimaru scowled and averted his gaze before forming a hand seal with his right hand. The snake Sannin grinned as he heard Anko scream and dropped to her knees. The slippery snake shook his head in dismay as he looked down on her. Go ahead and try to laugh now, Anko-chan. TCH. Normally I'd love to play with you a bit more before I resorted to something like this, but I'm neither in the condition nor in the mood to screw around right now. The Sannin ignored his own pain and smirked at her as he hopped down to where Anko was kneeling in agony. I have a message I need delivered for me, Anko-chan. Tell your dear Hokage that he'd best keep these Chunin exams going if he doesn't want to see his village destroyed. I will see it burned to the ground and its people tortured mercilessly should he even attempt to shut these exams down. Is this understood? Anko gave Orochimaru a fierce snarl and tried to spit in her face, but he backhanded her and knocked her face down before she could. Deliver the message, or I'll go back, hunt that little shit down, and kill him. Do you understand me now, Anko? Despite her wince, the purple-haired woman nodded slowly. Just before the Sandaime Hokage and some Anbu showed up in the area, she saw the man vanish. Naruki-chan, I hope all is well with you. Morning of the following day. Sitting at the entrance to the tiny hollow, Naruki reflected on the events of the previous evening. The fact that Sasuke nearly gave her one of their scrolls in that manner infuriated her. If he hadn't been such a moron, they could have gone straight to the tower today instead of having to get another scroll. The crazy blonde sighed to herself as she gazed out into the clearing. Listen, all of you. I know you're out there, so why don't you just come on out and I might take it easy on you. I'm kind of in a bad mood. Naruki soon noticed a squirrel approaching and was unable to ignore the clear trap. She sighed, directed a small amount of wind-natured chakra into her index finger, and swung it upward at the squirrel. The rodent scurried away in panic as the explosive tag was ripped to pieces. Poor Squirrel-chan. Whoever did that to you is going to pay dearly for trying to use such a cute little animal as an explosive. The Oto Genin scowled at each other just out of sight. The team's female member spoke first. What do we do now, Dosu? Isn't that crazy blonde? I'd rather not fight that thing head on. The boy with the spiky hair shook his head and grinned. You're such a scaredy cat, Kin. Just watch, Dosu and I will kick that little punk's ass. You can handle the pink bitch if she comes out. She's easy pickings for the three of us anyways. The spiky-haired boy emerged from hiding and aimed his palms at the crazy blonde before the mummy-like boy could stop him. The poor boy was soon deafened when some strange force of wind sent his sound waves straight back at him. Naruto flashed into Dosu's face and smiled as Zaku let out a painful scream. Hey, I'll take that gauntlet now, Mummy-kun. The mummy-like boy screamed, leapt back, and tried to attack the blonde with his gauntlet, but failed and vanished from sight. Ass shit, where are you? Standing behind Kin, Naruto Uzumaki started stroking her hair with his fingers. Kin spun around and tried to hit Naruto with her senbon, but the boy exploded in a cloud of smoke. You take pretty good care of your hair, Kain. That is your name, right? I heard Mr. Stupid over there say it a moment ago. The blonde smirked and pointed to the girl with the black hair, laughing to himself. That wasn't very nice. I'm just trying to be friendly, Kin-chan. Get her, Borsi. The big boar from the day before charged and slammed into her before Kin could even scream, sending the girl crashing into a nearby tree. When Zaku finally came to, he glared at the insane Naruto Uzumaki as the girl fell to the ground, clearly unconscious from such a severe blow. I'll kill you. You psychotic, insane bastard. Zankakyokua, extreme decapitating airwaves. Naruto cocked his head slightly to the side as Zaku's attack started to level the ground, then swiftly flashed through some hand seals and yelled out the name of his own jutsu. Futon. Torioseru K's Cave, Wind Release, Overpowering Wall of Wind. Naruto exhaled sharply before letting it loose and seeing Zaku Abumi's sound-based attack be thwarted by his wall of wind. The blonde genin gave the boy across from him a sly smile after the two attacks eventually neutralized one another. It was already too late when Zaku heard Dosu shouting at him, "Bye-bye, Mr. Stupid." The boy was hit by a strong backhand and sent flying before he could even turn to face the cage bunchen behind him. He also hit a tree and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Dosu jumped out and squatted down, putting his team's scroll on the ground at Naruto's feet, realizing that there was probably only one way to avoid being crushed like his teammates. Dosu winced a little and made the decision to ask, here. This is our scroll. You're welcome to have it. Just please let us leave in peace. After noticing the disillusioned expression in the crazy blonde's eyes. What's wrong? Naruto smiled and gestured down at the mummy boy's arm. Gimme your gauntlet too and you have a deal, mummy boy. Dosu frowned as his eye grew wide and he turned to face his weapon, his gauntlet. Damn it, fine, the boy said, taking it off, setting that down on the floor as well, and getting ready to go. That is, until the tree's interior began to emit a very sinister power. Shit, what is it now? Sasuke Uchiha was in front of Dosu before anyone could intervene, backhanding him across the face and sending the poor, helpless boy hurtling into a nearby tree. Sasuke, clearly wanting to kill someone, ran towards the young man as he tried to stand. Fearing for his life, Dosu started begging the Uchiha to simply let him and his teammates leave. Naruto got ready to move because he knew Sasuke wouldn't stop, but two other teams arrived and restrained him instead. Shikamaru looked over his shoulder and gave the blonde genin a sly smile. We were watching that fight, you know. It's troublesome, but you're much stronger than anticipated, Naruto. Go ahead and take the scroll and your new toy, and rest. We'll hold Sasuke until he calms down. Tenten nodded her head in the direction of his teammates while glancing at the injured Dosu. Hurry up, take your teammates and go. You've already lost, so you're out of the competition. Get out of here and get the medical attention you need at the exit. After expressing his gratitude to teams 9 and 10, Dosu hurried to his fallen teammates, took one in each arm, and leapt as fast as he could. Lee turned to his friend with the blonde hair and smiled as soon as they were gone. That was a most youthful fight, Naruto-kun. I am impressed. I hope we can fight each other in the next stage, my friend. Sakura staggered out of hollow, and Naruto laughed and slowly nodded his head. It appeared that Sasuke had hurt her while trying to reach the enemy. After glancing at everyone, she cast a sorrowful glance at the ground. I tried to stop Sasuke-kun. I really did, but... Naruto and Ino hurried to her side and started examining her wound. Naruto glanced back at his male teammate and narrowed his eyes, muttering curses. He broke your arm, Sakura-chan. The girl who was with them, a platinum blonde, nodded and started to look around. With that, Ino started running around the area looking for something useful. The best we can do for you right now is make a sling. You shouldn't try to move your arm for a while, Sakura-chan. Give me a minute and I'll be back with something we can use. Choji, meanwhile, slugged the Uchiha as hard as he could and sent him crashing to the ground after growing weary of Sasuke's struggles against Shikamaru's Kajimane no Jutsu, shadow imitation technique. Damn it, Sasuke, snap out of it already. The marked Uchiha initially gave everyone a glare, but after a short while the curse mark started to fade, he fell to the ground and started to breathe heavily. When the 5 people around him finally let him go, they watched as he slowly got up and glanced at everyone before settling his eyes on a furiously irate Naruto. Is Sakura okay? The whiskered Jinchuriki shook his head and stepped in front of Sakura to keep the boy with the raven hair away from her. You broke her arm. The answer is no, Sasuke, she is most definitely not okay. And the scroll Dosu Mummy gave us is another damn Earth scroll, so we still have to find a Heaven scroll before we can go to the tower and get her some fucking help. With Tenten and Lee's assistance, Ino hurried up to the Pinkett as she was about to speak and started to tend to her. Shikamaru approached his blonde friend and extended his hand, palm up, before anyone could respond. If you don't need that second Earth scroll, could we perhaps have it instead? We are in need of one. Naruto Uzumaki sighed in response, gave a slow nod, and then handed his friend the extra Earth scroll. Thanks for your help, guys. As soon as Ino has finished tending to Sakura-chan, you guys should get to the tower. You'll be safest there. It's pretty dangerous out here in the forest. Sasuke glared at his teammate while firmly grasping his arm. Damn it, Dobi, what the hell are you doing? Don't just go handing over one of our scrolls. They're the enemy. Naruto, by this point weary of Sasuke, let out a deep sigh before his fist abruptly and forcefully struck the Uchiha's face. The Uchiha screamed in agony, fell to his knees, and clutched his bleeding nose as everyone in the vicinity heard the bones in his nose break. That's what I think of your complaints, Tem. Either shut the fuck up or I can start breaking other, more vital parts of your body. It's your choice. At this, Shikamaru and Choji grinned. The plump boy smiled and reached over to give Naruto a shoulder pat. Thanks for that, Naruto, you're a good guy. We'll take good care of the scroll. The Nara nodded slowly after meeting Naruto's eyes. The brown-haired boy sighed, turned to face the Yamanaka on his team, and muttered, troublesome, once more before leaving with Choji. If we get to see Hokage-sama, we'll also tell him about the situation. This situation is troublesome, but it seems like something he should know. Since you're finished now, Ino, we should get going. After scowling at this, Ino nodded her head and gave Sakura a tender embrace, taking care not to rub her injured arm too much. When her best friend nodded, the young Yamanaka girl rushed after her teammates, saying, "Be safe, Sakura. We'll see you in the next stage of the exams, okay? Even if it comes from Sasuke-kun, please protect her, Naruto-kun." Before glaring at the members of Team 7, Neji glanced at his teammates. After saying, "We'll be taking our leave now. If fate decrees it, we will meet in the next stage. Farewell." Team 9 also left, leaving the 3 members of Team 7 by themselves in the clearing, with Naruki's numerous strange pets nearby keeping watch over them. With another heavy sigh, Naruto glanced down at his hands for a moment before hurriedly beckoning Katsuo and Chikao to join him. He gave Katsuo a gentle smile. The blonde then took out his team's scroll and said, please let me know right away. Oh, before I forget, if you happen to get a closer look at the scroll, it needs to have the symbol for heaven on it. It's different from this one. Katsuo, can you please carry Sakura-chan? She's been injured, and considering she's twisted her ankle as well, he said, nodding and giving his pink-haired teammate a knowing look. It's best that she not walk for a while. Nodding, the monkey summon briefly embraced his summoner's neck before jumping into the trees to find some fresh victims for good Naruto. Sakura was raised into Katsuo's arms as he glanced down at his summoner. We should move from this location, Naruto-kun. The commotion from your battle will likely attract any teams that are nearby, and you 3 need your rest for now. Naruto and Sasuke nodded in agreement and then set off with Katsuo and the other animals to find a new place to rest. Chikao, please hurry. I'm relying on you to locate someone who has the appropriate scroll. Later in the afternoon, Chikao returned to Naruto and told him about a lone girl holding a scroll after discovering a new resting place hidden between 2 rather large trees. He summoned the blonde to go see which scroll this girl happened to have, and she blinked at the thought of such a thing and jumped off. He saw the girl a while later and nearly burst out laughing when he saw that she was being pursued by a big bear. The young blonde jumped down in front of it, reached up, and gave the bear a pat on the chest, which caused a small amount of chakra to flow through its body. Before long, it fell and was contentedly sleeping on the ground. There we go, that takes care of that. Now. The blonde turned and looked at the girl, assessing her appearance. Her brown-rimmed glasses and gorgeous red hair only served to highlight her stunning crimson eyes. Well, aren't you a looker? Are you okay, miss? With a faint smile on her lips, the redhead blushed slightly and slowly reached out to shake her savior's hand. Karen. My name is Karen. Thank you very much for helping me. In response, Naruto Uzumaki nodded and smiled. The blonde chose to point to Karen's scroll and say, "Hey, it's what I do, Karen-chan. The name's Naruto Uzumaki, it's good to meet ya. New, which scroll do you have? I'm kinda in need of a heaven scroll. One of my teammates has a broken arm thanks to an, accident, and I'm desperate to get this stage of the exam over with so I can get her the help she needs." Karen's thoughts were racing. Uzumaki, did I just hear that correctly? It can't be. Then she remembered his question. The redhead shook her head, looked down at the scroll she was carrying, and blinked a few times. No, I'm sorry, it's an earth scroll. I'm trying to get a heaven scroll too. But, the young redhead chose to offer her assistance, grinning at the boy in front of her. I'm a medic of sorts. If you take me to your friend, I might be able to help her. Please, I promise I won't do anything, I just want to help. Naruto took both of her hands in his and grinned. When the girl nodded, Naruto swiftly gathered her in his arms and started to jump off with her back to Team 7's makeshift camp location. Yes, please, let's go. She's in a lot of pain. Karen's close contact with her fellow Uzumaki caused her to blush throughout the entire event. He is quite audacious, isn't he? The camp of Team 7. Karen scowled as she examined Sakura's fractured arm. Sakura turned to her teammates and said, "This really looks very bad. But, I have a way to fix it if you're willing to hear me out." Before nodding and staring into the girl's crimson eyes, "I have a strange healing ability. If you bite into my arm and absorb some of my chakra, you'll be healed in no time. I know it sounds strange, but please, trust me." At this, Naruto raised an eyebrow, but Sasuke just gave him a doubtful expression. Sakura, however, glanced once more among her teammates before giving Karen a nod. Sakura leaned forward and bit into the girl's arms as she rolled up her sleeves. "I sincerely hope it works, but this is really strange. She appears to be trusted by Naruto-kun, so." When the healing process started, Team 7 was taken aback. Sakura was actually returning to normal thanks to Karen's chakra. When the Pinket's arm was completely healed, she cautiously took it out of the makeshift sling and moved it around, afraid that too much movement would cause pain. She turned to Karen and gave her a strong hug when she was completely pain-free. "Thank you so much, Karen-chan. I'm glad we met you." After giving Sakura a gentle back pat and grinning, Karen turned to face Naruto and grinned at him. Karen smiled at the Pinket and bowed her head before approaching Naruto and nodding her head in agreement. "I'm here now because of Naruto-kun. He saved me, so it's only right that I repay him however I can. I'm just happy that I could be of help." Leaning in close, the girl kissed the whiskered blonde's cheek and hurried away, holding her scroll tightly to her chest. "Thank you for your help, Naruto-kun. Good luck, and take care, okay," she said. Naruto reached up and touched his cheek, blinking at this. "I seriously doubt that these people would act in such a manner if they truly knew that I am a girl." Naruto chuckled to himself at that idea, then turned to face his teammates and let out a quiet sigh. "Chikao will continue looking for other teams, but I have a feeling we won't be finding anything tonight. So let's eat and get some rest. We'll continue our search in the morning." "Sound good." After exchanging nods, Sakura and Sasuke started searching through their packs for their rations. There wasn't much left, but it would last them through tonight. They would then have to go fishing or hunting to get more food. Sakura found herself frowning as she glanced at her teammate with the blonde hair. "Naruto-kun, it looks like that Karen girl is interested in you. I had the impression that it was likely more than just the fact that you saved her. Perhaps I'm just dreaming." Central Tower 2 days later. Team 7 had acquired the necessary scroll by midday on the 4th day and had reached the tower within an hour. Once he arrived, of course, Naruto and Sakura had told their sensei, Kakashi Hatake, about the strange mark on Sasuke's neck after talking to Iruka. For the remainder of that day, they didn't see Sasuke. When he reached the tower, Naruki had gone off with Haku. The blonde had told Haku about Anko Mitarashi and her intention to woo her into the relationship, and they simply enjoyed each other's company. The young man was initially apprehensive, but after a lengthy conversation with his girlfriend, he started to laugh and gradually came to accept it. The young man was actually a little taken aback by this fact, but he had no intention of complaining. After all, Haku had already accepted that Naruki could occasionally be rather odd, and he understood that this was simply the way she was utterly unpredictable. Unfortunately, since Naruki had reached the tower, they had not yet seen Anko in person. The blonde was extremely alarmed by this fact, and Haku found it extremely challenging to reassure her. It was made all the more difficult by the fact that they both felt something had happened. "I'm sure Anko-san will be fine, Naruki-chan. So we didn't get to meet when you wanted us to. We'll get to meet each other soon enough, I'm positive of it. So let's be patient, okay sweetheart," the ice user finally said, nodding his head and giving his girlfriend a tight hug. The blonde became much calmer as a result, and she immediately agreed. But right away, to her boyfriend's surprise and delight, she started attempting to tickle him. Unfortunately, they were unable to do anything too personal. Naruki was frustrated because she had wanted to be close to her boyfriend in her true gender and maybe even get a little frisky, but she couldn't do that at the moment because she didn't have the privacy required for it. Therefore, when Naruki was in her male identity as Naruto, the two of them had to make do with their regular activities when they were out in public. Naruki once smiled broadly as she showed her boyfriend the gauntlet she had stolen from Dosu. Examining it, Haku laughed uneasily and noted that his girlfriend couldn't use it properly because it was a bit too large. The Jinchuriki simply shrugged her shoulders and clarified that she intended to either have it renovated so she could use it herself or keep it as a trophy. Haku understood her strategy, persuaded Naruki to choose the second course of action, and then, as he so frequently enjoyed, he kissed his girlfriend. Not much happened aside from these few activities. Sakura was allowed to take part in the next round of exams without any problems after being examined by some medic nin, who concluded that her arm had healed enough that it wouldn't have an impact on her ability to fight. She had hurried to find Naruto after hearing the wonderful news. When she finally located him, she gave her friend a big hug and a glomp. A part of the Pinkett was scared to approach Sasuke right now, but she would have told him the news. The 5th day was now coming to an end, and every passing team was gathered in a big room. Above them, lining the space, were their senseis. Along with the Sandaime Hokage, a few Anbu, and other people Naruto didn't fully recognize, the proctors for the first and second exams were also up there. He did recognize Haku, Zabuza, and Yugao, who had apparently made the decision to come see him kick butt in whatever stage came next. The young blonde gave his family a brief wave and smiled before he looked at Anko. Since their last encounter, she had clearly experienced some sort of trauma, as evidenced by her poor appearance. Nevertheless, Naruto grinned when Anko turned to face him and expressed his happiness that the snake mistress was safe. The blonde couldn't control the smile that came over his face as Anko grinned at him. Hiruzen Sarutobi eventually broke the silence to congratulate the genin on passing the second exam stage. Then Naruto saw Hayate, the man, leap down and start speaking. He was apparently the next proctor, and before they could start the third exam stage, a few preparatory rounds would need to be conducted. Naruto was excited by this fact rather than bothered by it. He would get to fight more, after all. The fact that the four-eyed guy with the cards dropped out was what Naruto found bothersome. He didn't appear particularly worn out. Rather, it appeared that Kabuto could kick someone's ass with ease if he so desired. The young blonde shrugged that off his mind and turned to his Gigi. Naruto listened to Hiruzen Sarutobi's next words with a smile on his face. Let the preliminary rounds. The Sandaime Hokage then turned to face the genin and smiled alongside them. Begin. When Naruto realized he wouldn't be the first to fight, he pouted. As usual, Sasuke was granted that privilege instead. It appeared that Kakashi-sensei did not want the Uchiha to use that curse mark thingy when he faced one of Kabuto's teammates. Knowing Sasuke, he would use whatever power he desired, but it was probably for the best. Naruto, however, was aware that he would follow Kakashi's instructions and limit himself to using only taijutsu for this battle unless using ninjutsu or genjutsu was absolutely required to win, since her teammate didn't want to be eliminated from the competition. It appears that Kakashi didn't want to take any chances with the curse mark just yet, even though it had been sealed. Naruto reasoned that he could likely manage the removal of such a thing given enough time if he dabbled in the art of fuinjutsu, but the question was whether Sasuke would allow it. It didn't matter, the fact that Sasuke was getting kicked in the butt down there was what mattered. The youthful, blonde shinobi frowned at this and considered making fun of his teammate to see if it would help him get his act together, but changed his mind. It would be Sasuke's fault if he lost this match. Helping the pampered runt of the Uchiha clan advance to the final round was not something Naruto was interested in doing. But there was undoubtedly something odd happening all around him. He expected Sakura and Ino to cheer for him, but they weren't. He could tell by looking at them both that they were eagerly following the game, but they also appeared reluctant to support him. While Ino continued to cast worried glances at her pink-haired friend, Sakura was massaging the spot where Sasuke had injured her. Naruto nodded his head slowly as comprehension came to him. Sasuke appears to have strained his relationship with these two to the point where their crushes on him may never be the same. They had started to doubt whether they really wanted to be with a man like him and whether they still felt the same way about him. Sasuke was not yet a man, Naruto thought. Sasuke was a terrible, pampered youngster. He was still too young to be regarded by anyone as a man. Naruto reached over and put a gentle hand on his teammate's shoulder, then watched as she turned to face him. In an attempt to console his friend, the blonde put an arm around her waist and drew her close. Sakura closed her eyes and rested her head on Naruto's shoulder, content to smile broadly and enjoy his warmth. She whispered, "Thank you, Naruto," so that only he could hear. Naruto returned the favor by saying, "You're welcome, Sakura-chan. You're my friend. I'd do anything to help you." As Sakura took in her friend's words, she blushed and gave a slight nod. Her thoughts kept wandering even though she knew Naruto didn't mean anything in that sense. After all, her friend was a handsome man who was also incredibly kind and considerate. He was difficult to dislike. She would kiss him right now if he wasn't already seeing Haku. Then again, perhaps they wouldn't mind, Sakura thought. Sakura then turned to face her teammate, leaned in, and planted a chaste kiss on his lips. Everyone who was observing them was taken aback by this action, which diverted their attention from the battle below. Ino was swooning over how adorable they were together, Kakashi was giggling in a strange way, Anko was grinning, and Haku was in disbelief. But what about Zabuza? He did not know how to react. Here was another girl kissing his adopted daughter. It was kind of hot on the one hand, but because Naruki was already seeing Haku, it was really awkward on the other. However, it might have been an open relationship. Who the hell knows? He certainly did not, and he liked it that way. Sakura, on the other hand, drew back, her eyes closed, a calm smile on her face, while Naruki gaped at her. Sakura-chan. What was that for? She stumbled out, barely able to process the fact that she had just been kissed by her teammate and dear friend. Gazing into her friend's eyes, Sakura flushed. "You've been a really great friend to me, Naruto-kun. You've done so much for me and, well, after everything that's happened, I just couldn't help myself. And in the forest, after Karen helped me and seeing how she looked at you and everything, I have to admit I was a little jealous. I know you're with Haku, but maybe you too would consider, I dunno, sharing," she responded, blushing so badly that her face and neck were the color of tomatoes. Naruki was compelled to nod slowly in comprehension. "I see. I like you, Sakura-chan. You're a very good friend and I care about you a lot. Can I have time to think about this? I'll talk with Haku-kun, okay? And there's something about me that you kinda need to know about before we can even enter a relationship together. It might make you seriously rethink your decision to be with me," the disguised Naruki said as she rubbed the back of her head unconsciously. Sakura nodded her head slowly, blinking in bewilderment. "I see. I doubt that whatever secret you have is that bad, Naruto-kun. But, whatever it is, I'm sure that I'll still like you just the same. After all, haven't you heard the saying? The heart wants what the heart wants." Naruki laughed. "You have a good point, Sakura-chan. Okay, I'll talk with Haku-kun then and we'll see about getting some time alone with Gramps, Hokage-sama together so we can talk, okay? Because my secret is big. I kinda need Gramps' permission before I can tell anyone about my secret." "Well, secrets." Sakura gave a sympathetic nod. She understood what her friend was trying to say, but she didn't know what kind of secrets could be so large. In order to simply hold Naruto close, She leaned in and planted another gentle kiss on his lips before leaning back and resting her head against his chest. As he slowly encircled Sakura with his arms, Naruto turned to face the Sandaime Hokage, Haku, Zabuza, and Yugao, who were all observing him from various angles. Some with curious or intrigued expressions, others with amused ones. Naruto was pleased when the Hokage nodded in agreement and agreed that they could set up a meeting after he mouthed to him that they needed to speak later. Each of Haku, Zabuza, and Yugao approached him, and Haku made the decision to question Sakura. He laughed and asked, being careful not to give away Naruki's secret, "So, how long have you been interested in my Naruto-kun, hem?" Sakura turned red and avoided looking into Haku's eyes. I'm not really sure, to be honest with you. It just kind of happened at some point along the way. I think the beginning of it started during the Wave mission, but I think what happened in the Forest of Death is when I really began to realize that I was falling for Naruto-kun," she said. Is that wrong?" Haku shook his head and sighed. "No, that's not wrong. I just wasn't expecting for someone else to fall for him like that. You see, he's already invited Anko into our relationship, so I was trying to get used to the idea of another person joining us. And now, well, there's you. I was just wondering how it started is all," he continued with a sigh. "I guess I'm really going to have to get used to the idea of sharing my Naruto-kun." Naruto smiled as he glommed onto Haku. "Ah, you'll love it, Haku-kun. Just imagine the kinky stuff we can try out," he said, whispering in Haku's ear while he leaned tightly. "You know, me riding you while you eat out Anko-chan. The two of us making out while we're riding you. Then there's the sex in the shower, naked aprons so you take us in the kitchen, sex in public places where we run the risk of being caught." Naruto roared with laughter and pounded his fist in the air as Haku passed out from the deluge of images, shocking everyone in the room with the words, "Muahahahahahahaha. Naruto strikes again. I have turned my boyfriend into a pile of goop on the floor." Sasuke then punched Yoroi Akato in the neck with such force that the man staggered backwards, clutching at his throat as he struggled to breathe. Everyone blinked and turned to face the arena floor when he passed out on the ground and collapsed, and when Hayate declared Sasuke the winner, they saw Sasuke also collapse, no longer able to stand. Unable to comprehend why he had only just won the battle, Naruto questioned, "Wonder what took the Tem so long to finish that fight?" Zabuza shook his head and sighed. He replied to his adopted daughter, "Probably because he's a pathetic little runt." As Yugao and her roommate watched Sasuke being carried away, Yugao nodded in agreement, but Sasuke snarled at Zabuza in disdain. When Zabuza simply waved the Uchiha away with a smile on his face, she couldn't help but laugh. Kakashi grimaced and sighed to himself. "I never said he couldn't use ninjutsu or genjutsu. I just said to be careful when using them so he didn't pull on that tainted chakra source. I know how he is, he craves power. He'd use that damn thing in a heartbeat. I swear Sasuke is a damn moron," he murmured. This was when the next two fighters were shown on the board. Curiously examining it, Naruto saw that he had once more been passed over. She waited impatiently for her turn, pouting as she glanced at the names that were revealed and then down at the arena floor. Gaara against Shino Aburame. Naruto scowled at this matchup for a moment before yelling at Gaara. "Oh Gaara-kun." Noticing that his new pal was paying attention, Naruto kept going, "I know you're into the whole blood. Give me your blood thing, but I wanted to tell you not to go killing my friend down there. Okay, pretty please don't do anything bad. I'll give you a great, big hug if you don't maim him in any way. You'll be my bestest buddy for life. Sound good? I bet it does," he grinned. Gaara accepted Naruto's deal by slowly nodding and blinking in astonishment. It was interesting in its own right, and he kind of liked the personality of this odd individual in spite of everything. Additionally, they somewhat balanced each other out because he was also insane in his own way. Before turning to face his opponent, the redhead nodded once more and looked into Naruto's eyes, giving him a slight but sincere smile. Kankuro and Temari were both in disbelief. For the promise of an embrace, of all things, that odd individual from before the exams began had just persuaded their brother not to kill or maim his opponent. What on earth was this individual? Baki's situation wasn't much better. He was worried that one of Konoha's ninja was becoming too close to their invasion's secret weapon, and he probably wouldn't risk breaking that bond in return for attacking the village. Oh no. It was unavoidable for the Sandaime Hokage. He burst out laughing. At first, it was modest, but eventually, he burst out laughing and tears were streaming down his face. When Naruki felt like it, she was hilarious. When he was finally done, he nodded down at Hayate and wiped the tears from his face. As Shino initiated the match by launching his Kikaichu beetles to test Gaara's sand defenses, the proctor nodded in agreement and jumped back. The others followed orders to flee back to Shino, but Gaara's sand rose up to protect him, easily catching and crushing the Kikaichu that came too close. Shino frowned at this and thought about sending them underground to burrow directly beneath Gaara, but he reasoned that Gaara would probably be able to defend against that as well. It was worth a shot, though. Therefore, Shino was surreptitiously sending a sizable swarm of Kikaichu underground, even though it appeared that he was only sending out another swarm to try and probe Gaara's defenses in the sides and back. He eventually drew back the Kikaichu he had launched above ground and watched as it materialized directly beneath Gaara. Gaara's eyes widened at this, and all he could do was watch as they started to swarm over him, gradually eroding his sand armor. But when they started eating away at his chakra, he flared the chakra of his Biju and saw the Kikaichu fall to the ground lifeless, unable to withstand the chakra's corrosive nature. Gaara's eyes narrowed into a ferocious glare as he focused on Shino and was ready to crush him no matter what he had promised his friend. But his opponent raised his hand and forfeited the match before he could. Shino decided to withdraw in order to save his hive more than himself, saying, "Proctor, I forfeit. I cannot penetrate his defenses by normal means and my Kikaichu cannot feed on his chakra. Therefore, it is not wise for me to continue this battle." Gaara-san wins. Even though he had just appeared bloodthirsty, Gaara blinked at this and cocked his head in a way that some of the girls thought was just too cute. Regardless of what other people might think, Naruki thought he looked cute. Gaara was about to approach the balcony after the match was declared won, but he was taken aback when Naruto jumped over the railing and glomped him. He pulled out a microphone and a recorder out of thin air and said, "Congrats on winning your match, Mr. Huggable Person of Doomy Woomy. How's it feel to be one step closer to ultimate victory in the Chunin exams?" Unable to understand what the devil was happening, the redhead blinked once more. Nevertheless, he felt more confident with each sentence as he realized he had to speak up. It feels good. I'm looking forward to facing you in the finals, Naruto-san. You are the only worthy opponent for me after all." On the spot, Naruto blushed and almost swooned. Naruto squirmed slightly where he was standing, slipped the recorder and microphone away, and then gave Gaara a tight hug while laughing. "Ah, you're such a sweetie pie. Don't worry, I'll make sure to win my match and we can have that fight you want in the finals. We'll make it a grand fight that everyone is sure to enjoy. And if you really want to, I can try to make the sky rain blood for you on that day. I'm not really sure how to make that possible, but I can try. Gotta make your mother happy sometimes after all, right?" Gaara returned his friend's hug with a smile. He said earnestly, "That sounds nice. I think I would like that." They then walked hand in hand up to the balcony, where everyone gave them a wide berth, obviously apprehensive of the two crazy people. Naruki said goodbye to her friend and then turned to smile at her friends and family after watching him return to his team. She smiled afterward and remarked, "Well, that was fun." Gazing at the board, she questioned, "So, who's next?" "Masumi Tsurugi versus Kankuro." "Ah, boring," whimpered Naruto. He pointed to the man wearing the clown suit and said, "I already know who wins this one." Sakura gave a blink. "Wait, how do you know that, Naruto-kun?" Naruto gave a shrug. "I dunno. Just do. I mean, it's pretty obvious. That in this fight's happened like a bunch of times by now," he replied. Unable to understand what Naruto was discussing, Kakashi and the others in the vicinity blinked. Mind explaining that, Naruto-kun?" Naruto shrugged and sagged against the railing, letting out a sigh. It happened in the manga and the anime, and it's happened in so many fanfiction, including the author's other fanfictions, it's like there's no darn creativity anymore. I mean, come on, there's gotta be other matchups we could go with. Like Kankuro versus a giant man-eating bunny rabbit that falls through the ceiling and shouts out, "Roar! I will eat you." Everyone in the room screamed in horror as Masumi's body started to flex and contort before exploding and turning into a massive tentacled monster that started to flail violently. "See, like that," Naruto exclaimed with delight as she saw Kankuro trying to defeat the monster. "Caution! Ahead! Tentacle rape! Caution!" The tentacle monster struggled for a while before catching hold of Kankuro and tearing off his pants as one of its tentacles edged closer and closer to its target. Kankuro turned pale and screamed in terror. He cried out, "Oh Kami, no. Not that. Anything but that. Oh Kami, someone save me, as the tentacle vanished into the darkness. The poor young man's condition was viewed with utter horror by everyone. Naruto eventually felt sorry for the poor man, and before the tentacle beast could finish, she drew the powerful sword Excalibur and killed it with a single blow. Now it's over. Observe, there is nothing to fear. Kankuro collapsed to the ground and rolled into a fetal position, tears streaming down his face. I can never get married now. I've been defiled. Naruki approached Kankuro, bent down, and assisted him in getting to his knees. Please pull your pants up, she said, looking down at him. When he did, she smiled and performed the knighting ritual for laughs. I hereby dub thee, Sir Goofy Pants III. You may rise my funny knight. With a horrified expression on his face, Kankuro turned to face Naruto before getting up, grabbing his shoulders, and shaking him like a rag doll. I was just tentacle raped and you're treating this like a joke. The fuck's wrong with you? Wait, is that the fucking Excalibur? Where the fuck do you get Excalibur? Naruto shrugged his shoulders and looked down at the blade, blinking. I dunno, I just pulled it out of nowhere and used it to kill the tentacle monster. Kinda like how I got the summoning contract for the snakes. I just do things sometimes and it works out. He replied with a second shoulder shrug. After blinking in disbelief, Kankuro had a thought. He whispered, do you think you could make my crush's panty drawer appear? At this, Naruto shook his head and blinked. It doesn't work like that. I just pull out random shit at random times. I can't just pull specific things out whenever I want. If I could, I'd probably have a whole mountain of things at home that I've wanted ever since I was just a young kid. He clarified. At this, the Suna Genin scowled and gave a head nod. After saying, yeah, I kinda figured as much. Ah well, it was worth a try. Thanks anyways. He started to leave, his experience with the tentacle monster that was once Masumi Tsurugi causing a noticeable limp in his step. Naruki returned to her team's side and sheathed Excalibur while grinning at them. Well, that was fun. I guess the author listened and decided to really fuck with us after all. I wonder what's next, she exclaimed with excitement. Yugao replied, I hope it's nothing as frightening as that damn thing. Poor Kankuro. Ino Yamanaka vs. Sakura Haruno. With a sigh, Naruto shook her head. She exclaimed, damn random number generator. The author complained, stupid author. She made the decision to clarify after noticing that everyone else was staring at her in complete bewilderment. The author assigned numbers to the remaining competitors, excluding a select few, and used a random number generator, or RNG for short, to determine the next matchup. And what should happen? Yet another fight we've seen repeated time and time again, even in the author's other fanfictions. I suppose he's not entirely to blame this time, but still. Kakashi shook his head and nodded in comprehension. I see. Regardless, good luck down there Sakura and do your best. Even if you don't win, just know that I'm proud of you, alright? Sakura nodded her head, grinned, and hurried down the stairs to prepare for her battle. They exchanged glances for a few seconds before smiles appeared on their faces as Ino arrived a short while later. Ino said with a slight smirk, so, Naruto, have to say, I didn't see that one coming. Still though, as long as you're happy. Sakura immediately flushed and shifted a little. Why yeah, well, you know, the girl with the pink hair said, grinning silly. He's sweet, and he's a really great guy. I'm sure if you had ended up on a team with him instead of me, you'd feel the same way I do Ino, said Sakura. As her gaze strayed to Naruto, Ino nodded her head and giggled a little. She said without shame, I'm sure I would. The blonde Kunoichi turned back to Sakura and gave her a gentle smile. Listen Sakura-chan, let's give this our all okay. No regrets and no holding back. I'm sure we've both trained our butts off since becoming genin. I know I have. I'll admit that it took me a while because of my stupid fangirlism, but I did stop dieting and I did take my training seriously. Before what happened in the Forest of Death, I was still a fangirl over Sasuke. But, now I want to take my career far more seriously than I have. I want to be a serious kunoichi and I want to become as strong as Lady Tsunade, if not stronger someday. So, let's both do our best today okay? I know we might not be as impressive as some of the others here, but... Sakura nodded her head and giggled. I understand Ino-chan, and I feel the same way. I want to surpass Tsunade-sama as well. But for now, we have a match to fight, and we need to first overcome each other. Let the best woman win, right? Whoever wins, let us hold no grudges, alright? We're friends, Ino-chan. No more rivalry between us. I want us to be best friends again. You're my sister, Ino-chan, in all but blood. So, please, can we go back to being friends? She begged earnestly. At this point, Ino could feel tears forming in her eyes and saw that Sakura was also crying. Ino wiped away her tears and gave her friend a slow nod. I'd like that very much, Sakura-chan. Now, let's have some fun, okay? Proctor, please start the match. She asked for. When the proctor yelled for the match to begin, Sakura nodded at him too. The Pinkett then hurled a couple of shuriken at her friend, which were easily deflected by two of her own shuriken, knocking them out of the air. In order to assess each other's skills and decide what to do next, the two 13-year-olds gazed into each other's eyes. Before long, Ino pulled out a kunai and lunged forward, slashing it at Sakura's chest. Sakura stopped Ino's attack by drawing her own kunai in a flash. Swinging, blocking, ducking, and weaving, they engaged in a furious duel. They shifted around one another and paced back and forth, but their battle had not advanced. After a while, they both leapt away from each other and started attempting to strategize their next moves. What ought I to do? What is she going to do next? How might Naruto-kun respond? These and other thoughts crossed their minds. At least Sakura considered the final query. After giving it some thought, the pink-haired girl made a hand seal that Naruto was accustomed to and inhaled deeply before letting it out gradually. She had no idea how many she could produce, but she was prepared to take the chance if it meant she would have a chance. She exclaimed, "Shadow clone technique." Two Sakura clones materialized in a puff of smoke in an instant. Sakura collapsed to her hands and knees, panting with exhaustion, as they appeared. Her clones knelt down and gave her a gentle pat on the back as they assisted her in standing up. Sakura nodded to her clones and gave Ino a ferocious glare once she was certain she could remain upright. Before the three of them charged at Ino, she said, "Let's do this." It startled the blonde. She had never thought Sakura would employ such a tactic. She also didn't think Sakura would be able to stand after employing such a powerful chakra technique. She glanced up at Naruto and realized why her best friend was able to continue fighting in this manner. She did it so he could be proud of her. Ino gave her friend and her shadow clones a gentle smile before making a few hand seals of her own and starting to talk. Wind release. Lashing whip technique. Her right hand clenched into a fist, and she struck out with it, causing a cracking sound as she struck the first Sakura, which exploded in a puff of smoke. The blonde had to jump backwards to avoid the blow when the second Sakura came up to her and threw a fist at Ino. Ino reacted swiftly, slashing out with the whip once more and striking the other Sakura who was approaching, causing that one to also explode in a puff of smoke. Ino shook her head and grinned at the Sakura who had attacked her. She sadly and sincerely apologized for her friend, saying, "You look like you're on your last legs, Sakura-chan. Why don't you just forfeit? It's okay. You fought your best." Sakura shook her head obstinately. The Pinkett frowned and said, "No, Ino. I want to prove that I have what it takes to be an excellent kunoichi. I can't do that if I give up now." Earth release. Binding hands technique. She yelled as she slammed her hands to the ground and formed a few hand seals of her own. After blinking at the technique's name, Ino felt several hands emerge from the ground beneath her and grab hold of her arms, legs, and any other part of her body that they could reach. They were obviously designed to keep her in place so she couldn't get away. But after employing this method, it was painfully clear that Sakura was now on her last legs. Ino noticed that she had just enough freedom to move her hands together as she looked down at them. She made a hand seal and fought against her restraints. She said quietly, "Mind-body switch technique," and allowed her awareness to enter Sakura's head. The mindscape of Sakura. As she emerged in Sakura's mindscape, Ino glanced around bewildered. When she first appeared in Sakura's thoughts, this was not what she had anticipated. For heaven's sake, it was a black void. Typically, a person's mindscape would have a form that you could walk through to explore their memories, analyze their mental processes, or even take over their mind if you so desired. However, this was more than she had anticipated. At this moment, someone else stepped in front of her. At the same time, it was Sakura and not Sakura. This Sakura was looking at Ino with a puzzled smile on her face. She had yellow eyes and pure white hair. She snapped her fingers, and a desk and two chairs materialized, one for Ino and one for not Sakura. Not Sakura sat down and gestured for Ino to follow suit. "Who are you? What's going on here?" Ino chose to ask the obvious question, or, perhaps more accurately, questions. Not Sakura nodded her head in comprehension and her smile widened a little. I suppose it would be best to start at the beginning, wouldn't it? I am Sakura, and yet I am not Sakura, as you have already deduced. You see, when she was younger, she developed a certain mental disorder known as dissociative identity disorder, otherwise, or more commonly known as, provided. As soon as Not Sakura opened his mouth to respond, Ino's eyes widened in comprehension and he said, multiple personality disorder. Not Sakura grinned and gave a single hand clap. Exactly. The reason for this is simple. Sakura was always a shy girl growing up and was oftentimes teased for her big forehead. She was soft-spoken and therefore tended to bottle up the things she really wanted to say. Over time, this gave rise to another personality, me. Explained Not Sakura. I have never taken charge of our shared body however, but she does hear my voice in her head, pushing her to be a better person and be more outspoken. However, recent events are causing her to lose her confidence in herself that I have helped build up in her over the years since I was given form. I may need to start taking charge here soon. She will need help in boosting her confidence from her friends soon. Naruto helps with that tremendously, but he is only one person among thousands that degrade her, considering her weak and useless. I try to boost her confidence, but again, I am only a small part of her. Be there for her, Ino-chan. I think that if the two of you take the time to work together to grow stronger as a duo, it will help boost her confidence greatly. Don't you? Before a thought occurred to her, Ino nodded her head and smiled at the Not Sakura. I have a quick question for you. What do I call you? I can't keep calling you Not Sakura. The girl with the white hair nodded her head and giggled a little. I have been given the name Sumiko by Sakura-chan. You may call me that if you'd like. Grinning, Ino tried the name out on her tongue. A genuine smile came to her face as she said, Sumiko. That's a pretty name. I like it. Well, Sumiko-chan, can you please convince Sakura-chan to forfeit the match? She's on her last legs as it is, and she's running dangerously low on chakra. If she pushes herself anymore, she could seriously hurt herself. I'm worried for her. At this, Sumiko scowled and gave a sorrowful nod. The yellow-eyed girl said, it was nice talking with you, Ino-chan, but you were right. Sakura can no longer continue this battle. It will hurt her to have to do so, but you have my word that I will convince her to forfeit the fight. She then watched as Ino vanished from Sakura's thoughts. Outside. Returning to the arena. After stumbling a little, Sakura turned to face Ino, whom she was still holding in the earthen hands. With a beseeching look on her face, Ino was urging her to simply give up the battle. Sakura was about to move on, gasping for air, but she stopped when she heard Sumiko's voice in her mind. She sighed and reluctantly nodded her head, although at first what she was saying to her didn't make much sense. Her eyes closed and she started to fall forward after saying, Proctor. I forfeit. I can barely move, I'm running dangerously low on chakra, and I'm just in no shape to continue fighting. Can you please free Ino-chan for me? I think I need to pass out now. But before she could hit the ground, Naruto quickly caught her. He ran his hands through her hair tenderly and smiled down at her. He hopped back up to where his sensei was and put Sakura down against the wall so she could sleep soundly after saying, You fought well, Sakura-chan. Good job. Gazing at Kakashi, Zabuza grinned. Your student fought well, all things considered. You should be proud of her, he said. Kakashi nodded his head in gratitude and grinned. As Ino passed, he said to her, I am. And Ino, congratulations on your victory. With a slight flush, Ino gave them a nod. She merely said, thank you, and then paused to look at Naruto. Take care of her, okay Naruto. Naruto gave Ino a thumbs up, smiled, and nodded once. You got it, she's in good hands, I promise. With a nod of approval, the blonde Yamanaka went back to her group and joined them in a silent celebration of her triumph before they all awaited the selection of the next two fighters. Temari vs. Tenten. At this point, Naruto scowled and glared at the writer. I'm starting to hate you and your shitty luck when it comes to that RNG, she said. Zabuza let out a sigh and frowned at Naruto. Let me guess, this is a fight that's happened millions of times and so the author tried the random number generator again to see if he could change it, only for the damn thing to end up with the same exact fight again. Naruto gave a nod. Precisely. Ah well, might as well just watch the show. Maybe the author will find a way to make things interesting this time. Tenten chose to initiate the battle by opening a scroll and channeling her chakra through it, which launched several of her weapons in Temari's direction. Temari, however, countered this by using her fan to create wind. With a sigh, Naruto turned to face the writer. He questioned incredulously, seriously. The same old shit again. You aren't being creative with this one at all. Kakashi glanced at Naruto and raised an eyebrow. Oh, well, who wins this one, Naruto-kun? With a sigh, Naruto turned back to face his sensei. Temari wins it easily. Tenten can't do shit to her, sadly. She tries, believe me, she tries, but it's just not enough. Tenten chose to use her most powerful technique because she was tired of all of her other methods failing. But instead, a collection of odd red and white balls emerged when she leapt into the air and started to call forth what she believed to be her weapons. She watched them all hit the ground and start to pop open, blinking at this. There were several odd creatures emerging. Some of them were useless fish that floated around on the arena floor, incapable of offering her any assistance. Another had a single horn on its head and resembled a gray rhinoceros. Another two appeared to be enormous green praying mantises. Additionally, a variety of creatures appeared to be from the same family of whatever the hell these things were, albeit with distinct elements. One had a sort of white, fluffy mane and appeared to be a yellow, spiky dog-like creature. Another had a white mane around its neck and was entirely red or orange. Another had a fin-like tail and was blue. Overall, the room was now overrun by dozens of these creatures, and it had abruptly grown too crowded for the arena. Naruto gave the author another sardonic look. Really, Pokemon? You're kidding, right? Hey, it's you complaining that nothing is interesting enough. Here you are, the result of my decision to mess with reality's rules. Things became fascinating. Now stop talking and take care of it. The author responded, breaking the fourth wall even more. Tenten blinked and merely gestured to Temari back in the arena. Okay, if you whatchamacallits can understand me, then attack her. While the others stared at her in bewilderment, the fish Pokemon just kept flapping around pointlessly. Feeling sorry for her, Naruto threw a cheat sheet to her aid. Use that. That will tell you all you need to know about the Pokemon around you. Naruto glared at the proctor and gestured to the Pokemon as he appeared to be about to disqualify Tenten from the outside assistance. Would you understand these things without a little outside help? No, didn't think so. You disqualify her, you'd have to disqualify yourself under the same conditions. Think about that, Mr. Coughs McCoughs a lot. This appeared to upset Yugao a little, but Hayate nodded in comprehension, dismissing the moniker the 13-year-old madman had adopted with ease. After all, he had been called far worse before. Tenten nodded while glancing at the cheat sheet she was holding. Okay, Vaporeon, use Water Pulse, she exclaimed, her face beaming with excitement. Tenten ordered Rhyhorn to use Takedown after Vaporeon yelled, "Va Vaporeon," and then launched its Water Pulse attack on Temari, forcing her to leap out of the way. The rhinoceros-like Pokemon slammed into Temari in a full-body tackle, sending her crashing into the arena wall as she landed, screaming out in shock and pain. The blonde Suna Kunoichi collapsed to the ground and struggled to her feet, but she was unable to do so. Temari weakly raised her hand and yelled, "Proctor, I forfeit. This is insane." To the proctor. Hayate nodded in agreement, called the match in Tenten's favor, and watched as every Pokemon returned to their Pokeballs before, inexplicably, they all vanished. Tenten uttered the word, "Ah," before smiling up at Naruto and shrugging her shoulders. You know, you gotta thank that author person you keep talking about for me. That was cool. Naruto laughed and shrugged his shoulders. He already knows, believe me. Tenten dismissed it, went back to her squad, and kept an eye on the board to see who would be the next fighters. Nara Shikamaru vs. Lee Rock. Lee, overjoyed that his turn had finally arrived, whooped and yelled. He waited a little impatiently for his opponent to descend into the arena, jumping over the railing. However, Shikamaru sighed and understood that this opponent was likely to kick his ass hard, innately lethargic versus excessively high energy stores. Yes, it was clear who would prevail in this contest. At least that was Shikamaru's current perspective. Nevertheless, he descended into the arena and stood across from his opponent, glancing up and down for a brief moment before regretting it later because that green spandex was a major eyesore. The match was about to begin when the most bizarre thing occurred. Suddenly, in a puff of smoke, a strange animal person appeared with a bag of turnips on its back. With its eyes wide open, star-shaped slits in its eyes, and a joyful smile on its face, it started yelling, "Turnips! Turnips for sale. Get turnips here. Turnips. As it moved around the arena. After jumping over the railing and smiling, Naruto hurried up to the animal person and gave it a bunch of coins. With joy, Naruto exchanged the coins for a large bag full of white turnips from the boar-like animal person, now identified as Joan. I'll take a whole bushel of 'em. So give 'em here, Joan. He exclaimed. It's a pleasure doing business with you. Joan said with joy. She tried to persuade the people around her to buy some of her turnips by saying, anyone else interested in buyin' some of these here turnips? They're mighty fresh and taste darn good in stews. And the greens are meaty tasty. Yummy yummy. From his seat, the Sandaime Hokage got up and leapt down to Joan. After giving her a serious look for a moment, he quickly whipped out his wallet and produced some cash. Many people in the room face flagged when he said, I'll take some as well, thank you. Instead of accepting this strange creature as if it were commonplace, they had anticipated that their Hokage would question its existence. The others soon began to agree, and the boar named Joan started to get a lot of business. She sold off all of her turnip stock, much to her delight. After wishing them all a good day, she quickly disappeared in another cloud of smoke, leaving Hayate, Shikamaru, and Lee to revert to their original positions while they stood there in shock, grinning and holding their own turnips. Hayate remarked, well, that was interesting. Before turning to face his girlfriend, he said, anyway, you're free to begin the fight when ready. These turnips would undoubtedly be useful to them in the future. He pondered what kind of food they would work best in. Lee jumped up and down in his place, thrilled to have some turnips and even more thrilled to be able to fight at last. Shikamaru charged forward and delivered a devastating kick to his opponent's face, sending him flying into the wall before he could even realize the fight had started. The Nara heir then moaned as he collapsed to the ground in a heap and struggled to stand up. Why? He let out a moan. Why am I standing again? I don't understand. Why wasn't I allowed to just fall unconscious? Because the author decided that one hit wouldn't be enough to take you out. Your mother's frying pan has built up your endurance for pain after all, Naruto said with a smile as he yelled down at him. At this, Shikamaru flipped off the author and deadpanned. The Nara heir raised his hand and looked at the proctor, saying, well then, fuck you, you troublesome bastard. I'm not going to put up with this shit. Before he could say, forfeit, Shikamaru's mouth closed with a padlock and a zipper, and he started to struggle frantically with it. Fuck you, you were a rotten jerk of a writer. No, 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 no. At this, Naruto scowled and shook his head. Yep, I could have told you that would happen. You don't go screwing with the author like that, Shika. You're in for it now. I hope you're prepared for a beating, 'cause it looks like Bushy Brows is gonna give you one. As promised by Naruto, Lee started beating poor Shikamaru, and to his horror and dismay, Shikamaru remained awake the entire time. He begged Kami to stop it while tears streamed down his cheeks. But no matter how hard he tried, this was the author's story, and as such, the author's rules. He had to learn his lesson, despite his deep affection for Shikamaru. What the devil lesson? Shikamaru yelled in his head. Is there a lesson here? I've only discovered that Lee is a hyperactive nutcase, that the author can make crazy things happen at random, that I can endure excruciating pain and remain conscious throughout it, and, oh Kami, I'm sorry, author, just stop it, okay. Hayate declared Lee the winner of the match after Shikamaru's padlock and mouth zipper vanished, allowing him to finally yell the magic words, I forfeit. At the top of his lungs, Shikamaru let out a sigh of relief at this point and fell to the ground, letting the medical staff come and take him away. As they removed him, he moaned, so much pain. Naruto gave a small laugh. Maybe that'll teach him not to badmouth the author anymore. Zabuza glanced at Naruto and raised an eyebrow. Oh, you've been bashing on him this entire time. How come he hasn't done anything to you? Naruto looked directly into Zabuza's eyes and shrugged his shoulders. I'm immune to his wrath. We're both really random people, so we get along pretty well. Plus, he knows I don't mean anything by it. Right, Mr. Author? Oh, yeah, she is constantly disparaging me despite the fact that I try my hardest to write these stories. Very pleasant, Naruki. Very pleasant. Then Naruto grinned and said, see, he's fiend. Uncertain of what to make of their exchange, Zabuza raised an eyebrow and glanced between Naruto and the writer. He looked at the board and furrowed his brow at what he saw, deciding to ignore it for the time being. He smiled and said, well, it looks like you're finally up. Go knock 'em dead, kid. Naruto grinned broadly as he glanced at the board and leapt down into the arena, where his opponent, Kiba, was already waiting. Naruto decided to act quickly before the fight started after glancing at Akamaru. Akamaru, hold on a moment, okay. I've got something to show ya real quick. Naruki quickly changed her appearance by using the sexy technique and then the transformation technique. She was now 5 feet and 4 inches tall, with light red eyes, full, pouty lips, and long, wavy brown hair that reached her buttocks. She had a basket on her arm and appeared to be in her mid to late 20s. Akamaru recognized her right away and ran to Naruki, wagging his tail excitedly as he gave her a few more barks. Naruki knelt down and gave Akamaru a joyful smile while petting him. I'm glad you recognize me in this form, Akamaru. Remember all those healthy treats I make for you? Well, here's the deal. If you help Kiba fight me, I'll stop giving you those treats. Understand, if you want to keep getting those treats from me, you have to stay out of this fight and let Kiba and me duke it out one-on-one. Okay, Akamaru, she asked gently. Akamaru, don't listen to him, buddy. He's only trying to trick you. Kiba exclaimed, wide-eyed, and blinked in surprise when Akamaru barked back at him. Kiba's eyes widened when he got a few more barks in return. What do you mean he's been giving you treats for years? They can't possibly be good for you. Kiba said, Hanane approves of them. What the fuck? Damn, they're really that good for you, huh? Kiba sagged and nodded a few times in agreement after getting a few more barks in return. He said, all right buddy, it's okay. You can sit this one out, I understand. Akamaru gave him a cheerful bark in return and went back to join Team 8 above. Naruki gave Kiba a sheepish head rub after glancing at her. Sorry about that, Kiba, I kinda just want this to be a one-on-one fight between us. Know what I mean? The 13-year-old Inuzuka teenager gave a sympathetic nod. He was more than eager to start the fight and said, yeah, I getcha. Let's just get this fight underway then. Proctor, we're ready now. After giving a nod and yelling for the game to start, Hayate bounded off. As soon as he did, Kiba lunged forward and punched Naruto, who deftly blocked it and kicked Kiba hard in the side in return. Kiba winced at the force of the blow and barely deflected this retaliatory kick. Kiba jumped back and scanned his opponent, deciding to make a tactical retreat for the time being. He thought it would be simple to defeat Naruto, but with that level of strength. This battle was not going to be a simple one. Taking Naruto a little more seriously, Kiba sighed reluctantly and pulled out a food pill, chomping it down and then swallowing it. When the Inuzuka teenager felt his chakra spike, he squatted down and whispered, 4 legs technique. Naruto saw Kiba's pupils narrow into slits, his canines grow longer, his nails grow into claws, and more. Naruto scowled at this, cocking his head and making a mediocre hand gesture. If you're going for the Beast Boy look, you've got it down pat. But it's really not all that attractive. You're more likely to scare the girls off this way than you are to attract them. Just sayin', Kiba. Kiba jumped up and pointed a clawed finger at Naruto after making a face fail. As soon as Naruto said, would you take this seriously, damn it? We're in the middle of a fight here and you're making jokes about my appearance. Kiba became extremely upset. Wait, how could you possibly know what girls would want in a guy? Naruto shook his head and let out a sigh. I just do, okay. Now drop it and let's get back to the fight. The only people who knew Naruto's true gender and the reason behind her saying such a thing to Kiba were Zabuza, Haku, Yugao, and the Sandaime Hokage, who all laughed to themselves in the meantime. The 4 of them shared an inside joke that left the others perplexed, but no one spoke up. When Kiba became frustrated with Naruto's carefree demeanor down in the arena, he abruptly appeared behind Naruto and swung his clawed hands at the back of Naruto's neck before disappearing. The blonde, anticipating this, sprang forward to evade the assault. But Kiba looked at the odd piece of jewelry that was now hanging from one of his claws and exclaimed, what the heck is this? Kiba's eyes widened as he looked up and saw Naruto, or at least what was once Naruto. Naruto, since when did you wear? After years of concealing her gender, Naruki stood in the middle of the arena, her true identity visible to everyone. Her golden, long hair had fallen out of her pigtails and now hung just below her luscious butt. As in her disguise, the 13-year-old girl had 3 whisker marks on either side of her cheeks and stunning blue eyes. But that orange monstrosity was not on her, unlike her male disguise. No, Naruki was dressed in the fishnet bodysuit that Anko had purchased for her, which was topped off with a red jacket that bore black flames. At the moment, It was unzipped, revealing a generous amount of her breasts. Everyone could see that she was in good health and that her C-cup size was appropriate for her age. She wore track pants, which were dark gray and nearly black, with a yellow stripe running up and down the sides. Lastly, to complete the look, she was wearing blue ninja sandals. Naruki sighed in resignation and frowned at her Gramps. A sorrowful, "Well, Gramps, looks like the secret's out now." "I'm sorry." Sarutobi shook his head and sighed too. "It's not your fault, Naruki-chan. I never expected for something like this to happen. The seals on it to keep it in place have held all your life. It's only expected that they would wear down over time to the point that an attack from someone would be enough to rip the necklace free, I suppose." Sakura, who had woken up during Shikamaru's match, looked at her teammate in disbelief before her cheeks flushed angrily. She exclaimed, "Why, you mean? I kissed a girl, and I liked it." Sakura drew back and flushed even more when Naruki turned to face her and raised an eyebrow in interest. Sorry, Naruto-kun. Actually, Hokage-sama called you Naruki. Is that your real name then?" With a sigh, Naruki nodded her head. "Yes, my real name is Naruki Uzumaki. And yes, I am, in fact, a girl just like you, Ino, Hinata, Kurenai, etc. And yes, Haku-kun has known about me being a girl all this time. So has Zabuza, so has Yugao Oni-chan and Gramps, aka Hokage-sama. They're the only ones that have known this entire time. It's been one huge secret, and now it's out. So Sakura, do you still want to be with me, even knowing what I am?" Naruki raised her eyebrows. Sakura briefly gaped in disbelief at her recently revealed female teammate Naruki before cracking a tiny smile. She gave it some thought and came to the conclusion that she didn't really care. She still harbored feelings for Naruki, the same person. She may not be able to provide for her children in the future, but they may figure out a way to get around that. Sakura gave her friend a wink and a gentle smile while nodding her head. "Of course I do, Naruki-chan. I don't care what you are. Boy or girl, you're still the one I want to be with." Clearly sensing that Sakura would have declined to be with her, Naruki blinked in surprise at this and quickly began to flush until her neck was as red as a tomato. She looked away, giggled shyly, and scratched at the tip of her nose. Well, okay then. We'll have to talk with Haku-kun and Anko-chan then," she replied. After giggling at this, Sakura turned to smile at Haku. Sakura leaned in close and teased Haku by running her hand up and down his chest before whispering in his ear, "I'm expecting you to let me in on this relationship buster. Besides, Naruki's too much woman for just one of us to handle." "Read Haku-kun," she joked. Haku nodded slowly, flushed. Unaccustomed to such a gesture from Naruki's teammate, he stammered, "All right, Sakura-ch. Sakura, as you say." Today, she was being a little brash. There was a part of him that liked it and another part that blamed his girlfriend. As he added the sound effect and made a whipping motion with his hand, Zabuza couldn't help but laugh aloud. He laughed even harder as he said, "And he's whipped." With a deadpan expression, Yugao pulled a frying pan out of thin air and gave Zabuza a slap across the head. "I seem to recall you being whipped as well when I order you to do something at the house, Zabuza-chan. Don't you go teasing Haku-chan about being whipped when you, yourself, are whipped as well." The way his girlfriend behaved around her houseguest made Hayate perspire down in the arena. He would never understand why the Hokage had forced them to live together. Nevertheless, he was pleased for her as long as she was enjoying herself. Zabuza didn't have any silencing seals set up, so they had mind-blowing sex in her room, which was next to his, just to scare the poor bastard. Until he literally got down on his hands and knees in front of the Hokage to install some silencing seals in his home's rooms so he could sleep, that is. They had ceased tormenting poor Zabuza after that. Nevertheless, the sex was fantastic. "So this is why you smelled like perfume. I was wondering about that. What kind of guy would wear perfume?" Kiba asked, obviously unable to come up with a response to such a question, bringing everyone back to earth. "And, wait, what the hell did you mean no girl would find me attractive?" Sighing to herself, Naruki gazed at Kiba and replied with a bored voice, "Yes, Kiba, that is why I smelled like perfume. I like how certain scents of perfume smell. I can't help it. I also like certain colors of nail polish, but I can't decide on what color I want to do my nails in. I was thinking about asking Kurenai when I finally got the chance to reveal my true gender because she's got great fashion sense. Then again, Ino's another good choice. Decisions. That's not important right now. Get to the girl's part. Kiba yelled, growling at this and becoming irritated with Naruki's digression. The blonde Uzumaki sighed and shook her head, scolding Kiba for interrupting her. Look Kiba, I'm a girl and I don't find you attractive. Okay, you're my friend, or at least I think of you as one. Not sure if you feel the same towards me or not, but that's not important. But anyways, as your friend, I'm going to let you know a few things that we women do not find attractive in a male. She sighed and glanced at Kiba before scolding him. First off, your fashion sense could use a little work. It's a bit repugnant. But it's not bad overall. Second, you stink. You need to bathe or take a shower more often. Third, you need to work on your attitude a bit. You can come off as an overconfident, brash, stupid jerk sometimes and, while some might find that attractive in a guy, others don't. Finally, I know that your mom and sister have had to beat this lesson into you, you need to respect women. You're still learning that part, but once you've got that down pat, you'll be better off for it, believe me. Uncertain of how to react to the advice he had just received, Kiba blinked. Okay, then can you answer me this one question? Why do so many girls fall all over themselves trying to get into Sasuke's pants? He asked bluntly after a brief pause. Naruki grimaced and sighed. All of the women in the room murmured in agreement with her when she said, because they're idiots that are a disgrace to women everywhere. That's why. Sakura and Ino, however, just looked down in shame. In all seriousness, I'm not entirely sure Kiba. Women are hard to understand, even for those of us that are women. Just like men are hard for us women to understand sometimes and vice versa. If you asked the fangirls, they'd tell you that they wanted to cure his wounded heart and help him to restore his lost clan. But in truth, a lot of them just wanted Sasuke as a trophy husband. The last of the Uchiha clan in Konohagakure would make for a wonderful trophy husband to show off to people. Kind of a big, fuck you, look at what I've got and you don't. To people, they didn't care about Sasuke as a person, he was more of an object to them. Oh sure, they'd gladly spread their legs for him and help him restore his clan, but it was more about them than anything. So yeah, girls are complicated Kiba. Nuff said. As he took in everything that had just been explained to him, Kiba nodded slowly. I see, man, that's kinda deep. He replied, not sure whether to envy the bastard or pity him now. Naruki shook her head and giggled. Up to you Kiba, either or, it doesn't really matter. All I know is I don't give a damn about Sasuke, so pitying him for all of that just isn't in me, she replied with a smirk. I must admit, it was a lot of fun to nail him with my crotch seeker. The blonde grinned. Kiba stepped back in terror as his eyes widened. C-C crotch seeker. What the fuck man, you have an attack called the crotch seeker. With a devilish smile, Naruki raised her fist. Hell yeah I do, wanna see it in action Kiba. I promise you'll just love it. Kiba turned to face the proctor right away and yelled, fuck no. Fuck this shit, proctor, I forfeit. He screamed as Naruki used her patented crotch seeker to nail him in the crotch just as he was about to say he forfeited, all the while laughing uncontrollably. Every man in the audience instantly winced, and their hands shot to their privates in mutual suffering. But the sheer strength of such an attack made the women in the audience smile. It is obvious that this attack would make any man reconsider having sex with a woman again, and many of them were considering learning this exact tactic for themselves. Without knowing why, the men shivered together in horror. All they knew was that something horrible was taking place, and there was nothing they could do about it. With sympathy for poor Kiba, Hayate turned to face Naruki and gestured at her. In an attempt to save Kiba's manhood, the medics hurried into the room to carry him away. The W winner of the match is Naruki Uzumaki. Medics, hurry, I think his balls shot up into his throat. If you hurry, you might be able to save one of them. He exploded. Naruki, meanwhile, turned to face the proctor and gave him a menacing fist wave. Before she gave him a charming smile and started to skip away and up the stairs to her team, she said, you took away my fun, Mr. Proctor man. If you weren't Yugao Oni-chan's boyfriend, I'd slug ya. Naruki glomped onto Haku after she had returned to her team and kissed him passionately, holding on to him the whole time. She leaned back and gave him a wink after they had finished kissing. Now that my true gender has been revealed, I can do that more often. Yay for cookies, she exclaimed with excitement. Haku considered asking, but changed his mind. He saw instead how Sakura grabbed Naruki by the shoulder, turned her to face her, and leaned in to kiss Naruki. He watched with a slight smirk as they shared a long kiss. He was struggling to control a particular aspect of his anatomy and found this sight oddly erotic. Observing his son's uneasiness, Zabuza gave Naruki a head pat and grinned at her and Sakura. "Alright, that's enough you two. Break it up." He nodded toward the board after they had parted ways. "The next match has been chosen. Let's get back to watching already." Naruki yelled, "Yes sir Mr. Popsicle sir," while saluting. Kakashi blinked and cast a curious glance between Naruki and Zabuza. "Popsicle, why is she calling you Popsicle?" Zabuza shook his head and sighed. "Hell if I know Kakashi. She's random as random could possibly be. I've learned to just go along with whatever she says. It's easier that way." Kakashi glanced at Naruki and gave her an eye smile while nodding his head in comprehension. "So, a girl huh? How come I never knew about this?" Naruki looked away and rubbed the back of her head. It was kind of on a need-to-know basis. Gramps didn't feel you needed to know Kakashi-sensei. So, sorry." Kakashi grinned at his pupil and shook his head. It's fine. Anyways, Zabuza's right, the next match is just about to start. Let's watch. Hinata Hyuga vs. Neji Hyuga." When Naruki saw the two down in the arena, she exclaimed, "Well shit. This can't end good." As Hinata stood opposite her cousin, her thoughts were racing. She was thinking so much at the moment that she was hardly aware of her surroundings. "Why must I battle Neji-Nisan? He will murder me." Then Hinata looked up at Naruki, who was looking at her with intense interest, but she quickly looked away, thinking, Naruto-kun is actually a girl. I still find it hard to believe. I've lost all sense of how to feel. I doubt that he or she would ever accept someone like me. I wish I knew what to do, Kami. To be a jerk, Neji chose to make fun of his cousin and gave her a nasty smirk. With his arms folded across his chest, Neji looked in the direction she was looking and said, "You should just forfeit, Hinata-sama. You know that you don't stand a chance against me with your meager skills. Hell, you look terrified just being in the same room as me. Ah, I forgot, you have a crush on that filthy commoner, don't you? It must come as quite a shock to you that Naruto turned out to be nothing more than another common whore, didn't it?" Zabuza and the other members of Naruki's care team practically growled at the branch house Hyuga in the ring when they heard this. Naruki, who was opposed to such a conversation, replied, "At least I'm not a pathetic wannabe like you, Neji Hyuga. Someone who thinks he's so special, and yet he believes himself to be trapped by fate. You could fight against your fate, but you're such a devout believer in the ideal that fate rules all. How pathetic you are, loser." Neji's eyes briefly widened before he gave the blonde Uzumaki a menacing glare. "What do you know? You're just lowborn trash." Naruki gave him a menacing grin and shook her head. I think you've got that backwards. After all, you're only worth a few specks of dirt. Just another slave of the Hyuga main family. Too afraid to stand up for yourself, and you blame Hinata-chan for your father's death too, I believe. Tell me, why could you possibly hate your cousin so much? What has she ever done to you?" In order to go and beat up that bitch who dared to make fun of him, Neji was growling now and appeared to be about to say, "Fuck the match. It's because of that worthless bitch that my father is dead. She should have been," he yelled, pointing to Hinata instead. "What, were you going to say she should have been stronger? Wasn't she just, 3 years old at the time? Tell me Neji, could you have put up a fight against a foe like that when you were that young?" "No, I didn't think so. Kami, you're pathetic. Go on Hinata-chan, kick this asshole's, ass. Don't let him intimidate you." The Hyuga prodigy growled and swiveled to give his cousin a fierce look. "Mark my words Hinata-sama. You will die here and that bastard father of yours can't do anything about it. And then, when I get the opportunity, I'll kill that Naruki bitch too, just to make sure you suffer more." As she heard this, Hinata's eyes narrowed as she said, "I don't care if you hurt me, but threatening someone dear to my heart. I've decided, Neji, no matter what, I'm going to strike you down here today. Nobody, and I do mean nobody, will hurt Naruki-chan as long as I breathe. So if it means I have to kill you to protect her, I'll do it." Neji's eyes slightly widened before he braced himself for the battle. "No, Hinata-sama, not if I murder you first." Naruki scowled deeply and watched intently as Hinata and Neji engaged in combat after the proctor declared the match and instructed them to start. She needs to try something new if she wants to win. If she tries to fight him on his terms like this, she'll lose, he said quietly to the others. The others, including Kakashi, nodded in agreement. Kakashi remarked, "Good eye, Naruki-chan. Yes, Neji is the superior fighter in the ways of the traditional gentle fist taijutsu. Hinata is more flexible and I'm sure that the traditional style isn't well suited to her. She needs a style that's unique to her and her abilities. However, if I know anything about the Hyugas, they won't let her even attempt to create a new style of the gentle fist technique because it goes against tradition." Naruki laughed at this and replied, "Tradition schmission. If they don't let Hinata-chan create a style suited for her, she'll just get killed on a mission outside of the village. Unless of course, that's what they're hoping for." Yugao paused for a moment and then said, "Just in case, we should invite Hinata to come live with us. She'd be much safer with us than she would be with them. Aside from that, she'll be able to develop a style that's unique to her away from her clan." The young blonde nodded and saw his cousin stumble backwards, clutching at her chest in agony as she started coughing up blood after Neji delivered a forceful blow to her chest. When Neji said something that enraged Hinata, she was tempted to intervene and break up the fight. "I suppose it's only fitting for you to bow to me before I kill you. And I'll gladly do it right in front of that whore you're so fond of. In fact, I might just let you live to watch me end the life of that bitch before I inevitably take yours as well. At least you'd both get to spend your time in hell together." This was enough for Hinata, who closed her eyes and mouthed the words, "Sorry." Then she formed a seal and applied it to her cousin's forehead, causing him to fall to the ground and scream in pain. She held the seal until her cousin passed out from the agony of it in order to convey her message to him. She then let go of Neji and the hand seal before she fell to her knees and started coughing up more blood. Not quite expecting such a result from their fight, if you can call it that, Hayate scowled at this. Exactly how to decide the match was a mystery to him. Neji was unconscious on the one hand. On the other hand, Hinata was understandably confused because he was obviously in no condition to continue the fight. Everyone watched as Hiruzen stood up and said, "Seeing as neither combatant is able to continue the battle, I declare this match to be a draw. Neither of them will advance to the finals." They were all looking at the Hokage pleadingly. No one dared to challenge this ruling. Rather, the room was silent, with no one speaking. Naruki sighed and shook her head as the medics entered and carried the two Hyugas away. "That guy's an asshole." Haku gave a nod of agreement. "Definitely. Hopefully this will teach him a lesson, because if it doesn't, I'm going to beat him senseless until he gets the damn message. Daring to threaten you and call you a whore. Yeah, I'll kick his ass into next week every damn day if need be." Naruki put her hands lightly on her boyfriend's chest, smiled at him, and then leaned in to give him a tender peck on the lips. She said, "You're such a sweetheart, Haku-kun," and then she embraced him. The ice user just gave her a tight hug after blushing a little. "Anything for you, Naruki-chan." Unable to control themselves, the different women in the room were grinning and oohing at the scene. Though they were few in number, some of the guys were genuinely showing signs of jealousy toward Haku. For the time being, however, the proctor ignored that and turned to smile slightly at the lone genin who had not yet engaged in combat. Seeing as there's no one remaining for Genin Choji Akamichi to fight, he gets an automatic pass into the finals. Congrats on being the lucky winner this time around. After letting out a sigh of relief and giving a grateful nod, Choji and the others went to the arena floor to draw numbers to decide who they would face in the championship match. 6. Yuppie! Exclaimed Naruki, and a moment later, he giggled. Ino smiled slightly as she said, 3. With a little sigh of relief that he wouldn't have to fight someone right away, Choji said, 7. Tenten said, 5, and then looked at Naruki. She will be a formidable foe. Gaara said in an emotionless voice, 4. He turned away after glancing at the person who would face him in the finals and frowning thoughtfully. If I killed her friend, Naruki would not approve. I'll have to spare her, I suppose. Konkuro rubbed his butt once more after saying, 2. The pain is still there. Naruki shook her head and sighed. Figures Sasuke would get number 1. That'll just boost his ego even further. Wonderful. After grinning, Enko gave Naruki a head pat. Don't let it get to you, Naruki-chan. When he faces you in combat, if he does, you'll crush the little prick like he deserves. Might actually bring him down a few pegs. When the Hokage started talking, Naruki looked up and nodded in agreement. As he explained that they would have a month to get ready for the finals, she drew in and out. She wasn't particularly interested in what else he said. Instead, she closed her eyes to block out everything and hummed a song to herself. Hiruzen nodded to Hayate when he saw she wasn't paying attention, and Hayate pulled out a horizon and struck the young woman in the back of the head. Naruki rubbed the back of her head and whimpered, then sulked at Hayate. That wasn't very nice. That's when she heard the Hokage's voice. Perhaps you should listen to what I'm saying instead of tuning me out. I know all this stuff already, but I'm wondering what kind of training I should do to get ready for my big debut in the finals. I gotta make it big and fun, said Naruki, frowning and looking back into his eyes. Despite everyone's perspiration, they chose to dismiss it as Naruki's strange behavior. Once more. Everyone was dismissed after the Hokage's brief speech, but Naruki was instructed to meet him later in his office. She turned around and left the tower with the others, nodding in comprehension. But instead of following the crowd's route, the young Uzumaki set out alone to bid her animal companions farewell. She was aware that some people were observing her, but she didn't give a damn. Rather, she put her friends first and assured them that she would come see them whenever she could. She even pledged to find a way to call upon them when she needed them. When she was done honoring her animal companions, Naruki turned to face Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro, who was still rubbing his butt, and grinned. I assume there's a reason you three are watching me. Unless you're just interested in staring at my butt, in which case, ew. I'm still the same old Naruki. Gaara chose to speak up first and shook his head. No, Naruki, I have decided that you can be trusted. I do not wish to fight you, and I don't want to upset you either. I feel strange when I see you. I wonder if this is what it means to have a friend. Regardless, in commemoration of our new friendship, I would like you to be there with us when we speak with your Hokage. After blinking a few times, Naruki grinned broadly and glomped onto Gaara. She turned to face Temari and Kankuro and said, "Ah, you called me your friend. Isn't that great fangirl and Mr. Cloney Pants?" Both Temari and Kankuro noticed tick marks developing on their foreheads, but they decided not to complain because Gaara would undoubtedly shield his new friend. Rather, Temari sighed and made the decision to inform the crazy blonde of their predicament. With some hesitation, she said, "Yes, that's wonderful. Anyways, our father has made plans with Orochimaru to invade Konoha. We've decided, or rather Gaara decided that we needed to tell you and your Hokage all that we know about the upcoming invasion." After a moment, Naruki's eyes widened and she said, "That actually reminds me. I signed the snake contract. If Meaniehead is planning to use the snakes in the invasion, then I'll just have to have a talk with the head honcho. And if he's mean, I'll discipline him just like you should with an unruly pet." The younger blonde blinked once more before asking, "You mean that Mr. Snakey Wakey that I chased off before? Meanie ol' Snakey Bakey is dangerous after all, huh? Ah well, might as well talk to the old man about this and see what he has to say. If need be, I'll torture Snakey Pants again to make him stop." Naruki nodded her head as if it were the wisest thing she had ever said. She called Orochimaru like 4 different names. And the snake contract, how the hell did she get her hands on something like that? Kankuro said after Temari and he exchanged glances while Naruki energetically waved their linked hands back and forth and Gaara actually laughed a little. With Kankuro at her side, Temari shook her head and started to follow the Jinchuriki pair. Something I've figured out about Naruki-san is that it's best not to try and figure out how she does things. We should just accept that she's capable of doing the impossible and leave it at that. Nodding in agreement with that sentiment, Kankuro shrugged. That's a good point. Ah well, at least she isn't some boring old fangirl. Did you know I actually heard some of that Uchiha brat's fangirls going all gaga over him? What the hell makes a brat like that so popular? Is it the brooding thing? Temari took a breath and replied, "I'm a girl and even I don't understand it. Fangirls are crazy and they are an embarrassment to proper kunoichi everywhere." Kankuro was about to respond when Naruki materialized in front of him, gazing at him with interest. "You wanna be more like Sasuke, huh? Might wanna practice your brooding face and pretend to have a stick up your butt then. Be abrasive to everyone and say, HN. Almost every other sentence. Also, you might wanna lose the makeup. Makes you look like a funny clony clown." When Kankuro saw his brother standing behind Naruki, glaring at him, he sighed and said, "I don't want to be like that punk. I'm just wondering what's so special about him, that's all." His first reaction was to yell at her and say it wasn't makeup. Naruki sighed and replied, "Nothing. Sasuke's nothing special, he's just been spoiled a lot and people pretty much worship the ground he walks on like it's something special." They expect him to repay them somehow, someday. Boo it. Well, that's just not in his nature. Now, enough of the chit-chat. Let's go see Mr. Oldie Pants. You don't like to use actual names for people, do you? Asked Konkoro. Raise an eyebrow at this. I use people's names. Just, not as often as people would like. I just like to be weird. It's more fun that way. The crazy blonde said after giving a brief, adorable tilt to her head. I suppose it must be. You seem like a pretty happy and energetic person. It's actually kind of refreshing, Tamari said, chuckling a little. In response, Naruki booped Tamari on the nose and nodded. Boopy boop, she exclaimed as she turned around and skipped up to Gaara, taking his hand once more before she persuaded him to begin skipping with her, much to his perplexity. Tamari and Konkoro had to suppress the chill that was about to run down their spines when they saw this. We never speak of this sight again. Deal. Konkoro nodded, but he couldn't express his shock at what he was seeing. Office of the Hokage. Hiruzen's eyebrows went up in reaction to what he was witnessing. You know that when I asked you to come see me that I didn't mean for you to bring your new friends, right? After sticking her tongue out at the elderly man, Naruki said, it's not like I didn't have a reason for bringing them with me. They mentioned an invasion planned by Mr. Snaky Pants and their father, Mr. Cage Bunny Man. She nodded her head as though nothing was wrong and was unaware of the looks she received from the others. With a puzzled expression on his face, Hiruzen questioned, you're a little hyper right now, aren't you Naruki-chan? Naruki nodded after tapping her chin thoughtfully. Yep, I'm feeling full of energy after the fun back in the Forest of Death and then in the preliminaries. I got to nail someone with my crotch seeker too, so that was fun. You also annoyed the author so much he made a tentacle monster to violate me. Konkoro exclaimed, shedding crocodile tears. I'll never forget that humiliation. My butt still hurts. Tamari shook her head and sighed. I'm a little upset too. I was beaten by those Pokemon things and not by Tenten herself. The author was feeling a little sadistic at the time, wasn't he? Later, Hiruzen laughed and asked, remind me again why we're breaking the fourth wall here. Naruki pumped her fist into the air and exclaimed, because I'm just awesome like that. Now, enough about that. You wanted to see me for some reason, and these three need to talk to you about the invasion planned by Snaky Butt. Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief and no, true. Now, the reason I asked you here was because, now that your secret is out, we need to figure out what to do about the villagers. Your fellow genin are going to talk about you being a young woman, there's no avoiding that. Soon enough, the news will spread throughout the village and there's no telling what people will try now that your true gender has been revealed. I think it would be best if you moved into your parents' home and trained there, away from those who would wish you harm. Where you're living now is a great place, but it's just not safe enough anymore. So I wanted to give you your inheritance and show you to your new home. Zabuza, Haku, and Yugao can move in with you there if you want them to. In fact, you're welcome to invite anyone you want to come live with you, so long as you trust them. She cocked her head and replied, you mean I can finally move into my parents' home? I thought you wanted to wait until I made Chunin to let me have all that they left me. Something about safety precautions or whatever. I'm curious though, what do you plan to do when they demand to know why I'm living in the Uzumaki estate? They know my father lived there with my mother, and seeing me living in the fort's old home might make them feel like it's a huge crime for just being there. Hiruzen sighed as he said, simple. I'm going to announce your heritage to the village and inform them of just who they've been mistreating all this time. It'll be up to them on whether or not they accept it as the truth or not. If anyone dares to harass you or try to hurt you, just let me know and I'll deal with it in my own way. I won't let anyone hurt you. Despite blushing slightly, the young blonde nodded her head in gratitude. Hiruzen turned to face the other three people in the room after grinning at this. So, you wanted to give me information about the invasion my old student is planning. I assume, based on your presence here and your knowledge about this invasion that my old friend, your father, is planning to betray us. If I had to fathom a guess, I'd say he's desperate to remedy a certain situation. Am I correct in thinking so? Gaara nodded and replied, yes, Hokage-sama. The Wind Daimyo has been hiring Konoha shinobi solely and has stopped all funding to our village in favor of giving it all to you and your people. Things are bad in our village right now and we truly need that funding. Before I tell you anything, I want to know something. Whose idea was it to convince the daimyo of our lands to give all his business to the shinobi of this village? The third nodded his head and said, Knowing my luck, it's Danzo Shimura that's behind this. He's very good at making enemies for our village. He thinks of himself as a true patriot of this village and thinks that his way is the right way to do things. In my personal opinion, I think he's pure evil and deserves to be wiped from existence entirely. No heaven, no hell, just cold death. If I could just get proof of his wrongdoings, I could have him executed. Sadly. Hiruzen glanced at Naruki and blinked a few times as if a light bulb had suddenly gone off in his brain. Naruki-chan, you have a habit of doing the impossible. If I asked you to deal with Danzo somehow, do you think you could do it? After glancing briefly at her new companions, Naruki turned to face the Hokage and gave him a resolute nod. Of course I can, but, could I take my new bestest buddy with me? He could be really helpful. Looking from Naruki to Gaara, Hiruzen asked, well, what do you say, Gaara-kun? Interested in taking down the biggest threat to the peace we want to create? Danzo's responsible for a lot of crimes, even going behind my back to have the Uchiha clan annihilated by one of its own. And yes, I do mean Itachi Uchiha. TCH. Itachi and Makoto were some of the only Uchiha that were actually pure of heart. Fugaku and the others were a bunch of corrupt bastards. I wanted to try and end things peacefully with them, but Danzo, clenching his fists tight, Hiruzen shook his head and replied, if the two of you can get the evidence I need for everything I need to do to set things right, I would greatly appreciate it. I also want you to end Danzo no matter what it takes. Will you agree to this mission? Gaara folded his arms across his chest and gave the Hokage a serious look. I have conditions before I accept such a mission with Naruki. If you are willing to adhere to my requests, I will undertake this mission with my siblings and Naruki. With a comforting smile, the Hokage said, very well. Name your conditions, Gaara-kun. Gaara smiled and said, first, I would like for my siblings and I to be accepted as shinobi of Konohagakure. If we're to help you, it means betraying our village. Therefore, I want to live here in Konoha with Naruki. Hiruzen accepted that with a nod. That's easy enough to do. What are your other requests? If we're to live in this village, we'll need a home. I was hoping we could move in with Naruki, seeing as she's the only friend I've ever had and I want to strengthen that bond. Hiruzen looked at Naruki and raised an eyebrow, saying, what do you say, Naruki-chan? It's up to you, after all. You're welcome to stay in my new home with me and my family, Naruki said, grinning slightly at Gaara. But don't peek on me in the shower or anything. I still enjoy my privacy, despite everything I do and how I act. Why would I peek on you? Is there some purpose in the act of peeping on someone? Gaara asked, blinking. Kankuro grimaced, unsure whether to think his brother was really that stupid or if he was simply ignorant of the birds and bees. Tamari perspired. Then he seemed to have a sudden epiphany. They seemed to be thinking the same thing as they looked at Tamari. Gaara was genuinely unaware of the bees and birds. A little talk would seem to be necessary. His innocent question caused Naruki to blink, and then he said, Gaara-kun. Were you ever given the birds and the bees talk? Birds and the bees, what do an animal and an insect have to do with peeping on you? Gaara said, tilting his head cutely. With a nervous giggle, Naruki said, I guess that answers my question. Old man, think you could give him that talk later? 'Cause it just wouldn't feel right to leave things be like this. I'd do it, but I'd be really embarrassed too. Hiruzen nodded his head and gave a small laugh. Of course. For now though, I need your answer in regards to the mission I would like to give you. Naruki laughed and replied, I'll take it. That old guy won't stand a chance. The power of insanity shall prevail. Mwahahahahaha. Her actions left Tamari and Kankuro perspiring, but it was Gaara's sly remark, the power of insanity is quite strong indeed. I'm going to enjoy this, that truly got to them. That's the spirit, we shall be insane together and dance on their graves. Woot woot. Gaara laughed and remarked, Mother will love his blood. Then he heard what Naruki had to say. Their graves. Does this Danzo have allies? Hiruzen rubbed the bridge of his nose and sighed. Most likely. I ordered him to disband Root, but knowing him, he's kept it running right under my nose. So I want you to go in expecting heavy resistance. This is a mission for just the two of you, so I have high expectations for you. Pardon me, Hokage-sama, but what about us? Shouldn't we help them on this mission? Tamari scowled in response. The old Hokage gave a headshake. No, I've got a different sort of mission for the two of you. I need you to make it look as if you're staying in your hotel. Orochimaru likely has eyes throughout the village and will notice any change in your behavior. I think it's safe to assume Gaara-kun here is the trump card that he's counting on. After all, he houses the Ikibi, correct? After the Suna siblings' eyes widened, Gaara gave a nod of approval. You are correct. Orochimaru is counting on me to unleash the Ikibi on the village. At the very least, I'd make a good distraction while he tries to achieve his true goal. With a sigh, Hiruzen nodded his head in comprehension. Yes, I think it's safe to assume that he's planning my demise. I don't plan to make it easy for him, and I'm prepared to spring a trap of my own on him when the time comes. One way or another, I'll correct my mistake of letting him escape years ago. With a nod, Temari replied, just, be careful, Hokage-sama. And if you're willing to accept us as new shinobi in your village, we'd be very grateful. Grinning, Hiruzen turned to face Naruki. All I ask in return is that you three be there for Naruki-chan. She could use friends like you three. After giving Naruki a quick glance, Kankuro let out a quiet sigh. I suppose we can make that work. I just wish she'd stop making fun of me. Naruki gave him an innocent look and blinked. When did I make fun of you? I think you're fun. Plus, I got to summon the Excalibur because of you. At this, Kankuro frowned and started to cry crocodile tears. Don't remind me of that. Makes me feel like you hate me when you bring up that Okami. My butt still hurts. After a brief moment of frowning, the vivacious blonde gave him a radiant smile. You know what you need. A whoopee cushion. Sit on that and make people laugh. That should make you smile, right? Slinking off to a corner, the black-clad shinobi curled up into a fetal position and started muttering to himself. She hates me, I know it. As Temari attempted to comfort her brother by giving him a pat on the back, Naruki turned to Hiruzen and said, what did I do? I thought he'd like my suggestion. Naruki-chan, you need to learn how other people think and feel about certain things. I know you mean well, but you're torturing that poor boy, Hiruzen said, massaging his temples this time. Naruki pouted, approached Kankuro, and once he had his attention, gave him a pat on the back and an embrace. There, Mr. Funny Pants. If it'll make you feel any better, I could show you one of my boobs. At this, Kankuro became alert and turned to gaze at her, his eyes wide. Seriously? Snickering, Naruki replied, of course not. I do have some modesty after all. No, I'll try to introduce you to a nice girl that might like you. I'd have to search really hard though. So mean to me, Kankuro said, deflating and curling up in the corner once more. After scowling at this odd response, Naruki finally decided to dismiss it. I'll try to learn what's the right thing to say to the clown man. For now though, you wanted Sandy Man and me to deal with that Danzo guy, right? Just point us in a direction and we'll go have some fun. Hiruzen gave Kankuro a pitying glance for a second before turning back to Naruki. I'm 100% certain that Danzo and his root forces reside underground somewhere. Knowing you though, you'll find it easily. Bust in, take down everyone in your way with lethal force, and kill Danzo Shimura. Finally, I want you to collect every piece of evidence you can of his many crimes. Do you understand your mission? Naruki gave the Hokage a salute, and Gaara grinned as he nodded. Roger Hokage-sama dude, we've totally got this. Come on Gaara-kun, let's go play hide-and-seek with that rotten old bastard. Before he and Naruki left the room to search for a rotten, malevolent old man, Gaara gave a small laugh. Temari gave the Hokage a worried look as soon as they were gone. I know Gaara's never been wounded before, but this is dangerous, even for him. Are you really sure they can do this? The third Hokage nodded his head and gave Temari a comforting smile. Yes, the two of them will pull off this mission without a problem. Naruki's insanity is her greatest weapon. She can do the impossible whenever she needs to. Pairing her up with Gaara, who has never been hurt before, will only aid her in this mission. The two of them will undoubtedly work exceptionally well together, and I'm honestly eager to hear the good news when they're done. There is literally nobody else I would or could assign this mission to, no matter how skilled they may be. Just try to have faith in them, and believe in the fact that this will only bring them closer. As Jinchuriki, it's important that they bond with one another. They'll be the support for each other that they really need in their lives. After a moment of staring at the Hokage, Kankuro laughed to himself. Naruki's crotch seeker is deadly enough. If she uses that against this Danzo guy, he won't stand a chance. He was joking. Hiruzen flinched at the thought of having been nailed by it in the past. I know personally just how effective that technique is. If Danzo's not careful, he's going to lose his nuts before she takes his life. Have to say, I'm not sure which is worse, the pain of losing his balls or how she'll end up killing him. With another drop of perspiration, Temari remarked, something tells me it's best not to think about it. The Hokage said, indeed. Now, tell me all the details you know about this invasion plan. I want to be fully prepared for everything he has planned. Temari nodded and started to explain everything she and her siblings knew in great detail. Root office. Danzo yelled, what the hell do you mean they've found us? With fury, who the hell has invaded my private domain? I'm sorry, Danzo-sama. It's just two people, one of them is the demon vessel, and the other is Gaara of the Sand. Their purpose here is currently unknown. Danzo grumbled as he said, one can never tell when it comes to the demon vessel. He's completely unpredictable, it's impossible to tell how he even found his way into our headquarters. That's the thing, Danzo-sama. The demon vessel is a she, apparently. And she and her friend are slaughtering our men. As he tried to process what had just been said, Danzo looked at his subordinate blankly for a moment. But then a plan occurred to him, and he grinned. Capture her. We can use her to breed future demon vessels, ones that won't be so unruly. Go. Naruki was heard saying, none of that now, Mr. Grumpypants. Would you like it if I talked about your wrinkly old penis and how it's nothing special? After all, we, demon vessels, are super special and you're just a grumpy old man. What the hell does that have to do with what I just said? Danzo asked, narrowing his eyes. Naruki emerged from the shadows, tapped a finger against her chin, and tilted her head in a cute way. Nothing, I guess. You're kinda strange though, old-timer. Hiding out underground like a mole. Don't you ever get lonely down here? Never. Now what are you doing here? The young blonde gave him a sly smile and shrugged. I'm here because Gramps gave me the order to deal with you how I saw fit. I think I'll turn you into a pretzel first, then a basketball, and finally a football. Knock you around a lot and rip out your hair, maybe even feed you to a kitty. Ooh, I've got the perfect animal friend for you to play with in the forest of death. She'll be so happy with her new chew toy. Danzo grimaced and took off his bandages, exposing Sharingan eyes and his arm. I see, so Hirazen's finally given the order. I'm not surprised that he'd send you after me. After all, you're the most unpredictable person in the village, if not the world. I won't make it easy for you though. From behind Danzo, a voice said, just as we won't make it easy for you. Now die. Danzo screamed in agony as each Sharingan on his arm was pierced by what seemed like a million tiny pinpricks before he could turn around and see who had ambushed him. He noticed a bunch of sand-based Senbon sticking out of his arm when he looked down at it. The fact that his arm was crushed a second later, causing blood to spray from the sand, only made matters worse. You son of a bitch. Before witnessing Naruki move in for the kill and decapitate Danzo with a wind-enhanced kunai, Gaara uttered the words, do not talk about my mother in such a way. Very well done, Naruki. Naruki squirmed and blushed slightly. You're just so darn sweet, Gaara-kun. You always know what to say to me, she laughed. Gaara merely nodded his head and smiled before getting ready to grind Danzo's body into paste with his sand. He chose not to, though, because he wanted Naruki to enjoy herself first. Rather, he went and started searching Danzo's office for anything that would help them establish Danzo's wrongdoings and gain some influence over Danzo's council allies. While he was doing that, Naruki started playing with Danzo's body, giggling to herself. She joyfully exclaimed, and a twisty here and a noogie there, and now look. You're a pretzel. After she had completed bending Danzo's body in ways that would have been extremely painful if he were still alive. Now, let's make you into a fishy. Her companion gave her another look and gave a quiet laugh. When are you going to tear his body apart? Looking curiously at Gaara, Naruki said, do you think your puppet brother would be willing to play with his decrepit body for me? In due time, my friendly friend of sandiness. I'm playing with my new puppy puppet. I might even make him dance in front of everybody in the village. Then again, people probably wouldn't like that. Gaara gave her a look and then gave it some thought. Yes, I believe he will. If I ask him to, he should do it, he said after a few more seconds. She pulled out a kunai and started carving into Danzo's face, giving the impression that he was grinning broadly. Yai, I wanna make him dance through the streets with a big ol' smile on his face. I know just how to make him smile too. She shrugged and said, yay. Now he can pretend to be the Joker. Wait. He's dead. Oh well. Who's the Joker? The red-headed man asked after giving her a questioning glance. Nobody important, was Naruki's response. As she started to poke her kunai into Danzo's nose, she exclaimed, just somebody that wishes he was a bunny rabbit. Bunnies rule. Boopy boop boop boop. Choosing to put his friend out of his mind for the moment, Gaara at last discovered something that caught his interest. Here we go. It looks like he had some kind of business deal with Hanzo in aim. And one of the most recent crimes he's committed is against Konoha itself. Working with Orochimaru to try and oust Hokage-sama so he could take his rightful place as Hokage. Let's see what else we can find. After completing the disfigurement of Danzo's body, Naruki hopped over to assist her friend in gathering more proof against Danzo and his friends. Gaara-kun, are you really sure you want to leave Suna for Konoha? Gaara raised her eyebrows and replied, of course. There's nothing for me back in Suna. I've a feeling that I'll be much happier here than I ever could be back home. With a smile, Naruki put an arm around Gaara's shoulders. Of course you will be. You've got me with you here, after all. Don't worry, I'll make sure to make things extra sexy for ya. He gazed at her in amazement, and the redhead blinked. What does that mean, exactly? After giggling and prodding his nose, the blonde skipped around gathering anything she thought might be helpful. She glomped Gaara and kissed his cheek, making the young man blush intensely. Woo no Seth, I know this though, she exclaimed. She let him go, giggling a little, then picked up Danzo's lifeless body and exclaimed, let's go go go. We need to make him dance through the streets for everyone. With a quiet laugh, Gaara closed everything in a storage scroll and trailed behind his companion through the base and back into the daylight. The following day, as he made Danzo's disfigured body dance with his other puppets, Kankuro appeared a little disheartened. At the moment, he was in the middle of the village with a sizable crowd, watching in wonder and horror as Kankuro performed a brilliant puppet show for everyone. I would almost like for someone to end my suffering at this point. As he forced Danzo to perform the splits, he hopped back up on his feet and spun around like a ballerina, thinking to himself. Oh well, I've reached that point. Naruki cried out, yes, dance my little ballerina. Dance, and then burst out laughing. All we need now is some music. Maestro, please. I'm a maestro now. Meh, never mind. Music coming right up. After hearing the author's voice, everyone blinked. The fact that Shinedown's song, I'm Alive, started playing, despite the fact that they had no idea who they were or why the author was playing it, made the situation even stranger. However, Naruki thought the author's choice was hilarious and gave a joyful clap before turning to face Kankuro. Mr. Puppet Dude, make them dance. As he started to make his wooden and human puppets move to the music, Kankuro pleaded, somebody kill me. Please. After chuckling to himself, Hiruzen turned to face his surrogate granddaughter. Was this really necessary, Naruki-chan? Then he said, yup. He was a meanie and had way too much support. This is like a slap in the face to the baddies of the village, and by doing this, they'll have to be more careful in the future when dealing with stuff. In other words, think of this as sending a message. The Hokage gave a sympathetic nod. I see. That makes sense. Very well. Parade his corpse through the streets for all to see. Just try not to scar little children, okay? After blinking a few times, the young woman gave Hiruzen a dumbfounded look. It's going to be a little hard not to, Gramps. Might have to leave the whole emotional scarring thing to the parents in this case and hope they don't just make things worse. With a sigh, Hiruzen nodded his head once more. Good point. Ah well, just make sure the message is read loud and clear. I've got to return to my office. I want you to come see me once you're done with this little show. It's time to give you your inheritance and get you moved into your new home. She joyfully exclaimed, Kandu Hokage-sama, and then danced to the beat in her head. On his way back to his office, Hiruzen could only laugh. You will always make life interesting, Naruki-chan. Later on in the day, as Naruki surveyed her new home, she was practically jumping in place. It was quite spacious, certainly enough to accommodate her entire family and more. She genuinely couldn't control the energy that wanted to explode inside of her, even after they had already moved all of their belongings in. So she started running around the big house, laughing gleefully the whole time, leaving her friends and family to do as they pleased. After his adopted daughter had left, Zabuza let out a sigh and briefly rubbed the bridge of his nose before settling into one of the couches and reclining in its comfort. She has way too much energy. But at least she doesn't have to pretend to be a boy anymore. Gotta look on the bright side. Haku laughed and sat down on the love seat, deciding to simply wait for his girlfriend to settle down and come back. Just admit it, Dad, you're happy about the fact that you won't have to see us being affectionate with one another as two guys. Zabuza glanced at Haku and laughed a little. You're right, seeing you two kissing and whatever else you were getting up to when you were both boys. It didn't feel right to me. And before you snap at me, I don't mean it in that way. I'm fine with everyone's sexuality, nothing about that bugs me. It was just weird to see after figuring out he was actually a she. It was awkward and I was eagerly awaiting the day when she wouldn't have to hide her gender anymore. Was someone feeling a little upset because his cousins were getting along? Poor Zabu-chan, Yugao smirked at him. Yeah, laugh it up. Didn't you feel a little awkward when you knew her true gender, but had to see her in disguise having those moments of public displays of affection? I'll admit, it took me a while to get used to it, but I feel so much better now, knowing they can be open about their relationship rather than having to hide certain things from people. After giving Haku a sympathetic nod, the violet-haired woman took a seat next to him. That's understandable. Oh, before I forget, I wanted to give you fair warning. You might want to have Naruki apply silencing seals to all the rooms. Hayate-kun and I are going to break in my new bed. I figured you suffered enough at the last house. Unless, of course, you like hearing me scream out his name. In which case, we'll gladly enjoy ourselves. This caused Zabuza's eyes to widen in horror before he leapt from the couch and rushed to locate Naruki. Yugao burst out laughing at this as soon as he left, then turned to face Haku. And what about you? Planning to sneak into Naruki-chan's room and cuddle? Haku shook his head and sighed. He blushed deeply as he said, you know full well that Naruki's the one that sneaks into my room to do that. It's torture, because she loves to wear that see-through nightie of hers. Yugao gave Haku a gentle pat on the back and giggled when she saw that he was unable to look her in the eyes. You'll be all right, just don't take things too far with her, because I don't think you two are ready for such a thing yet. Then again, Naruki might try to push for that sooner than I would like. With a sigh, the young man nodded his head in agreement. Naruki has already done something intimate with me before. She used it as a form of torture to extract information from me. She's already quite the seductress, especially when she wants to be. If she pushes for something like that, what do you expect me to do? Yugao smiled at him and said, just make sure she uses that contraceptive technique so she doesn't get pregnant. Knowing her, she's likely to forget if she isn't reminded to do it. Haku let out a sigh and gave a nod of agreement. That's true, sadly, I fully expect her to try something soon. She's rather bold, after all. Yugao cracked a smile and said, she's always been that way. Naruki knows what she wants and she does whatever it takes to get it. Trust me, if you want to remain sane, you should just go along with it. And if she wants in your pants, don't try to fight it, or who knows what she'll do. Sweating, Haku uttered, I'm not sure I'm ready to take that step though. Yugao just chuckled before getting up and leaving to go to her room and unwind for a bit. Haku shook his head and closed his eyes after she was gone. I'm doomed. She appeared behind him and planted a kiss on his cheek, and Naruki exclaimed, no you're not. You're gonna be juiced fine. When Haku saw Naruki suddenly, he screamed and collapsed from the couch. Don't do that, Haku said, pausing to catch his breath before turning to face Naruki. She pouted and said, Dia, but I wanted to surprise you. You know IWUVU. You're the bestest Haku-chan in the whole wide world. Haku just gave her a clumsy smile while sweating once more. I don't know what to say to that. Naruki glomped her boyfriend after giggling. Admit it, you love me. Now let's go have some fun, she said, clutching his cheek. Certain obscene images flashed through the ice user's mind, causing him to blush slightly. What kind of fun? Naruki smiled brightly at him and said, I dunno. Maybe pull a prank or something. Or we could train together. Or even just go out on the town for a while. Anything's great. With perspiration running down the back of his head, Haku remarked, oh, that kind of fun. Good. Naruki leaned back and gazed into her boyfriend's eyes, blinking. She slapped him on the nose as a form of discipline for having a filthy mind and said, you had your mind in the gutter, didn't you? Silly Haku. Now come on. Let's see if we can find Anko-chan. Haku asked inquisitively, Anko, are you going to invite her to live here with us? With that, Naruki grabbed her boyfriend's hand and hurried out the door with him. Yep, Sakura-chan too. Then again, she probably doesn't want to leave her parents just yet. Oh well, we won't know until we try, she said. Ahead, kinky times. Now I can see it. Haku grinned wryly as he thought to himself. With Naruki in my life, it will never be boring. As she bounced around with Kushi, the bunny, Naruki grinned broadly. They had set up a whole room for Kushi after they moved into their new house, which gave him complete freedom to move around, poop all he wanted, and generally just enjoy living there. Additionally, Naruki and Kushi had agreed to compete in a hopping competition to see who could cross a makeshift finish line first. But Kushi didn't seem to mind. He enjoyed spending time with Naruki. Haku couldn't help but smile in confusion as he observed this odd sight. Anko, Sakura, Gaara, Temari, Kankuro, and Zabuza were all with him. They were all quite entertained by what they were witnessing. Dang Kushi, you make it look so easy. All that hopping around is kind of exhausting. You're one awesome little dude, Naruki exclaimed as she and Kushi finally crossed the finish line. The others blinked in surprise at what they saw when Kushi appeared to be proud of himself. This bunny felt very proud. Kushi, everything okay? Asked Haku uncertainly. Kushi appeared to puff out his chest a little as he gazed up into Haku's eyes. Haku just nodded when he saw this and then stepped back alongside the others. He's never been this expressive before. Naruki-chan's had quite the effect on him. Sakura smiled and said, I don't know. I think it's kind of cute in a way. More important than that though, she said as she looked at Naruki, shouldn't you be training for the finals? You're up against Tenten and you know what she can do with her weapons. After blinking a few times, Naruki turned to face Sakura. Maybe, I dunno. I kinda just go with the flow and let things happen. So long as I have fun, I don't really mind. I think I can beat her though if I absolutely have to. I can totally take her if I want. Boo it, what if I don't feel like it? Don't you want to be a Chunin, Naruki-chan? I thought you wanted to be Hokage someday, Haku said, scowling at his girlfriend. The bubbly brunette sighed and replied, even if I don't become a Chunin right now, I can still become one laterish. There's no big rush. Boo it, if you really want me to, I'll kick Tenten's butt and then whoever else's butt I need to kick. But, could I do anything to prove that I'm worthy of the rank of Chunin? I don't know if I have what it takes. My randomness can only get me so far, you know. After giving her a scowl, Zabuza bent over and embraced her. He gently stroked her hair with his fingers. All you can do is try, Naruki-chan. You're already incredibly skilled for your age, and I've seen some of the things you can do firsthand. Just give it your all and show everybody exactly what you can do. And just know that even if you don't make Chunin that I'm proud of you, okay? But I have a very strong feeling that you'll make Chunin no problem. So give it your all. Naruki grinned as she listened to her father's heartbeat and gave him a hug in return. Thanks Dad, I'll give it my best. I'll definitely be sure to make you proud of me. With a small laugh, Zabuza gave her a gentle pat on the back. I'm still getting used to this, Dad, thing. Feels so strange, I swear. Regardless, I'll always be here for you, Naruki-chan. I'll always protect you, I'll always love you as if you were my real daughter, and I promise to always cherish your smile. I'll protect that smile of yours with everything I have. With a little giggle, the teen with the whiskers said, thanks. It makes me really happy to hear you say that. Zabuza answered, anytime kiddo. Then he got up and assisted his daughter in getting up. Now, why don't we go out back and get some training in? I want to hone the skills you already have, and I'm thinking of getting you an appropriate weapon. Then again, you have the monkey summoning contract, don't you? Have you begun learning how to use a bow staff? Naruki nodded and continued, yep. I kinda don't have one though, but they've at least taught me how to use one. Yugao-chan has taught me Kenjutsu as well. Before, I didn't have a sword of my own. But now I have Excalibur. So I can really put Yugao Oni-chan's teachings to good use. Though I'd still like to get a bow staff of my own. It'd be neato. After giving her a sly smile, Zabuza led Naruki and the others out back to their own private training area, saying, I want to test something, Naruki-chan. Follow me. He grasped Kubikiribocho and thrust it downward, the sword standing straight up, while glancing at his daughter. Try and lift my sword, Naruki-chan. Naruki blinked at this, shrugged, and approached the sword. She paused and looked into her father's eyes before extending a hand for the handle. She took hold of the handle of the Might Zanbedu and raised it off the ground after noticing the encouraging look he was giving her. She blinked a few times in surprise and exclaimed, "Wow! This thing's a lot lighter than I thought it would be." As the others gaped in disbelief, Zabuza couldn't help but smile. He was patting her head. "My sword has chosen you to be its next wielder. When I finally do pass away, I want you to take up my sword. Bond with her and show her that you can make good use of her if and when the time comes. For now, I think we should go and get you a staff like you wanted. That Tenten girl, her father is a blacksmith, isn't he? Perhaps we should ask him to make you one. We'll have to place certain seals on your staff once it's made, but I assure you it's going to be a fantastic weapon for you." Naruki nuzzled her cheek against her father's chest and glomped him. She said, "Don't even talk about dying yet, okay Dad? You're going to live for a long time. Okay." Gazing up into his eyes. "Yai. Thank you Dad, but..." Zabuza gave her a hug in return, laughing and softly stroking her hair. "Don't you worry, Naruki-chan. I have no intention of going anywhere anytime soon. We'll be a happy family for a long time. Now, I've got a lot to teach you. After we're done training for the day, we'll go to the Higurashi weapons store and talk to Tenten's father about getting you a custom-made staff." "Sound good?" Naruki exclaimed. Yep. That sounds wonderful. Sue, what are you going to teach me first?" "Well, we'll begin with..." "After 3 days," Naruki yelled, "Gu Enma. Use double edge," and gestured dramatically toward a tree. Enma just gazed at his summoner in blankness. He was called upon by Naruki today to teach her various skills, including the use of her new staff. She still had a lot to learn, even though she already knew the fundamentals. She was hyper again, and he didn't want to risk brain damage from her using him to whack random objects, so he would have let her use him in his staff form. That wasn't a concern at all, in fact. Simply put, he didn't want to be held by her when she was so agitated. "What's wrong Enma Denma Fenma Kenma? You don't want to play with me?" Naruki asked, tilting her head cutely as he continued to stare at her blankly. Enma quickly sighed and looked into her eyes again, facepalming himself. "I thought you were going to take this seriously, Naruki-chan. And besides that, I'm not one of those Pokemon things you mentioned to me before. I don't even know an attack called Double Edge." Naruki shrugged and said, "Ah. Oh well, okie dokie Mr. Pokey, let's get to training seriously then. Whatcha gonna teach me Mr. Kong? Donkey Kong, or do you wanna be Cranky Kong? He's kinda grumpy, but he's still cool." Enma groaned after saying, "I don't know what you're talking about anymore. Anyways, we're going to go through an advanced form today that you can and should use with this new weapon of yours. I'll show you what to do and I want you to try and copy my form. Unless you're planning to just beat people's brains in with that thing." With a pout on her face, Naruki cried, "Ooh, I didn't even consider that possibility. That sounds fun. I wonder, do you think people would get mad if I broke that Neji guy's head? He's such a jerk." Enma just started telling her what to do while facepalming for what seemed like the 1000th time today. "Focus Naruki-chan. I know you'd like to bash Neji's brains in for everything he said, but doing so wouldn't do you any favors. I know you're upset, and after hearing what he said, I'm upset too. Maybe you'll get a chance to put him in his place later. I don't know. For now though, focus. Once we're finished, we'll spar. I want you to put everything I've taught you to use during our spar so I can see where you need improvement." Naruki yelled, "Yes sir Mr. Monkey Doodlehead. Let's have some fun." Prior to starting her full training, Gaara and Haku watched from the patio, both of them grinning, while she and Enma trained. "She's really something, isn't she Gaara?" The brunette replied, "I like her. She's the first friend I've ever had. Though that birds and the bees talk certainly taught me a few things. I'm amazed I can even look at her without blushing." "Yeah, you get used to it. She seems to really like you, Gaara. I'm not entirely sure what kind of relationship she wants with you, but I'm willing to accept you as part of the family. Just try not to maim and or kill anyone during the finals, okay? Unless you're killing an enemy, in which case, knock yourself out." Haku sighed. Then, gazing into Haku's eyes, Gaara said, "And what should I do if she and I meet in the finals? I don't want to hurt my new friend." "That's entirely up to you, Gaara. I'm sure she'd be happy if you fought her with everything you have. At the same time though, I don't want to see her hurt. However, I'm not entirely sure what Naruki-chan wants. Still, I think you'll know what to do when the time comes for you two to fight in the finals. Gaara sighed and replied, I do not wish to fight her. She is dear to me, and she'd be upset with me if I killed her friends or maimed them in any way. I will do what I must to earn my promotion to Chunin, but I do not know if I can fight Naruki. I just hope she understands. I'm sure she will. Naruki couldn't bring herself to hurt you either. So if you two do end up meeting in the finals, one of you likely has to forfeit. But again, that's dependent on what you both choose to do. Gaara asked in the hopes of receiving a suitable response, I understand. Tell me, what should I do against Ino Yamanaka? She and Naruki-chan are friends, correct? I've never fought someone without the intent to kill or maim at the very least. How should I fight her? The user of ice sighed and replied, I can't really help you there. I suggest spending the rest of this month to train and realize new uses for your sand. Perhaps learn a few elemental ninjutsu. Surely you could figure out some way to defeat your opponent without killing her. If you'd like, I could teach you how to utilize your Sansenban in a way to render your opponent unconscious. I can put my targets into a death-like state, so it shouldn't be too hard to teach you. You would help me? Asked Gaara inquisitively. Why not? You're a friend of ours now, Gaara. Besides, it might be fun teaching you some new things. I'm curious though, what will you do if you end up facing Sasuke in the finals? He's up against your brother in the first match after all. And, considering the fact that your brother uses puppets to fight, they likely wouldn't fare too well against Sasuke's fire jutsu. If your brother was smart, I'd say he should forfeit before anything can happen to his puppets. Unfortunately, Kankuro isn't likely to listen to me. You, on the other hand, he'd listen to you. So, with that in mind, I have to ask you, what will you do if you fight Sasuke Uchiha? Haku asked. A clone of Naruki appeared in Gaara's face and burst out laughing before Gaara could react. I don't care what you do to Sasuke. He's a meaniehead. So go wild, Gaara-kun. If you really wanna feed your mother some blood, then you should give her Sasuke's. I don't think he'd mind. Besides, the blood doesn't flow properly. After all, he obviously can't get it up. I mean, if he cooled, playing with himself would definitely help relieve some of his stress. But nope. He's always grumpy and he's always scowling too. He claims he wants to restore his clan, but I don't see it happening. So yeah, go ahead and feed mommy his blood, okay Gaara-kun. Gaara laughed and replied, very well, Naruki-chan. I'll destroy him for you. But how do you know he can't? Get it up. The bubbly brunette sighed and replied, I already explained that. But really, I don't think he's got a sex drive. He has all these fangirls after him. And despite how pretty some of them are, he doesn't care about any of them. No reaction of any kind. He's always an abrasive asshole to everybody and he's never happy. Masturbation can really help relieve stress, but I don't think he can. Haku scowled thoughtfully for a while. You might be right about that. I don't think he can feel an attraction to anybody on any level. He's obsessed with one goal, revenge against his brother. He's a mean person that doesn't care about anybody else but himself. Naruki-chan, what are the odds that he'll go to somebody like Orochimaru for power? Because it's obvious he doesn't feel like he's getting stronger being cooped up in the village like this. The girl with the whiskered face replied, oh, he'll definitely go to Orochimaru for power. And a bunch of us will likely be sent to retrieve him. Big ol' mission, attempted murder, he puts up a huge resistance, blah blah blah. Did you know that in canon, he got away with all of his crimes without any repercussions? And he tried to kill Sakura-chan so many times, and yet somehow, they still ended up together. Even had a daughter. If that isn't fucked up, I don't know what is. Haku and Gaara were so confused that they had to blink a few times. A moment later, Haku said, might want to stop breaking the fourth wall now, Naruki-chan, as he gazed into the clone's eyes. Ah, it's fun though, grumbled Naruki's clone. I will destroy him if he tries to harm you and your friends, Gaara said with a frown. Before she kissed him, Naruki said, ah, you're just the sweetest Gaara-kun. After finishing the kiss, she took a step back, made a circle, and then went poof, leaving the real Naruki alone. She was still training with Enma, but when she paused for a second, it was clear she had her clone's memories. Gazing at the flush on Gaara's cheeks, Haku grinned. Trust me, you get used to her antics after a while. As he attempted to force his blush to disappear, Gaara remarked, so I can imagine. After 2 days, as she skipped down the crowded market street, Naruki was as joyful as she could be. At the moment, she was having a great time on a date with both Sakura and Gaara. They had gone to a movie together and had lunch together right afterward. She had held hands with her girlfriend and boyfriend the whole time they were at the theater. Here they were now, observing Naruki as she hopped from store to store in an attempt to choose what to buy. So how are you feeling, Gaara-kun? Are you getting used to life here in Konoha? Are you excited to be on a date with the girl of your dreams? The Pinkett inquired, glancing at Gaara. A foreign object landed on the redhead's head before he could respond. What is this? He asked, turning to Naruki and blinking a few times. It's a hat. I wanted to see if it fit you. Boo it, Naruki said with a smile. Sakura cracked a smile and said, that's just not the right look for you. If you want to go shopping for some outfits for the three of us, I know the perfect place. Follow me. Naruki took Gaara's hand in hers and started skipping with him once more as they followed Sakura. Naruki scowled briefly before stating, they won't allow me in here. I tried before, but, after arriving at the store Sakura had mentioned. Sakura said, oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't know. It's okay. Now that I don't have to hide my true gender, do you think they'll still be able to recognize me? I mean, the whiskers are kind of a dead giveaway that it's me. Maybe. As he pulled her into the store, Gaara cut her off. You'll be fine with us here, Naruki-chan. If the shopkeeper tries to kick you out, we'll handle it. The shopkeeper's first reaction upon seeing Naruki was one of bewilderment at the unfamiliar face. Then she frowned sharply as she saw the whisker marks. So, the rumors were true. You are a girl now. Regardless, you're still not welcome in my store, you filthy. The woman felt something tightening her airway before she could say another word. She looked down and saw a sand-made hand squeezing her life from her. She noticed that the sand was coming from the red-headed boy who had entered next to Naruki. Either you let my girlfriend shop here, or I drag you before the Hokage and see what he wants to do about you and all the others like you. And trust me when I say that you'd rather I kill you here than see what Hokage-sama does to you. Gaara replied. The sand tightened around the woman's throat as she commanded, let me go. Hokage-sama won't do a thing. He never has. So get lost. Sakura approached Naruki and gave her a shoulder pat. Send a shadow clone to meet with Hokage-sama. Inform him of what's going on. And Gaara-kun, can you please let her down? It wouldn't be a good idea to go killing people willy-nilly whenever they make you angry. Gaara scowled, but followed her advice. The woman coughed and rubbed her neck in an attempt to relieve the pain after being lifted out of the sand. Then she got up and gave Gaara a scowl. I want you three out of my store this instant. You are never welcome to come here again. Despite her obvious distress, Naruki followed Sakura's advice. Later, unable to even look at the shopkeeper, she moved behind Sakura and Gaara. She muttered an apologetic, sorry. Sakura just turned to give her girlfriend a hug. You have nothing to apologize for, Naruki-chan. You've done absolutely nothing wrong. These monsters, on the other hand, deserve to suffer for treating you this way. With no regard for the law established by the third, the woman cried out, funny, you're calling us the monsters when the real demon is standing right there. If only Fourth Sama had killed the damn thing instead of sealing it into a human vessel, we wouldn't have to suffer its presence. Gaara was staring at the woman with a frown now. You monsters create Jinchuriki like us. You monsters seal Biju into normal people like us. And then you treat us as if we're the monsters that we contain. How does that make any sense to you? To anyone? No, woman, we aren't the monsters. You are. The Hokage entered the store with Naruki's clone ahead of the woman before she could respond. You are quite right, Gaara-kun. As for you, he stated to the shopkeeper, I do believe I forbade anyone from speaking about the Kyuubi. The crime for breaking said law is execution, but I'm willing to cut you a break. As she glanced from the Hokage to Naruki, the woman appeared to be quite proud of herself. See, I told you he wouldn't do anything. She dared to interrupt him, and Hiruzen scowled at her. He went on, slamming her with his murderous intent until she fell to her knees and spat the contents of her stomach on the ground. You didn't let me finish, you insufferable wretch. As I was saying, before you interrupted me, I was willing to cut you a break. Treat Naruki-chan and Gaara-kun as you would a regular customer, give them the same deals you would anyone else, and we'd have no problem. But now I think you should be given some time to think on your actions. Anbu, Take her to Ibiki and tell him to have some fun with her. I think there's something really important I need to do that should have been done much sooner. However, it would be best to wait until after the Chunin exams are over and there aren't so many foreign shinobi present. Naruki asked, "You're planning something, aren't you, Gramps?" As she gazed up into his eyes. The third grinned at her and replied, "Indeed I am, Naruki-chan. For now, why don't you three pick out some outfits that you'd like to wear? I'll pay for everything you want today." Naruki said, "Thanks, Grandpa," before gleefully perusing every outfit on exhibit. "Ooh, this one looks nice. Ooh, that one does too. And this would look great on Gara-kun. That one totally fits Haku-kun. So many outfits I never got to try before. This'll be fun." As he watched the three of them choose various outfits and try them on, Hiruzen could only laugh. Sakura and Gara both blushed profusely when Naruki modeled one of the slightly risque outfits she had selected for them. "Naruki-chan, you deserve to be this happy. Leave all the bigots to Grandpa." The evening before the final exam, a gentle knock on Haku's door roused him, and he moaned. He opened his eyes groggily and turned to face the door, where Naruki was standing in her transparent nightgown. The fact that she was not wearing any kind of underwear caused him to flush instantly. Everything was right in front of him, and he was unable to speak at all. For quite some time, he stumbled, but nothing logical came out. As she sealed the door in the wall next to it, Naruki blushed pretty. She then locked the door and approached her boyfriend cautiously. Stop staring so much. I. Haku gave Naruki a tight hug and scowled a little. "Sweetheart, you don't have to do this if you're nervous about it. I won't push the issue, and I won't force you to do anything you don't want to do. I love you, Naruki-chan, and I only want you to be happy." After a little fidgeting, Naruki calmed down and planted a kiss on her boyfriend's lips. Looking him in the eye, she said, "I want this, Haku-kun. I'm just nervous. I wanted to do this before the finals tomorrow. I'm ready, I promise. And I'll even use that contraceptive jutsu too. I can't help but be nervous. What if it hurts? What if I'm not good enough to please you? What if? You don't have to worry about any of those things. It'll be my first time too, but we'll take it slow and I'll try to be as gentle with you as possible. Let's start by taking this off," he said, giving her a tender kiss to calm her down, and then he assisted Naruki in taking off her nightgown, revealing her nude in front of him. The normally vivacious blonde blushed deeply when she saw Haku examining her nude body and then pushed him back on the bed. "No fair. Why you get to see me naked, and you've still got those pants on? Take them off, Buster. Lemon starts. If you're not interested, you can skip." Haku laughed and followed her instructions. After he had stripped, he put her back on his bed and kissed her collarbone and neck. He moved down slowly, very slowly, kissing her body repeatedly until he got to her breasts. He smirked as his girlfriend writhed under his touch as he gave them repeated, light kisses. As he moved his hands and lips over her body, she was groaning softly. Finally, he reached down to her honey pot with one hand and slowly inserted a finger inside, opening her nether lips. As she wriggled on his bed a little, Naruki begged, Haku-kun. More. I want more." Probing her inner sanctum with another finger, Haku teased, "Your wish is my command, milady." He knew he had found her special place when she whimpered and then groaned loudly. When she reached her release, he couldn't help but smile while gently massaging that specific spot. Before he positioned himself over his girlfriend, he licked his fingers clean with his mouth. "Activate the jutsu and then we'll continue." "Okay, Naruki-chan." Following directions, Naruki used the jutsu and saw a seal-like form materialize over her pelvis. She put her arms around Haku's neck and pulled him into a passionate kiss when she was ready. Haku took this as a sign and threw all of his length into his girlfriend. He held her close and kissed her lips, cheeks, forehead, jaw, and lips again when she whimpered into the kiss. "I won't move until you're ready, sweetheart. Just let me know when." Despite the tears streaming down her cheeks, Naruki gave a single nod to indicate that she understood. She was prepared for him to start after the pain subsided, which took a good few minutes. "It's okay now. Please, Haku-kun, make love to me," she whispered as she kissed him once more. Haku grinned at his girlfriend before gently pushing into her. He grinned even more when she started to groan. He started kissing and sucking her neck while still making love to her, leaving a few hickeys behind. They continued their slow pace for a while, neither of them wanting this moment to end. They did, However, start to pick up the pace after a few minutes, with Haku moaning as her inner walls tightened around his penis. This feels so good, Naruki-chan. I don't know how much more I can take. With her face buried in his neck, Naruki muttered, I'm close, Haku-kun. Just a little more, I love you so much. His girlfriend was flushed against him as he caressed her hair with one hand and caressed one of her breasts with the other. Thankful that she had used the jutsu first, he grunted and started to pour his semen inside her as he felt his release approaching. He was grateful that his girlfriend had the foresight to install silencing seals when she screamed out her release, because otherwise, they would have woken up the entire household. Naruki flipped them so she was on top this time after they had descended from their peaks. She started to grind along his length, whispering, I'm not done yet, Haku-kun. I want more, so much more. She smiled when she received the desired response. Haku chuckled softly as he started to play with her breasts, enjoying the sensation of both them and their sex. It's going to be an extended evening. All I can hope for is that she can walk tomorrow. The end of Lemons. Safe for rereading. Final exam the following day. As Naruki stood in a line with other Chunin hopefuls, she was all sunshine and rainbows. Some of the other competitors were becoming concerned because she couldn't stop laughing. They chose not to worry about it, though, assuming it was just another strange Naruki phenomenon. However, one of the women in the arena was aware of her condition. Ever inquisitive, Ino approached Naruki and whispered, Sue, how was it? I assume you gave your virginity to Haku-kun. Instead. The dark-haired adolescent blushed, yes. And it felt wonderful. It hurt at first, but once the pain went away, it was pure bliss. Haku-kun was so gentle and understanding with me. I'm kind of amazed I can stand here, let alone walk here. I can't stop thinking about it. Ino grinned and said, I'm happy for you, Naruki-chan. I'm really glad you snagged yourself a nice guy like that. Thank you, Ino-chan. Anyways, any idea where Sasuke is? I thought he'd have been here by now. He's up in the first match, after all. Naruki asked. Ino nodded and continued, probably thinking about making a flashy entrance. Gotta stroke that big ego of his, after all. The proctor for the last exam phase interrupted them before they could exchange any more words, drawing their attention. He held up a sheet of paper with the matchups listed on it and said, all right kiddos, here's the deal. Hayate's busy, so I'll handle things from this point forth. The name's Genma Shiranui and that's all you need to know about me. Here's a look at the pairings, just for reference. Got it, good. We'll wait for Hokage-sama to give his speech. Then I'll ask that you take your places, whether that's down here or up in the waiting area. Hiruzen moved forward at this time and spoke to everyone. Naruki couldn't help but frown as he spoke, with everyone listening intently to every word. She was suspicious of the man up there with her grandfather. She would assume it was Orochimaru in disguise if she had to make a guess. If so, though, why would Hiruzen let him get so close? It looked so dangerous. Naruki scowled even more after the Hokage concluded his remarks and gave Genma the order to start the matches. Sasuke is still missing. To make the most spectacular entrance possible, would he really risk being disqualified? Naruki and the others shrugged it off and went to the waiting area after leaving the arena floor. Do you think he'll show up? Asked Naruki as Ino moved to stand next to her. Hell if I know. It's not like him to miss a chance to show off like this. You sure he's not just late because of your sensei, right? The ponytailed blonde shrugged. Naruki gave a headshake. Not a chance. Kakashi-sensei knows better, so if he doesn't show up soon, my bet is that something's happened to him. Ino scowled and opened her mouth to speak when she heard applause from the crowd. She looked around, blinking a few times in bewilderment. She let out an agitated sigh as she looked down at the arena floor. Of course he'd make a flashy appearance. The idiots that fawn all over him are eating it up. How can they not see what an asshole he is? It's not like he cares about any of them. Tenten positioned herself on Naruki's opposite side and uttered the words, hell if I know. I think they're all morons. They've put him on a pedestal and can't see that he's not as great as they seem to think he is. How can you even tolerate being on the same team as that ass? Patience. Lots and lots of patience, said Naruki with a dry laugh. Kakashi-sensei and Sakura-chan are cool, but Sasuke, he's a pain to try and deal with. Tenten replied, I can only imagine. Man, just look at that smug grin on his face. He's eating this up. Yeah, that's Sasuke for you. Oh well, not much we can do about it. I think I would have preferred it if he was disqualified, the smirking teenager said. Ino said, you and me both. I wonder if Kankuro will fight him. Doesn't he use puppets or something? Naruki gave a nod of approval. Yep, I got him to make that Danzo guy dance in the street with his puppets. That was a fun day for me. Ino laughed. Yeah, I remember seeing that. That was pretty funny. Poor Kankuro looked so defeated then. Like he was resigned to his fate. You sure you weren't just trying to pick on the poor guy, Naruki-chan? Tenten inquired. Nah, I like the guy. Real nice, kinda dumb, but an all-around good guy. He's my friendly friend of happy dappiness. This caused Ino to laugh even harder. I'm sure he's happy to have a friend like you, despite you picking on the poor guy sometimes. Naruki became frustrated at this point and replied, I don't mean to pick on him. I just wanna have some fun. And I want him to have fun too. I don't want him to turn into another Sasuke. All grumpy, never wanting to wear pants, small wee, yada yada. At this, Tenten and Ino both started to perspire. Naruki, what are you talking about? You totally lost us just now. I dunno, I just like to say random things sometimes. It's fun. The vivacious blonde shrugged. Tenten shrugged and said, I see. Well, so long as you're having a good time. As he patted Sasuke on the shoulder, Kakashi said, remember to be careful, Sasuke. That seal will only do so much to prevent the curse seal from spreading. If you start to call on its power, you will be disqualified. Fine, I won't use the damn thing. Now can we please get this match started? Sneered Sasuke. Kakashi let out a sigh at the obvious disregard. He gave Genma a quick glance and a single nod before vanishing to join the rest of the audience. When he left, Genma glanced between the two combatants and was about to declare the fight over when Kankuro raised his hand and yelled, Proctor, I forfeit. I'm a puppeteer. Mr. Uchiha over there has an arsenal of fire jutsus that he could use to torch my creations. I'd rather not risk losing them just for a chance to become a chunin. I can always take the exams another time and hope I have better luck next time. Sasuke frowned in rage at his opponent's refusal to engage in combat. He scoffed and turned to join the others in the waiting area instead of lashing out at the coward. When he was proclaimed the winner by forfeit, he didn't even pay attention. As he waited for both genin to join him in the arena, Genma yelled, Ino Yamanaka and Gaara, come down. Your match is up next. Ino turned to Naruki and grinned. She teased Naruki by kissing her cheek after saying, well, looks like I'm up. Wish me luck. She then left to go to the arena with Genma. At the sudden gesture, Naruki flushed a little. But instead of thinking about it, she turned to Gaara and grinned at him. Just gimme a sec, Gaara-kun. I've got a surprise for you. Before he just began to descend the stairs to join Ino in the arena, Gaara cocked his head in perplexity. When Ino and Gaara first entered the arena, they blinked upon seeing Naruki bouncing from one side to the other, then to another. She glomped onto Gaara and kissed him on the lips after she had finally finished moving. Before she and Ino shared an umbrella, she said, I made you a promise, Gaara-kun. 1, 2, 3, Naruki snapped her fingers after saying that. To everyone's horror, blood spurted from the earth like countless tiny fountains. As the arena floor turned red from the rain, Naruki grinned at her boyfriend and remarked, see. I made it rain blood for you, Gaara-kun. Just like I promised I would. In spite of the gory scene, the redhead couldn't help but laugh. Yes you did. Thank you, Naruki-chan. But, who's going to clean this all up? Then Naruki snapped her fingers to stop the blood fountains. Meh, they'll get a crew in here to fix everything up in a bit. For now, enjoy the shower of blood. It's all for you, cutie pie, she said. She then used magic to make her umbrella vanish before skipping off to join the other competitors. All Ino could do was look horrified at the scene in front of her. She was appalled by everything, even though she knew Naruki had promised Gaara that he would do just that. She looked at Genma, who was twitching furiously. He was covered in blood, and it was clear that cleaning his hair, face, and clothing would require a great deal of washing and showering. She couldn't hear what he was saying, but she could hear him murmuring to himself. As Naruki had foreseen, a team of experts hurried into the arena a short while later to tidy up the grounds and restore everything to its original appearance. After they were done, they gave Genma a quick glance and gave him a fresh outfit. Genma muttered, still annoyed by what had transpired, thanks. Are you both ready? Genma asked, glancing between Ino and Gaara. When he saw that they nodded in agreement, he said, then begin. Before giving the order for his sand to lash out at Ino, Gaara took a moment to look her in the eyes. His intention was to keep her alert so she would be unable to react. But he was taken aback when Ino put on some trench knives and charged them with wind chakra. She rushed over to him after slicing through his sand as if it were nothing. Gaara frowned at his current predicament and made the decision to apply the lessons he had learned from Haku and the others during the previous month. In order to keep Ino from seeing him, the redhead quickly withdrew his sand and created a shield out of it in front of himself. Gaara was waiting for her when she ran to the side. She flew into the arena wall as a big, round block of sand crashed into her chest. Please forfeit, Ino-san. I don't want to hurt you. Naruki views you as a dear friend, Gaara said, calmly observing her. Ino grinned at him and replied, hey, and here I was about to say the same to you. I'm not giving up just yet. I'm going to make sure I at least cut you once before this fight is over. Gaara found himself grinning in gratitude for her efforts in spite of the danger. Very well, then how about we make a wager? If you manage to make me bleed, I'll forfeit the match to you. However, if I make you bleed first, you will forfeit. Does that sound fair? In spite of the consequences of such a bet, the Yamanaka heiress couldn't help but smile. That's fine by me, Gaara-kun. Though I think you'll regret making such a wager. After all, I have no plan to lose to you. So let's have some fun. Their match started seriously after Gaara gave her a sly smile and said, give me your best shot. I won't accept anything less. Ino Yamanaka, I intend to prevail in this battle no matter what. I'd like to discipline Sasuke. Miss Yamanaka, if you're this confident, I'm excited to see what you're capable of. Go ahead and do it. Gaara watched as Ino ran around, attempting to get past his barriers. He was keeping her at bay with his barriers of sand with little effort. Indeed, every one of her attacks effortlessly sliced through any barrier he erected, but even with his intense training, the barriers would instantly reappear just seconds after she had taken them down. Poking and prodding at her opponent's guard, the ponytailed blonde scowled to herself. I'm not getting anywhere with this. I must do something significant that he won't anticipate. I will not be defeated by him. The redhead asked his opponent, what do you fight for? Why do you want to advance so badly? While maintaining a composed gaze. The questions caused the green-eyed girl to pause for a moment. But she knew it was a bad idea to remain motionless, so she started moving again right away. She chose to respond in a way that would make Gaara laugh while she attempted to come up with some sort of strategy. Gaara-kun, I stand up for my friends and loved ones. Sakura is my best friend, and I want to move on and crush Sasuke for having the audacity to touch her in that way. In addition, I want to prove to Naruki-chan that I've changed and that I'm not some dumb fangirl anymore. In addition to that, she chanced a quick glance up at Naruki and found herself grinning at the encouraging expression her fellow blonde was giving her. I see something in Naruki-chan. She's innocent, but she's full of determination to do what's right, not just what's easiest. I want to protect that innocence. I want to get rid of all obstacles that lay before her. And, she said, turning back to Gaara after a brief pause, looking intently into her opponent's eyes. I want to prove that I'm worthy of her love. I don't care if we can't have children together with the both of us being women. Naruki fascinates me. I want to be with her. I think I see what Sakura sees in Naruki, and I want to be loved by her as well. So, I want to prove that I'm worthy of her. Gaara nodded once after his eyes widened slightly. I see. Naruki is something special, indeed. Not only is she my dearest friend, but she's the first one I've ever made. Naruki makes me feel whole, I think is the most appropriate term. I'm still learning what love really means, but I'm certain that I'm dearly in love with her. She completes me. Because of her, I will never needlessly kill again. I will use my power to protect her and those dear to her. If she means just as much to you, looking deeply into Ino's eyes, he replied, then I say you're worthy of her love, as well. However, I will be the one to move on and crush Sasuke Uchiha. At this point, Ino launched a frontal attack, cutting through defense after defense until she was close enough to strike him. But as soon as she approached, a huge sand tornado erupted, knocking her backward. She watched as the twister calmed down and she was able to see Gaara again, skidding along the ground on her feet. But Ino folded her arms across her chest and decided to ask him a question this time, complaining to herself, clones. It would be clones, wouldn't it? Oh well, why do you want to win so badly? Why do you want to fight Sasuke so badly? You barely know him and yet it's obvious to me that you will kill him, if given the chance. What did he do to earn your anger? The Uchiha is insufferable. Naruki doesn't like him. I promised Naruki that I would kill him for her. From what I understand, Sasuke has had practically everything handed to him whether he has earned it or not. He doesn't care for the women who flock to him, nor does he care for his teammates. In fact, he injured someone Naruki and I care for. You said it earlier. Sasuke hurt Sakura. I'm glad to have gotten to know her and I vow to protect her, as well. Gaara said, grinning sinisterly as he and his clones started to spread out and circle Ino. Sasuke craves power, no matter the kind. If Naruki is right, Sasuke will leave the village if he is promised more power faster than he's getting here. I will not risk anyone getting hurt because we showed the Uchiha mercy. He does not understand the concept of such a thing. If permitted, he would kill everyone on his quest for revenge. He turned and looked back into Ino's eyes. Ino, you may just want to humiliate and or crush Sasuke Uchiha. However, in order to keep Naruki and the others safe, I will kill him here, in this arena. Can you vow to do the same? The platinum blonde gave a small scowl and glanced at Sasuke, who was clearly bored as he watched the fight. She gave Gaara another look, scowled a little, and shook her head. Despite how I might feel, he is a shinobi of Konohagakure. An ally. It would be wrong of me to kill him, even if he deserves it. Sadly, so far, he hasn't done anything that warrants his death. But, looking intently into Gaara's eyes, she replied, I understand where you're coming from, Gaara-kun. I respect your desire. The most I could bring myself to do to him is cripple him somehow. I couldn't bring myself to kill him, yet. Gaara discovered that he was grinning evilly. Yet, so, if he did do something monstrous, you would kill him. Good to know. However, I'm afraid it's time to put an end to this fight, wouldn't you agree? I do believe I have the advantage. Ino felt something snake up her leg before she could ask what Gaara was referring to. She swiftly reached down and cut through the sand that had started to encircle her leg, her eyes widening in shock. Then, as he was about to bury her in the sand tomb, she jumped back to escape. She inhaled a few soothing breaths and started to move at a pace she had never disclosed to anyone before. She proclaimed, We're not done yet, Gaara-kun. I win. Before slicing through one of the Gaaras, fervently hoping that she had struck the correct one. Unfortunately, the Gaara she hit broke apart, sending sand to the floor. She realized she had lost at this point. Several sand Senbon hit Ino, and Gaara grinned to himself. But the one that nicked the back of her left leg was the only one that actually drew blood. They both knew who had won the moment the first drop of blood began to slowly trickle down the back of her leg. You fought admirably, Ino Yamanaka. You are, indeed, worthy of Naruki's love. After removing her trench knives, Ino turned to look at Gaara. I guarantee that you are going to absolutely love me, Gaara-kun. Thanks for showing me a good time. She approached him, put her arms around him in an embrace, and given him a wink before leaving to have her minor injuries attended to. There's no use in allowing them to become infected in any way. Gaara blinked and briefly glanced up at Naruki. She merely gave him a thumbs up and a smile, and he gave her a small smile before heading back to the contestant waiting area. As soon as Naruki saw her boyfriend walk into the waiting room, she glommed onto him and smiled to herself. She blushed a little and said, Ino-chan, huh. I didn't think she liked me like that. Good job, Mr. Ultra Cutie Huggy Pants. I'm glad you won, and... Holding his girlfriend close, Gaara accompanied her to the edge so they could look down. Yes, I am not surprised that she feels for you so strongly. But, if you make each other happy, I do not see a problem in allowing her to be with you. Unless you do not care for her. I do care about her. Ino-chan is really cute. It's kind of my turn now, though. Wish me luck, Gaara-kun. Naruki said, giggling a little. The redhead put his lips to Naruki's and held her close. A few moments later, they parted ways, and he let her go, observing her walk out of the room and down to the arena. You don't need luck, Naruki-chan. Still, good luck. Naruki turned to face Tenten as soon as she entered the arena. With a slight frown, she asked, Tenten, we don't have to fight if you don't want to. I don't have anything against you, and I'd rather not have to fight if we can help it. But, if you want to continue with this anyways, well, I have ways to win this fight. That's a guarantee. Tenten sighed and said, I'm not just going to give up, Naruki. But, I appreciate what you're saying. I'm going to give you the best fight I can. With or without those Pokemon things. She then cracked a smile and said, I've gotten stronger, Naruki. You may have a unique type of skill on your side, but I promise that I'll be the one to win this fight. I'd very much like to advance and make the rank of Chunin. The blonde held her arm out to her side and gave a single nod. She called forth her bow staff and clenched her hands around it tightly, concentrating on one of the seals etched into her skin. Okay then, Tenten, I've trained hard to become even stronger than before. I've even developed a new technique to help fight girls like you. But, I'd prefer to defeat you using skill, speed, and a little bit of luck. Because, like you, I'd like to advance in rank. First though, I've gotta ask something. Tenten gestured for Naruki to proceed after blinking a few times. Do you feel the same way that your teammate does? Mr. Buttface Hyuga, I mean. He was really mean and I'm not happy with what he said and did. I don't like what he did to Hinata-chan. I also really didn't like the things he was saying about me. I get enough of that crap from, the whiskered teen asked, nodding gratefully as she looked around at the audience. She shivered a little before returning her gaze to Tenten's. From all of them, the things they've said, the things they've tried to do to me. The girl with the bun took a moment to absorb the information. It clicked, and she covered her mouth in a gasp. Dear Cammy, I'm so sorry. No, of course I don't think like that asshole. You're just a sweet girl that doesn't deserve to suffer that kind of talk. In fact, I respect you, Naruki. You're well on your way to proving that women can make strong ninjas as well. I'm tired of men looking down on us. It's my goal to be even stronger than Tsunade-sama someday. After giving Tenten a grateful smile, Naruki turned to face the proctor. Mr. Gooberpants, we're ready, let's have some fun. In the bleachers, gazing down at Naruki and her opponent, Sakura grinned to herself. Gaara and Ino's earlier argument had been enlightening, especially when Ino mentioned wanting to be with Naruki. She also understood that if she wanted to develop the strength and skill that the two of them had demonstrated to her, she had a lot of training ahead of her. Haku was seated beside her. Are you okay, Sakura-chan? Still shocked, he asked, gently taking Sakura's hand. After giving Haku a quick glance, the pinkett shook her head. Yeah, I'm a little caught off guard by the confession, but that's not what's really bothering me right now. I'm just wondering how Naruki-chan will deal with Tenten. She's trained so hard, but Tenten's a ranged fighter. She's likely skilled in the use of all of her individual weapons as well. I guess I'm a little worried. Anko threw her arms around Sakura's and Haku's shoulders and embraced them tightly, saying, Meh. You've got absolutely nothing to worry about, girly. Naruki-chan's gonna kick Tenten's ass and then make her way all the way to the finals. I'm more curious about what this anti-girl killer is like. If she pulls it out in this battle, I'm eager to see how it works. Kakashi, who was seated behind Anko and the other Naruki lovers, laughed a little. If it's anything like her crotch seeker, then women will be living in fear of such a powerful attack. I just wish Naruki hadn't taught the majority of Kunoichi how to unleash the full power of the crotch seeker. Now men throughout the village are terrified of doing anything dirty. Still, it was Naruki's choice in the end. He replied with a shrug. I'm proud of Naruki. She's become a splendid kunoichi and is only going to become truly unstoppable if she keeps up at the pace she's growing. Tenten doesn't stand a chance. Guy, who was seated next to him, sighed in, as much as it pains me to say this, you are right, my hip rival. Young Naruki is unpredictable and has proven to be far more powerful than others her age. From what I understand of her, she has studied under Hokage-sama and learned how to defend herself from him. Aside from that, Zabuza has adopted her and has very likely trained her just as hard as Hokage-sama did in the past. Tenten is just not ready for such a youthful opponent. Neji laughed and replied, so, she's received special treatment all her life, huh? I guess fate favored her. If it was me down there, Naruki wouldn't be leaving the arena alive. She is nothing more than a common whore. Forming relationships with as many people as she has proves my point. I still don't see what my cousin sees in that girl. Anko pivoted and scowled at the decomposing Hyuga. She cracked her knuckles as she said, I thought Hinata had beaten the sense into you at the end of your match against her. Obviously, you have not learned your lesson. Naruki is not a whore. Naruki is an innocent little girl who has seen too much of the darkness in the world. Naruki is one of the few who are truly pure of heart. However, she has grown strong so that she'll never have to hurt at the hands of scum like you. Now, Are you going to shut up and watch Naruki kick some ass? Or do you want to play hide the snake with me and learn just how terrifying a kunoichi can really be? Guy clamped a hand down on Neji's shoulder, holding him in place as he tried to snap back at her. Don't say another word, Neji. You've already proven to be most unyouthful. I don't want you to say any more. Neji laughed and replied, fine. We'll see who fate shines on today. Will it be Tenten, or will it be the insane girl that hid her true gender like a coward? Anko gave Neji a savage scowl before letting one of her snakes bite her cheek. Might want to get him some help. I know he's not getting the antidote from me. I suggest you hurry, Guy, she said, turning to face Guy as the wound began to change color, finally settling on a nasty purple hue. Might Guy let out a sigh and briefly shook his head. Foolish Neji, so unyouthful. After picking up his pupil, he quickly disappeared, heading as fast as he could to the hospital. After Guy and Neji had left, Anko went back to her previous seat. She huffed and sat down again, crossing her arms over her chest. Damn that little shit, calling our Naruki a whore. He doesn't know a damn thing about Naruki-chan. Kurenai took her place next to Kakashi and sat down next to Anko. Don't let it bother you too much, Anko. I've heard nothing good about that Neji kid, so it's best to just ignore someone like that next time. As for Naruki, she said, gently taking her friend's hand in hers. Looking down at Naruki and Tenten as the fight finally started, she said, I'm glad you're happy with her, Anko. Tell me something, though. Observing that she had the attention of not only Anko but also Naruki's other lovers, Kurenai inquired, nobody has, hurt her, have they? It took a moment for Kurenai's request to take effect. Haku shook his head quickly when they finally understood what she was implying, saying, no. Thank goodness for that. Naruki wasn't hurt in that way by anyone. Her disguise worked wonderfully in that regard. Kurenai exhaled a sigh of relief and put a hand to her chest. Thank Kami. Alright, now that we've got that out of the way, let's watch the match. Personally, I'm cheering for Naruki. She replied with a wink. With a quiet laugh, Haku said, thank you, Kurenai-san. He turned back to the front and saw Tenten on the defensive due to Naruki. You're capable, Naruki-chan. Naruki waited for Genma to declare the start of the match while taking a deep, soothing breath. This caused the blonde to move much more quickly than Tenten had anticipated. She swiftly called forth a broadsword and deflected Naruki's first blow, only to flinch in agony as Naruki converted her unsuccessful attack into a knee strike using the bottom of her staff. She jumped backwards, avoiding her extremely talented opponent, wincing. What a waste. She is good. Fantastic. Tenten blocked Naruki's attacks and then kicked her hard in the chest, sending her reeling back a few steps. Naruki twirled her staff, then zipped in close again, thrusting her staff forward at her opponent repeatedly, not wanting to give Tenten time to act. When Tenten noticed that Naruki was momentarily stunned, she hurled the broadsword to the ground and swiftly unfurled one of her scrolls, showering the blonde with a barrage of weapons. Work, please. When Naruki saw the weapons flying at her, she grinned to herself and said, perfect. The young woman quickly grabbed two small fans and concentrated on forming her chakra in a particular way while restraining her bow staff. Naruki waved her fans and used a wind technique just before she would have turned into a human shish kebab, scattering the weapons everywhere, some even raining down towards Tenten. Tenten glanced at Naruki and scowled deeply as she fought to keep her weapons and the wind at bay. Before, she didn't have those. This implies that she most likely picked up how to use them over the month-long vacation. Oh no. The weapons mistress had no space to attack again as Naruki focused on all of her senses and started a lethal dance, her fans waving and sending wind gusts and wind sickles flying at Tenten. The elaborate dance that Naruki was performing captivated everyone in the audience. They were even more shocked to see that, despite her dancing, all of her attacks were going straight at her opponent. Tenten glared at her adversary and, realizing she would need to push through in some way, she stood up and grabbed another scroll. Tenten ducked around another wind sickle that Naruki threw at her, then hurried closer. Tenten leapt into the air and rained another barrage of weapons on the younger woman as soon as she was only a few feet away from the blonde. The woman with the whiskers closed her eyes and started dancing around every weapon that was thrown at her. The blue-eyed beauty opened her eyes and gave Tenten a sly grin after the weapons stopped flying in her direction. And now, you lose. Sorry, Tenten. Tenten was hit by something strong from behind before she could wonder what Naruki was referring to, and she crashed face first into the ground a considerable distance away. She moaned, pushed herself up gradually, and spat blood. She noticed two Naruki standing there when she turned to look behind her. One was holding what appeared to be an adamantine staff, and the other still had the fans. Tenten questioned, "Where did you get all of these weapons? How did you get so powerful?" As she winced in agony from the blow Naruki had delivered her the moment before. "Some of them were gifted to me. Others, Daddy had made for me. Then this one is sort of a gift from Gramps, Hokage-sama. Say hi to King Enma," shrugged the Naruki with the staff. The adamantine staff abruptly changed back into the Great Monkey King, Enma, and Tenten blinked. Tenten waved slowly at him, feeling the world spin. "I don't even know what's going on anymore." Naruki hurried forward, caught Tenten just as she started to fall, blinking at her sudden lightheadedness. The blonde noticed that her eyes were slightly glassy as she looked into them. She realized what was happening when she reached up and felt Tenten's forehead and then her cheeks. As Naruki turned to face Genma, he yelled, "She needs medical attention. Now, she's burning up." After giving a nod, Genma pressed a button on his earpiece to summon a medical team to transport Tenten to the infirmary. The proctor pronounced Naruki the victor of the fight after she left. He later listened to the crowd's conflicted responses to the recent events. Many people started jeering at her in an attempt to make her flee and give up. The others cheered Naruki on and gave her a hearty clap. At this point, he dared to look at Naruki, who was trembling in place with her fists clenched at her sides, and scowled pitifully. Alas, poor girl, nobody is entitled to treat her in this manner. Naruki was unable to even bring herself to look up at all the jerks shouting disparaging remarks about and to her. She started to feel worse the more they made fun of and insulted her. "I apologize, Gramps. I'm not sure if these monsters can be forgiven. Making you and my family proud of me was all I wanted. Then everything had to be ruined by these jerks. Will I ever be accepted by these monsters? I detest this. I detest them." Naruki asked, "Gaara-kun, what's wrong?" as she felt someone put their arms around her and looked into their eyes. For the moment, the redhead put her face against Naruki's chest and put a hand on the back of his head. "Ignore them, Naruki-chan. Let's get you upstairs. I'm so proud of you. I know Haku and the others are, as well. If it means anything, I love you, Naruki-chan. I refuse to let them hurt you or demean you any longer. I hope Hokage-sama can do something to rein them in before we're forced to annihilate them." She inhaled Gaara's aroma as she was escorted back upstairs to the waiting room, letting it soothe her tense nerves and make her smile. "I also adore you, Gaara-kun." When they arrived at the waiting area, Naruki saw Rock Lee and Choji come down the stairs, prepared to start their own match. Later, she and Gaara strolled back to the railing and gazed down at the field. Admiring her boyfriend, she said, "Thank you, Gaara-kun. I just wish they wouldn't be so cruel. I don't get it. Why do people hate us simply for what we hold? It doesn't make any sense to me. We didn't do anything wrong." His green-eyed boyfriend just held her close and said, "I don't know either, Naruki-chan. People are cruel. I believe they always will be. At least, not until something really big happens to change their minds about us. I wouldn't count on a miracle like that, however. Just don't allow their words and actions to hurt you. You're stronger than they are. You're a far better person. You shouldn't have to live in fear, anguish, sorrow." He kissed her forehead and said, "I promise, Naruki-chan, that I won't let any harm come to you so long as I can help it. You'll be safe with me." They heard Genma declare Rock Lee the victor of the fourth match before Naruki could respond in any way. They watched as Choji was taken away on a stretcher, blinking a few times as they peered down at the arena floor. For a brief moment, Lee was bouncing around, yelling something about the strength of youth. That sort of bullshit didn't appeal to Naruki or Gaara. Gaara sighed after a moment and met his girlfriend's gaze. "It's my turn again. Do you want me to kill Sasuke for you? Or would you prefer I do something else?" While gazing up at the sky as though thinking, Naruki pretended to tap her finger against her chin. She giggled and prodded Gaara's nose when she noticed him frowning at her a little. "I did tell you that you can kill him, if you really want to. Sasuke's a bad person and chances are high that he'll try and hurt somebody sometime soon. Can you imagine if he went after Haku-kun or Sakura-chan? If he ever hurts someone we love, we'll make him pay. I honestly think you'd be doing everyone a favor by killing him now. But it's entirely up to you in the end. Do what you feel is best." The brunette replied, I understand. I know that if I were to kill him, I would earn the scorn of the people. After all, you've said it before, the people of Konoha worship Sasuke as if he's a prince or a god of some sort. However, I am used to being hated and feared. So long as you and our family are with me, I can bear the scorn. So, I will do what I must and end Sasuke's life. He looked up at the Hokage and the man posing as his father at this moment. After noticing Naruki nod, he went on, you've noticed it as well, I assume. That man is not my father. I believe that man is Orochimaru. He is going to kill the Hokage. What do you want to do? Naruki looked up at her grandfather figure and scowled pitifully. I don't know. I want to believe in him and believe that he'll be okay, but I don't know if he can win. He's so strong, but he's not like he was back in his prime. Looking at her boyfriend, she replied, I'm concerned about somebody else, though. That Kabuto guy, I think he might be associated with Orochimaru. I don't have any proof, but my instincts have been screaming at me that something just isn't right about that guy. I don't want to let him hurt anybody. Gaara gave a nod of agreement. But before he could respond, the proctor yelled for him and Sasuke to descend for their duel. He scowled and said, if you're right, then the moment I go for the kill is when they'll begin the assault. I fully expect Kabuto to interfere and save Sasuke's life. Be ready to act. He gave Naruki a gentle kiss on the lips before descending into the arena. As soon as he was gone, Naruki shifted around a little before looking back at the Hokage. Don't die, please, Gramps. If you're gone, I'm not sure what they'll do. The only real deterrent to people trying anything significant was the possibility of you becoming involved. But who will keep me safe if you're gone? That's when it finally clicked for her. Daddy and the others will still be there for me, she thought, giggling quietly to herself. I still do not want to lose you, though. I am aware that attempting to assist you would not give me a realistic chance of defeating Orochimaru. Last time, I had a great time with my friends and surprised him. However, this time, I'm not certain what I could do to permanently put him down. She heard Genma yell for the match to start at this moment. Do it, Gaara-kun. Sasuke can't defeat you. I just hope he doesn't draw on the power of that curse mark, she said, grinning to herself as she looked back down at her boyfriend. Sakura and company. Previous. Ino had taken a seat on Sakura's opposite side shortly after Naruki had entered the field for her battle. You fought really well. I was really impressed, Ino. The Pinkett grinned at her friend. But, is it true? Do you like Naruki-chan, too? She asked. As she observed Naruki's battle below, Ino nodded. I meant every word, Sakura. Naruki is special, and I want to be with her, too. I don't care if we can't have children together. I just want to be with her and be happy together with our huge, crazy family. They all turned to watch the altercation below as Haku chuckled softly and remarked, in the end, we kind of just leave those kinds of decisions up to Naruki. It's up to her if she wants to invite you into our relationship. Naruki's family blushed intensely at what they saw. Silently, Haku exclaimed, wow. She's so beautiful. Did you know she could dance like that? How is she even fighting like that? Sakura said, her blush deepening. Anko laughed and replied, damn. Gotta admit, seeing her pull this off is damn sexy. I wonder if she'll dance for me. She might. She's such a special person and seeing her fight like this is absolutely mesmerizing. Haku grinned and recalled what had happened the night before. He blushed even more, and soon he was laughing strangely. Anko smirked at him when he saw this and leaned over to look into his face. I know that laugh. You had quite the good time last night, didn't you? Naughty Haku-kun. Maybe I should punish you, Haku's face became even more flushed. He was lucky not to have fainted yet. He turned to Anko to say something, but she leaned in and kissed him on the lips. Haku was struggling to think of something to say when they parted ways. Oh, you are so much fun to tease. Now, enough of this. Let's watch our girl kick some ass. The snake mistress exclaimed, laughing to herself. Sounds like someone had a good time last night, Kakashi thought, grinning under his mask behind them. I feel like she wouldn't be standing, much less fighting like this in the finals, if she were anyone else. Normally, I would act like a father and tell them to behave appropriately, but I believe I'll let Zabuza handle that. In fact, talking about which, at this point, he looked at Zabuza, who was seated next to him. You've been awfully quiet. What's on your mind, Zabuza? Zabuza just grinned and said, I'm just proud of her. My daughter's come a really long way when compared to when we first met. She knows I'm rooting for her, and she knows I'm here for her whenever she needs me to be. She's been in complete control of this fight from the very beginning. I don't think I need to say any more than that. With a nod of comprehension, Kakashi returned his attention to the field. After Naruki's victory, it was time for Rock Lee vs. Choji. Might Guy reappeared just before it started and took a seat on Kakashi's opposite side. "How's your student?" Kakashi inquired, meeting his eyes. Guy folded his arms in front of his chest and scoffed. "Neji will live. He won't be able to participate in the coming situation, but he brought it on himself with his unyouthful actions and words. After today is over, I plan to discuss Neji and his behavior with Hokage-sama. Something clearly needs to be done, but nothing I have tried has made any kind of impact." Zabuza grumbled, "Something does need to happen to make that boy behave. I still don't appreciate what he's said about my daughter. If he doesn't change soon, I won't hesitate to make him suffer. I love my daughter, Guy. Despite how hyperactive and crazy she can be, she is still a fragile young woman who has self-confidence issues. She is sensitive and certain things can really get to her. It might seem like she can just brush everything off, but inside, she's still an innocent little girl. So, for your sake, I hope something can get through that thick head of his. I want him to apologize to my daughter and mean it." As Guy watched his student engage in combat with Choji, he nodded in comprehension. He wanted to watch and observe Lee to see where he might need to improve, even though he already knew who would prevail in such a fight. "I understand, Zabuza. For what it's worth, I apologize for my student's behavior. I'll step up my efforts and try to set things right somehow. One way or another, we will correct his attitude and make him a better person. If need be, as the person he's wronged, I would be more than glad to see Naruki-chan deal with him in her own way. That might be for the best, if Hokage-sama can't deal with him properly. For now, it looks like Gaara's fight is up now. You've done a good job with Lee, Guy. It's just a shame that he wasn't able to showcase what he can really do." Kakashi responded with a grin on his face. "Thank you, Kakashi. I must ask, though, are you prepared to act if Sasuke takes things too far in this fight?" Guy responded. Zabuza interrupted Kakashi before he could respond. "I'm more worried about what might happen during this fight. If my instincts are right about this, then Orochimaru will make his move during this fight. And, considering he wants Sasuke, there's no telling what might happen. I suggest we move as soon as he calls upon the power of the cursed seal." Kakashi sighed and replied, "Damn it. You're right. That'll be the perfect time to start their invasion. The distraction will allow Orochimaru's men to retrieve Sasuke and flee with him. Is it bad that I'm hoping Gaara can crush him before they try to make off with him?" Zabuza gave his friend a menacing grin and gave him a fist bump. Naruki-chan has already told him to kill Sasuke if he feels like it. In order to protect people, that might just be for the best. I know I shouldn't say something like that, but we need to do whatever it takes to protect our loved ones. Guy nodded his head and replied, "As unyouthful as it is, I agree. I have never trusted Sasuke. He will not hesitate to unleash the power of his cursed seal, despite your orders otherwise. I don't think he cares if he disobeys your orders. The Uchiha craves power and will take any shortcut granted to him if it means he can kill his brother faster." Kakashi sighed and said, "Our first priority should be to protect the citizens and fight off the invaders. I just hope Hokage-sama and Naruki-chan will be okay. I'd prefer it if Naruki didn't have to kill anyone, but I recognize that it's a distinct possibility. It's a kill or be killed situation. I just hope she doesn't break down when it happens." After a moment of frowning, Zabuza looked down at his sword, which lay at his side. "I'll go to Naruki's side once the invasion begins. If she does break down, I'll keep her safe and try to help her through it. I won't let anyone hurt her." Both Guy and Kakashi gave him a smile and a single nod. There was nothing left for them to say to each other. Rather, their eyes shifted to the fighters in the arena. Gaara. Gaara gazed into his opponent's eyes without emotion. The Aikibi container shook his head in dismay as the Uchiha glared at him, his Sharingan blazing. "If you were smart, you would forfeit the match to me before we even begin. Should you choose to fight, I will kill you." The Uchiha smirked at the redhead after scoffing. "You're overconfident if you think you can beat me. You should bow before me, Gaara. I watched your fight against that worthless bitch, and I was not impressed. With your pathetic skills, I'm likely to end up taking your life. Now bow, Gaara of the Sand." The Jinchuriki with the green eyes sighed and, "Do not insult Ino Yamanaka. She is what a kunoichi should strive to be. I guarantee that if it had been her you were to fight, she would have utterly destroyed you. However, where she would have shown you mercy as a fellow ninja of Konohagakure, I will show you no such courtesy. Sasuke, I sincerely hope you find peace in death, for I will show you no mercy. Genma yelled for them to start after realizing that their pre-battle teasing was over, and then he leapt away, attempting to avoid the impending altercation. This fight was going to get crazy if he was correct in his assumption. Sasuke immediately ran in his direction, ignoring the cork that sped by. Sasuke's leg became entangled and he was hurled against one of the arena's walls before he could even get to Gaara. The Uchiha moaned in agony, scrambled back up, and dodged another strand of sand that attempted to slither up his leg. He might have changed his strategy if he had realized the trap Gaara was setting for him. But Gaara couldn't help but smirk wickedly on the inside, even though his face remained apathetic. You're a fool, I see. Do you really think you can hit me like that? To deal with people like you, I won't even need to relocate. When Sasuke finally got to Gaara, he tried to punch him, but a wall of sand blocked his blow. The Uchiha scowled at this and attempted to run sideways to attack from Gaara's blind spot, but he was once again immobile. He looked down at his body and saw that the sand completely covered the lower half of it. With lightning-fast reflexes, he launched a great fireball technique directly at Gaara. Gaara mocked the Uchiha's effort to break free. But in order to maintain the impression that Sasuke had him on the brink, Gaara released him and blocked the fireball with another sand barrier. The unfortunate consequence of this is that it turns his sand into glass, but the redhead didn't care. Instead, he cautiously observed Sasuke as he leapt backwards several times before daring to look at the wall behind him. The question of what the Uchiha was up to this time made Gaara frown. Before running away from Gaara and up the wall across from him, Sasuke smirked arrogantly at him. With a menacing grin, he concentrated on the chakra required to execute the jutsu he intended to use on his adversary. Electricity appeared to gather in his hand gradually and start making a loud noise that sounded like 1,000 birds screeching. He was about to charge at Gaara when the redhead surrounded himself with a dome of sand, surprising him. You idiot, trying to protect yourself from this attack won't work. I'll take pleasure in ending your life before focusing on her. Sasuke glanced up at Naruto and thought to himself, I will take pleasure in murdering her. Sasuke roared with laughter as the attack was charged to completion, then he went down the wall and charged directly toward the sand dome that concealed Gaara. But as he got closer to his opponent's defense, a huge wall of sand erupted in front of him, forcing Sasuke to charge through it, almost losing concentration on the technique. As it was, he knew that his slowly deteriorating technique was unlikely to allow him to break through the sand dome. Shit, hold it together. As Sasuke arrived at the sand dome, he barely made it through the dome with his Chidori. Sasuke frowned to himself as he looked through the hole and saw that his opponent was nowhere to be seen. What on earth happened to him? Was that technique really wasted on nothing? Rising from the floor behind Sasuke, Gaara grinned. He was about to impale his opponent with the spear of sand he was holding when feathers started to fall, covering the entire building and the arena floor. He scowled at this and started to thrust his spear forward, ignoring the pitiful genjutsu. But just as the spear was about to pierce Sasuke's heart, a man in a mask grabbed him and leapt away with him. Remove the mask. You aren't fooling anyone, Kabuto Yakushi, the redhead said, glaring at the person who had just interrupted his fight. With a laugh, the man in the mask took off his mask and lowered his hood. What are you planning to do with that information, Gaara of the Sand? You've betrayed Orochimaru-sama and attempted to kill his future vessel. You were to be our trump card against Konoha and its forces, but then you fell for that psychotic bitch. If it wasn't for the fact that we need Sasuke alive, I'd deal with you here and now. You're nothing more than a defective weapon, entranced by another failed weapon. TCH. You two are perfect together. With narrowed eyes, Gaara ordered his sand to rush forward like a tidal wave. However, Kabuto and Sasuke vanished before it could engulf them. Scowling, he replied, insulting me is fine. But saying that about Naruto-chan is another story. Kabuto, I will kill you. Naruto effortlessly dispelled the genjutsu that covered the stadium, and he also assisted Rock Lee in escaping the illusion. Additionally, it came just in time as several Oto ninjas surrounded the waiting area and tried to kill the two of them. Leading the charge and rapidly starting to eliminate their enemies was Rock Lee, who had already experienced his first kill. However, Naruki swiftly dispatched 2 of the Odo ninjas who had tried to attack her after removing the Excalibur from its sheath. Although they lacked great skill, they did have the advantage of numbers. Nevertheless, she and Lee were able to kill their opponents with ease. Naruki's eyes widened and she began to hyperventilate as soon as it was safe to do so. She started to tremble and fell to her knees. It wasn't any easier, even though she had been killed for the first time on the journey to the land of waves. I. Naruki looked up into her father Zabuza Momochi's eyes as she felt a pair of arms encircle her. Smiled at her and said, "I'm proud of you, Naruki-chan. You do what you have to do to survive and protect your comrades and family. If that means taking another's life to protect yourself, then you do it. This does not make you a monster. You're my sweet, adorable little girl. Just let daddy handle everything from here, okay?" The young blonde mumbled something into her father's chest while giving him a tight hug. She looked into his eyes and gave him a big smile when he asked her to repeat what she had said. "I love you, daddy." She let go of her father and started shyly putting her index fingers together while blushing profusely. She looked into her father's eyes and said, "I want to show that you're my great dad and that I respect you. Would it be okay if I took your last name? I like being an Uzumaki, but..." In an attempt to comprehend what his daughter had just said, Zabuza blinked a few times. He blushed a little and scratched the tip of his nose after it finally clicked for him. "Why yeah, that'd be great, Naruki-chan. Now, do you feel up to getting out there and kicking ass? Or would you rather leave it all up to me and the others?" Naruki looked up in the direction of the Hokage's last sighting. She scowled and shook her head at the barrier that was in place, keeping anyone from assisting the Hokage. "I'm not sure if I could even get in there to help Gramps or not. Then there's Kabuto and Sasuke," she said, looking down at Gaara, who was hearing Genma speak to him. "Daddy, I think I'm going to try and find those two. I want to stop them before they can hurt anybody." Zabuza gave one nod and got back up. Grasping his blade, he said, "Then do what you need to do, Naruki-chan. I trust you to know your limits. Then again, you've got a lot of power at your disposal. I think you'll be just fine, no matter what you might face. Kabuto and Sasuke won't know what hit them." With a smile, Naruki said, "Damn right. And, thanks, Daddy." After giving Zabuza a final hug, Naruki hurried away to meet Gaara. After she left, Zabuza went out and killed every invader from Odo and Suna. "I'll protect my kids and this village from all of you jerks. As long as I breathe, you won't ever harm them."
I will continue the story in next part. Till then, we weeb offline.